Oh yeah, I should need a. Here. Okay, I need to send out that I'm live. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I almost forgot I was actually I actually pressed live. Okay, yeah. Okay, good enough. I'm gonna pretend you never saw any of that, okay? I feel like I don't look very nice today. Anyway, okay, let me make sure, see how things are looking. Alright, so I need to check audio and stuff. Okay, well you can hear me back, so that's good. Alright, did that do anything? I think that did something. Does something a little louder? Something a little louder. Okay, well, I'll keep this in. Alright. Well, let me, hi! Hi, I'm Boxcat. It's been a while. I haven't streamed since my birthday earlier at the beginning of the month. I've just been, like, working on other things and just kind of just, like, enjoying Otome games for not the sake of streaming and stuff. just like a bunch of stuff, just doing things. I started like 4 Otome games because I realized I only know 3 like mainstream Otome games. That's not much to make conversation with other fans about. I've only finished 3, and the other ones I haven't started. I've like only barely started, or I'm trying to make some so I'm trying to make progress. So I between the beginning of the month and now, I started here, you know, do this. How to show you. Okay, so I got through Shin's Root and Amnesia. I got the normal end. I haven't gotten around to doing a bad end or a good end or any of the other routes. I got through Elcreed's routes in Steam Prison, both the good end and the bad end. I think I got all his ends. So his character is locked down, I believe. I actually kind of liked his character. His character was fun. And I started the Olympia story. I had already kind of sort of started it, but I was like literally like I was still in common routes, the very beginning. So I just started from the beginning. And I've gotten through common routes. I haven't gotten very far in his route, but I chose Yoshiga. It reminds me of BTS Sugar. Hey yo, Sugar. I don't know. I liked him, so I'm like, but also I'm like, maybe I should like look up what the recommended route order is and go by that instead. Actually, no, I actually looked that up, didn't I? I think the first one in the recommended route order was Riku, but I actually really don't like Riku. He makes me angry, so I know, I'm trying to debate. I'm debating. Do I want to go through the recommended route order and have to wait to play uh Yosuga's routes, or should I just get him over with? Anyway, yeah, so I gotten through common routes, and I just barely started Yusuga's route. I'm still not exactly sure how to pronounce it, but every time I saw the name, as I made a TikTok of, I just hear like, "Hey yo, sugar," or I'm saying like, it would not escape my mind, and it was driving me insane. But yeah, that's what I've gotten in Olympia Sori. I did some more stuff in Virche by myself. I got through, well, on stream. We did Science Despair and the Not Despair encore thing. We did that on stream. Uh I did Mathis's bad end of the encore bit. So I got his yeah, his bad end of that. And I think I got Yeve's bad end in that. I haven't touched Lucas or Adolf, and I haven't got any of the good encore ends aside from Cyan. I'm saving those for stream, but I wanted to play. I It's my favorite franchise. I don't know. I just really like this. I just really like Virche. And just the other day, I started Code Realize. I literally just met Van Helsing, and he's staying with us in the mansion now. And we're on chapter 3, education, I think it's called. And that's where I am on Code Realize. And that's what I've done this month, like game wise, on my own. I know it's been kind of nice, like just like going through just I know. Just enjoying the games in a very laid back manner. But yeah, I still don't know if I'm pretty sure I finished Even if Tempest, aside from the Fandus stuff, the additional L. Oh god, DLC stuff. Yeah, I haven't bought that yet. I actually thought I bought it, but I guess it didn't go through, so I guess I didn't buy it. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, I've been enjoying some games on my own to extend my otome game knowledge, because every time like someone talks about like otome games and they're like, blah blah blah, this character is like this character, blah blah blah, I'm just like, I know that character. In my mind I'm like, do I know that character? I think I played that game. No, wait, I think I started that game. No, did I? It's like, let's actually be able to have a conversation. So so yeah, yes. I bought my BTS tickets yesterday too. Yay, I'm going to Tampa. Uh-huh. So yeah, I'll be going to the Tampa concerts. It was exhausting. They're always exhausting, BTS getting tickets. Yes. I did tell you it was gonna be very casual, so like I moved my entire setup from my desk over to my couch chair area because I want a comfy chair. I want a comfy chair. And since there's an ice storm coming, snow ice storm coming this weekend, which who knows, it might interrupt us later tonight, but we'll keep going until we can, as for as long as we can. But I wanted to be somewhere comfortable with blankets and I know, just cozy. So I moved my entire setup over here. So that's why it looks. That's why this looks just different. So yeah, I moved everything over and tested everything out to make sure I understood how that worked. I considered doing a Twisted Wonderland tonight too, but I don't know. I didn't want to get. I guess we could do it a little bit. I guess we could do that today. Oh, I think my just lessons just ended too. I'm trying to get the all the stuff. Yay! I did it. I got the key. Woohoo! I got the magic key. Yes. All right. Yeah. So I don't have to worry about that until the. So that's done. Okay. There. Put that away. Nice. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. But I considered doing some twists tonight. I mean, we still could. Mm. Mm. Not the best quality meat. I'm not gonna lie. You know, grizzly. Like I said, I'm not being professional. I don't care anymore. I do care, but also like I'm not really gonna do. I can't stand bits of fat in my meats. Like I just can't swallow it. I literally just can't swallow it. Okay, I should probably. No, I probably should like even. Give me a second. Okay. Sorry. No, I can't get. Like when it comes to food, like meats in general, specifically. Actually, yeah, meat specifically. I can't stand chewy, fatty pieces. I just can't swallow those down. Like I needed to like fall apart, melt in my mouth, and be chewable. I don't want to have to chew it for like an hour, or just chew it and not, or just swallow it whole. Oh, I can't do. Uh, I mean, I guess like I can do it. I have done it, but like I don't like it. Food is supposed to be enjoyable, not suffering, right? Anyway. Anyway, yeah, let's play a little Cold Realize. To start out with, like I said, very casual, very... Okay, so yeah, as I said, we just met Van Helsing. We just met Van Helsing. And I'm at the selections, so... Oh, yes. So yeah, sorry you guys, you won't be seeing the big... I mean, maybe I could, if you wanted, I could do a gameplay of this game. I could do one specific route. But, I mean, just like tell me on like Blue Sky if you want me to do that. Or in comments or in the chat here. And yeah, I will if you want me to, but I did check the route order recommendation. So I'm either between Inpe or Van Helsing or Victor, because I think those are the ones that are like interchangeable. I really like Victor. Like, Victor is sweet. I'm not gonna like, Impe kind of annoys me a little bit. I mean, he's silly, but he was like, I don't know, just not my type of character. Just not my type. I'm a little too serious to enjoy Impe, unfortunately. Let's see what Van Helsing has to teach us. Alright, Mr. Van Helsing, would you teach me? Yes, you. I'm talking to you. Yes. I'd like to ask for your help. And yes, he has a point, but you know, I've heard people like him. At least someone I knew in a group chat I was in. Technically I'm still in it, but like I'm not very active. But like they were crazy for this guy, and he is kind of cute. He's interesting. And so, you know, even if he did like almost try to kill us just yesterday, I mean, you know, you can't always judge by first impressions, I guess. I think. I'm giving him a chance, okay? We'll see where he goes. We'll see where he goes. You know, I have a slight suspicion that Saint Germain might be the dog, the corgi. I'm not sure if I'm right, but just like a little bit of a suspicion. But also, how did he get from his study? Because we followed the dog. The dog ran out of the room. We followed the dog. We found his room. There was no one in it. Then behind us, he appears. And then we leave his room. He's still in his room. We go back to our room. And the dog's in our room on our bed. So, like, unless there's another way around, like, unless the house kind of, like, loops, and he could, like, quickly run around, turn into dog form, and jump on the bed before we manage to get to our room somehow, then I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Because I don't know how the house is set up. I need like a blueprint of the layouts. But he might, he's still, I haven't you know, taken it out of the question. He might be the corgi. But we'll see.
本当にね。
But maybe not, because I think he was in the room and the corgi was in the room at one point. Yeah, I think that did happen actually. Cause yeah. Cause I remember thinking, I was doing a whole deduction on my own, and I'm like, then maybe Van Helsing is the dog. But Van Helsing's here now, and he didn't seem to know us when we met him earlier today. Cause I was trying to match the fur color to the hair colors to see if like any similarities. I almost thought Victor, but Victor doesn't have a mechanical arm. Because the dog's front left paw is mechanical. So in their human form, they would have to have like a mechanical arm too. And the one that has anything closest to that right now looks to be Saint Germain. Or, yeah. I don't know if I'm thinking too hard on it. Maybe I am, maybe not. I saw your strength firsthand yesterday. If I need to learn how to protect myself, I'd like to start with lessons from you. Van Helsing nods in reply. Maybe I should see this tomorrow and like skip dinner. This is gonna take forever to eat. Eating takes forever. I like food, but at the same time, when I do my streaming stuff and have like things I want to do and get done, just like it feels like a chore. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Put that away. handle my slippers off.
お前に戦いというものを教えてやる。なあ、ほどほどにしとけよ。相手は繊細なレディーなんだからな。
I can handle myself. I have poison. Like, we actually could, like, apply our whole poison thing as, like, a weapon if we needed to. Like, while he was fighting with the other guys, I kept thinking, Cardia, just take your glove off and touch the gun. It'll disintegrate. So he's saying he once was, so he's no longer working for the I guess the queen. Or the government. I can't help but feel a subtle maliciousness. Malicious intent on how he looks at me. Well, give him a chance, you know? I mean, technically he could teach us how to shoot a gun. Because we have the glove on, so we can touch, like, things. We just can't touch things with our bare skin. So he could teach us how to use a gun. Might not be the worst idea, a first aid kit. They did mention they wanted one of the... Yeah, Victor was gonna teach us how to, like, take care of, like, first aid kind of stuff. I'm gonna turn this volume up. His silent glare is even more fearsome. I'm gonna, you know, text speed. Game setting. Too slow. I read too fast. Let's try that. Oh, no, I do. No. Okay. That right here. Confirm. All right. I really like the whole steampunk kind of like setting. I know, I just think it's so cool. I We start walking after Van Helsing, and we arrive at a riverbank near the mansion. The breeze from the things feels good.
時間が欲しい。ぼんやりしている暇はないぞ。
Master Van Helsing. Okay. Yes, Master Van Helsing.
先生。
He's like, that does something to me, Master. The one learning this to students, and the one teaching is the master, right?
先生。悪くない。なんでもない。準備ができたならば、さっさと始めるぞ。
He's like, don't mind me, that didn't turn me on at all. Alright.
それではまず、戦いの心得を教えてやる。基本は、戦うなだ。
But maybe I wanna fight. Maybe I like fighting. But I do see where it's coming from. But I do want to fight. I'm just feisty like that. That sounds like a contradiction.
素人が覚えたての護身術に頼るより、ずっと有効な戦術だ。覚えておけ。戦うな。そんな状況になったら、ためらいない。
Okay, yeah, true, yeah. Well, we don't have a heart, so, you know, we don't run out of breath, we don't lose energy, we have, like, endless energy, so running shouldn't be an issue for us unless we trip over air. You know, like characters do. Yeah, we're definitely gonna trip over air at some point. I'm calling it now. You're starting to sound like Lupin.
あんなコソ泥と一緒にするな。仕方ないだろう。身を守る上で本当に有効なのだからな。とにかく、それを前提として、これからお前に戦う術を教えてやる。
Okay, what will he teach us?
I hope we're using guns and swords. We're not going to be using guns and swords, are we? Are we using guns and swords? I'm not very comfortable with those things.
いや、お前に教えるのは格闘術だ。素人が武器を持つと気持ちが大きくなり、警戒を怠ることに。
No, but really, I think it's like a simple, small little handgun would be like a great asset for us. And it'd be right down his teaching alley. I see.
それと、お前の体に救うどうか。溶かさないものはないと聞いているが、事実か。
Almost. You know, I still say we go back to our old house, which, you know, that is quite a long ways away. They went from Wales to London. So it's not like I can ask you. I'm just asking them to go back, like, to my house, which is like 15 minutes away or less, to grab something. But yeah, our clothing and stuff, our clothing is like, it was like treated with some, we don't melt it. Like there's some kind of like, I don't know. Some kind of chemical composition like that is like, I guess, seeped into that allows it not to melt when we touch it. Otherwise we'd just be walking around naked because we wouldn't be able to wear clothes. That wouldn't be very appropriate, but... So technically, there are things that won't melt when we touch them. We just don't know how to make them. I'm still trying to figure out how we can solve that, though. Like, I was thinking, you know... It's not like they can, like, take a blood sample. Because the needle would just dissolve once it touches our skin. Right? So in my mind, I'm trying to think, like, the only way they could actually, like... try to figure out this, like... Maybe if they cut off a piece of our hair doesn't, like, our hair is safe to touch. But, like... What about a fingernail? I think actually that would work. If we could give someone a sample of our fingernail, they might be able to figure out something. I don't know how they're gonna do that, but you know, that's something they're eventually gonna find a solution for. Where am I going with this? Where did I come from? I don't know. And that's what Victor says. That is what Victor said. He just said it much more. Much better than I could. And if we could give him a sample of our blood, because he seems to, like, make his own, like, bullets. I wonder if we could make a bullet that had, like, our blood in it, that would have the ability to, like, disintegrate things. It, like, it gets shot at. Also, well, there's actually, if we can figure out some way to cut our, like, finger without... We could actually assist Lupin in his little feet stuff. We could, like, I don't know, cut our finger, touch the wall, and the wall would disintegrate, right? I mean, if I'm understanding the way her body works correctly, but... Because other than whatever our clothing is made out of, anything we've tried so far seems to, you know, disintegrate when we touch it. I guess actually we wouldn't even need to cut our finger, right? We just need to touch it. We just need to take the glove off. Tiramisu? Wait, what? Wait, oh, in extremis use. How'd you get tiramisu from that? Huh? Girl, I think you need to clean your ears out. Don't make me hungry. I made tiramisu once before. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good as like someone who actually knows what they're doing. I think what I did wrong is I think I went a little too heavy on the coffee syrup or whatever that is. Espresso. I think I went a little too heavy on the espresso, and I think that's what I did wrong when I made it. I don't know if it's because I'm speaking too, but I'm getting confused with their conversation, that I think they're also confused about, I don't know. To me, this sounds like a jumbled mess, even more so with me speaking. Yes, I understand you obviously like to cook. It's like, anyway. All right.
まず、殴るのはやめろ。指を折る可能性がある。大振りの蹴りもダメだ。バランスが取れず、倒れる可能性がある。
Knee grind? Is that a suggestion? Kick them in the groin?
殴るにせよ蹴るにせよ、実戦でいきなり体が動くようになるには何年もかかる。たった数日の付け焼き場ではまず無理だ。もっと技術のいらない単純な方法を教える。
No skill.
油断しているところを肩から思いっきり体当たりしろ。
Beating with your shoulder. I need an example. Just.
そして敵がひるんだら逃げるだけだ。どうだ？難しくないだろう。
I think I can do that.
いい返事だ。なら軽く実践してみるとしよう。受け止めてやる。全力でやってみるがいい。
I did learn self-defense like once, but that was years ago, and I forget everything they taught me. So if I ever need to defend myself, it'd just be like... There will be no technique. It will just be fists, teeth, knees, feet, anything I can use. No technique, but, you know, I'll make it work. Alright. I brace myself, then charge forward, leading on my shoulder. Or at least I try. And then Helsing steps aside and I fall. Now it'd be me. You said you would catch me.
ああ、いや、すまない。少し驚いた。
Bruh, what the heck? What about that surprised you? That's what I was wondering. Like, yeah, you knew I was coming. Oh, and my light went out. Okay. It was low to begin with. I pull myself up.
お前の瞬発力、波ではないな。まともにぶつかれば相当な威力になる。
Oh, okay. I didn't realize we had that kind of like impact. I mean, I knew we were like, I was aware that like we didn't run out of breath. Like, because we ran up like, I don't know, like Victor per Victor's over there like dying, like, but we're totally fine. We're ready to go. So I'm like aware that we were, we have energy, but like, I guess we're also fast. We also have speed. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe we should have gone on the offensive when Helsing tried to attack us earlier the other day. Isn't that normal?
ああ、幸いなことにお前には適性がありそうだ。体当たりを覚えたら次は打撃を教えよう。
I'll do my best.
では、本格的な訓練に入る前に一つ聞いておこう。
Let me ask you something. What are you gonna ask me? What do you think he's gonna ask me? I can make something up. He's gonna ask me if I'm single.
Nope, not happening. But what is he gonna ask us?
素での戦いに最も必要なものとは何だと考える。
What's most necessary when fighting unarmed? I guess being careful not to get hit? Being aware of your surroundings? not getting into a fight. Oh, they were already fighting, so you know, scratch that. That wouldn't apply to this theoretical question. Finding an escape route. It wasn't any of those. I would say insight to catch the opponent off guard. Because not everyone has the strength to knock an opponent out. Is it insight to see when opponents aren't paying attention?
その通りだ。なかなか勘がいいな。
Yay! I got it right! I wasn't expecting him to praise me.
どんな強者でも油断や隙を突かれれば脆い。大切なのは相手の準備が整うまで
You
に
can
先
hit
手
them when they're not
を打つ。
expecting it. You'll have the upper hand. Okay. I don't know how I do that, but I get the concept. I mean, we could try the whole, look, it's an alien spacecraft. I doubt it'd work, but you know. Not exactly an in-the-moment thinker.
先生と呼ぶからにはしっかりと覚えてもらうぞ。途中で逃げ出すな。
I'll be alright. I mean, I agreed to train, so, you know, be counterproductive for me to ask him to train me and then run away. Van Helsing and I worked on teaching me combat skills until the sun went down. He says I have a talent for it, and even teaches me some basic kicks when he was only going to teach me a shoto charge. I feel stronger.
バカを言うな。それはあくまでも一時的な錯覚だ。
Now, Cardia, don't get ahead of yourself. At this rate, I'll become stronger than you at some point. I mean, in a way, we are stronger. We can touch people and they'll die. I'd say that's pretty strong. That's pretty deadly. Well, it's good to have the, the feeling of like success. Just like we need more than one class with him on this self-defense stuff. I think I might pursue a career in the martial arts.
幻覚どころか人生
I don't know if she's joking or serious.
父親探しは一体どうするつもりなんだ
She's like, I don't care about that anymore. I have a new dream. And that's the end of the game. Van Helsing sighs and begins walking. Are we done for today?
ああ日が暮れたら戻るようにとの取り決めだからな
Listen to- We have a curfew. As I follow Van Helsing, I begin to realize something. Hey, Mr. Van Helsing? Why are you walking slower than when we were headed out earlier?
お前が疲れているだろうと思ったからだ
Oh, that's actually really sweet of him. He was taking us into consideration. Maybe he does know how to treat a lady. I'm just surprised. When I first saw you, I thought you were a scary person.
レディの扱いは心得ていると言ったはずだ
That's right. But you don't have to worry about me. I'm not tired at all. We can keep going.
あれだけってか呆れたものだな
I have unlimited stamina.
I think she might actually. Like, watch out. Van Helsing picks up the pace a little, and I continue to follow him. He still doesn't say much, but I feel as if the distance between us has closed a bit. A few days later, every day I was taught by someone new to protect myself in different ways. I'm gonna up the speed some more. Game settings. There we go. Lupin taught me methods to escape or getting out of a pinch. He showed me the importance of always being calm and having a plan. Van Helsing taught me fighting techniques and how to have the proper mindset when in a heated situation. Victor prepared several concoctions for me to use to protect myself. Inbei taught me how to recognize the various steam engines used throughout London, as well as how to operate them. Saint Germain always shows me the geography and topography of London in a way that I can easily understand. I feel like I've suddenly become more powerful, but they make sure to remind me that I'm only scratching at the surface. At the same time, those who aren't teaching me seem to be searching for all kinds of information. I wonder how that's going. One morning, the 6 familiar humans and 1 familiar dog are gathered around the dining table as usual.
アイザック関係なんだが、ちょっといい情報が手に入りそうだぜ。
Okay, that's hopeful. The others trade glances at Lupin's sudden announcement.
情報というのは、アイザックの行方が分かったとか。
Probably not, but he probably maybe found a clue.
朗報だろうな。
Any news is good news.
あくまで手に入りそうってだけだ。今は期待して続報を待てってところだな。なんだよ、もったいつけるなよな。まあいいじゃねえか。今のところ黄昏にも目立った動きは見られねえし。
And that's a good thing. I don't want Twilight to make any moves. The less moves they make, the better.
カルディア、お前の教育も順調。充実した日々ってやつだ。
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand a great deal. Slowly but surely.
彼女の言葉は本当だよ。危険な薬品の扱いに関しても、応急処置の仕方についても、基本的なことは全て教えた。
Okay. That's good progress. That's good stuff to learn. I'm happy to hear you say that. Oops.
私の教えている格闘術の完成度に比べればまだまだだ。
Why do I feel like you're turning this into a competition?
カルディア、お前の身体能力は驚異的だ。そこにこの私が格闘の技を教えている。
That actually makes me kind of happy. Okay. Thank you.
もうそのあたりのチンピラ風情では武器を持ったところで相手にならないだろう。まったく野蛮なことこの上ねえぜ。戦わずして勝つ、これが究極の勝利だ。
Wouldn't people usually think it would be the other way around?
こいつは俺のエリート教育をほぼ完璧にこなしてんだ。今さら格闘術なんざ必要ねえっての。コソ泥になるための訓練がエリート教育か。聞いて呆れるわ。
Now, children, don't fight.
おお、銃ぶっ放せば全て解決すると思ってるショットガンメガネ君よりか、コソ泥の方がよっぽどスマートだと思うがな。
Okay, yeah, points.
なんなら試してみるか。
はいはい喧嘩すんなよ先生方。一番役に立ってるのは俺の機械操作の授業に決まってんだから。いやそれはねえな。
I mean, we'll probably find some use for it at least at some point. We'll find a use for all of these things they taught us at some point, I'm sure.
あ、絶対にないな。お前が教えているのは軽薄な色恋沙汰じゃないのか。
お前らなんでそんな時だけ仲いいの？
But your lessons are very educational, thank you.
今ありがとうってほらほら言っただろな。
I wonder what kind of machinery we're gonna have to, like, we're bound to use his skill at some point with this dialogue. So I wonder what we're gonna have to do. And in what situation it's gonna happen.
みんな朝食くらいもう少しマナーを守って食べようよ。
It's too much to ask for them.
いいじゃないですか。賑やかな方が私は楽しいですよ。
Sorry, had to spit another piece of fatty meat stuff out. I've been keeping all the geographical information you gave me in a notebook and reviewing it before bed.
私こそありがとうございます。あなたのおかげで楽しい余暇を過ごせていますから。
We all have fun talking as we eat. Compared to my first few days here, it seems that Victor and Van Helsing are slowly beginning to open up to everyone else. Of course, I am too.
そうだカルディア、実は君に渡すものがあるんだ。
And what is it?
少し前にルパンから頼まれていた贈り物だよ。
おおあれか。さすが筆頭研究官やるじゃねえか。
I wonder what he asked for. What's the gift? Oh wait, I think I know what it is. We asked for a pillowcase. Is that it? Or... Victor takes a box from under his chair and hands it to me.
朝食が終わったら自分の部屋で開いてみて。僕たちはここで待ってるから、ぜひ感想を聞かせてほしいな。
I don't really understand, but okay. I'm curious about what's in the box. But I make my way through breakfast. I then go back to my room and open it. Oh, it's... I see what it is and draw a small breath. He really made it for me. So I remember we did mention something about wanting a pillowcase. That way we don't have to always sleep on our back. I think they also mentioned something about new clothing. I would imagine it's one of those two. I spent some time getting ready, then head back and stand outside the door to the dining room. Victor, I'm ready. When I call out, I hear a commotion on the other side of the door.
よっ待ってました。
何が始まるんだ？
Maybe it is a new outfit?
麗しき我らが姫のお披露目会といったところでしょうか。
It's totally a new outfit.
カルディア、どうぞ入って。
Alright. I feel a little embarrassed. But I also want to show everyone since they had put so much effort into giving this to me. I'm coming in. Oh, nice. Yes, well, the other one was really cute. This does certainly look more comfortable. Like, I actually really did like the dress she was wearing before, but... This looks much more comfortable. What do you think?
ああ、よく似合ってるぜ、カルディア。
サイズはどうかな。一応元の服を参考にするように仕立て屋には言っておいたんだけど。
It's perfect. It's easy to move around in.
そういった活発な服もいいですね。あなたの美しさがより際立ちます。
Beauty is saying a bit much.
美しいかどうかはともかく、確かにそれなら戦いの上では有利だな。機動性に優れてる。
That for sure. And I appreciate that. Like, do you know how easy it would be to trip over that dress we were wearing? That thing had a skirt that, like, it just jutted out. It looked like you could hide 5 people under it. But I'm curious, how did they make this? I didn't realize he figured out the, whatever chemical component it was that needed to be, that the clothing needed to be treated with to actually allow us to wear it. I didn't realize he figured that out. So I don't recall him collecting anything from us. Like, no, wait, maybe he collected a hair sample? Did he? Hmm.
何の問題がある？私たちの間柄では最も重要なことだろう。
I think what I'm talking about is the most important matter right now, but that's just me.
やれやれバン。レディーの扱いがなってないね。さてはお前、モテないだろう。
お前には関係ないことだろ。
Please, Van Helsing, we need to get along. Don't cheat me.
それは君の血液から培養した液体を染み込ませた糸で作られている。
That's what I wanted to know. Okay, the outfit of this tree is made from threads soaked in a fluid cultivated from the blood. When did he get our blood sample? How did he get a blood sample? How many knives or needles did he need to destroy to get a blood sample?
Mo 分かっていると思うけど、その服は君の毒素を通さない。
That's the simpler way of finding it. No. Create a more comfortable outfit that doubles the disguise. So we could have anything now. That's actually really nice. Of course, all our clothing needs to. Actually, no. Actually, it doesn't. I was about to say all the clothing would need to be custom made, but no, if it's just like a treatment, they soak it in, then we could get anything we wanted and we just have to soak the clothing in it, right? Or maybe the fibers need to be soaked in it before being like created into clothing. But this opens up many new possibilities for like, just like, you know, linens and clothing and like living like a normal human being.
元の服より動きやすさを考慮したデザインになっているし、予備も用意したから、これからはそれを着て生活するといい。
Nice. Oh, good. I looked down at myself again. It's the first time wearing something different than what I wore when I woke. I'm a little embarrassed, but very happy. Thank you so much, Victor. In addition to the clothing, he had prepared some poison-proof tableware for me, using the same method.
Oh, nice! Yay!
I appreciate all that Victor has done. Sometime later,
本格的な教育機関もそろそろおしまいだ。情報の裏付けができ次第、お前らにも計画に参加してもらうぞ。
だからその情報&計画ってのは何なんだよ。隠すなよ。教えろよ。
いよいよ本格指導ということでしょうか。
約束通り手は貸してやる。だが 本当に私を動かすに足る計画なんだろうな。
So how dangerous is this mission gonna be?
効果的な計画であることには間違いねえよ。その時が来るまでうちの大切なレディに教育の仕上げをしてやってくれ。
I'd appreciate if you could continue teaching me for a little bit longer.
こちらこそ短い期間ではあるんだろうけど、教えられる限りのことは教えるよ。
それではカルディアさん、今日は誰の授業をお望みですか？
Oh, I get to choose another? Ooh, okay. Let's ask Victor this time. Then I'd like to go with Victor.
僕かい？わかった。
Give him some attention because he made us clothing and pillowcases and all the utensils, and
と言っても戦いで
we
役
can
に
live
立つ
like
よ
a
うなこ
normal
とは
human being.
大体教えてしまったような気がするけどね。
I don't have to eat with my hands anymore. It's just fun to listen to you. Even if it doesn't help in a fight, I still want to hear more.
それは光栄だな。
俺もその気持ちはよーくわかるぜ。潜入や逃亡用の道具で世話になってるが、さすがってもんよ。
確かに弾薬の調合に関してはかなり参考にさせてもらった。
I didn't realize they were like actually like communicating. Oh, nice.
ああ、そういう意味じゃ俺もだな。この間すげえ燃料もらっちゃってさ、これでまた一歩月に近づいたぜ。
皆に信頼されて良いことです。もちろんこの私もフランさんには主に家事方面で多大な感謝をしていますよ。
よしてよ。そんなに言われるとなんだか。
Take the compliments. I'm looking forward to learning from you.
あ、わかった。やれるだけのことをやってみるよ。
Victor's lessons are always held in the same place. He says that normally chemical experiments are performed indoors, but we have to go out to prevent my poison from building up. Is there a possibility for us, because they say that we emit chemicals from our body too? So is there any like threats of that combining with any chemicals we're gonna use and making like an explosion? It's convenient to stay outside when handling dangerous chemicals anyway.
とはいえ、本当に教えるべきことはもう教えてしまったんだよね。線香薬や煙幕なんかの使い方はもう 教えてるし。
What about the exploding one you used before?
爆発物は危険すぎるからダメだよ。あれは扱いが格段に難しいんだ。持ち運びの際に爆発してしまったら目も当てられないだろ。
I see. What should we do today then?
そうだね。今日は少し思考を変えてみようか。イギリスにおける錬金術の歩みを語るというのはどうかな。
Oh, I'd be interested in that. I want to know about that.
The development of alchemy in Britain.
That sounds interesting.
Now tell me, give me the knowledge.
本当によかった。実際物事の成り立ちを知っておくのはいいことだよ。君の父アイザックは錬金術の権威でもあった。彼を理解する上で錬金術の歩みを知ることは悪いことではないからね。
Yes, father. I look at Victor with a serious expression.
そもそも錬金術とは何かというところから話は始まるんだけど。
Victor slowly begins to weave a story. I listen to his peaceful voice. Alchemy has a very long history. It is said to have originated in the ancient Egyptian city of Alexandria, influenced by the philosophies of Greece's Aristotle. The original goal was to change an element's properties, and was a dream of those seeking to change base metals into gold. For a long time, those dreamers refined their research in alchemy, developed into a large institution in Arabia. To this day, no one has been successfully been able to create gold or silver in this way. But alchemy has remained relevant for so long because the research led to other discoveries, like medicine or smelting. It was in the 12th century that alchemy arrived in Western Europe. It all started when a translator named Robert of Caton translated an Arabic book of alchemy by Maurianus Romanus into Latin. The rulers of Britain became extremely interested in the new study of alchemy. Of course, the main reason for this was greed, due to the possible creations of gold.
けれどもう一つ大きな目的があった。それは何だと思う？
What do I think it was?
Okay, if I'm gonna think in like terms of like any other like fictional thing on like that has anything to do with alchemy, I'd say like creating life, being God. I don't know.
不死の薬の開発。
Oh, immortality, yeah, that too. Like, who would want to be immortal? Like, really? Like, I will say it'd be cool to see, like, to see the future. to be able to live long enough to see how the world changes. I admit that would be cool, but also it'd be like, it would suck. Immortality would suck. The Philosopher's Stone is said to create perfect matter and generate a new spirit. This material, also known as arcana, is said to be able to make people immortal. Alchemy spread like wildfire in Britain, and its practice changed with the times. The scientific method was added to the archaic, superstitious way of thinking. Modern medicine creation falls under the definition of alchemy, and we can create matter with new properties. In this regard, a handful of people see alchemy as a branch of chemistry. The famous Isaac Newton researched alchemy and greatly contributed to our understanding of modern-day science.
さて、それじゃあ、アイザック・ベックフォードの登場は錬金術の世界にどんな影響をもたらしたのか。
Influenced the world of alchemy. Okay, so this Isaac Beckford, our father, he was like created the whole steampunk society type thing, from my understanding. Influenced the world of alchemy. Mechanics. What he did was take the ancient secret mystic techniques of alchemy and implement them as what we now call modern alchemy. He extracted truth from mysticism, which was seen as unscientific and merged in with modern scientific logic. As a result, many different kinds of chemicals and matter were brought into the world.
覚えてるかな？だいぶ前に見せた超硬質金属チタンの発見もその成果の一つなんだ。
He did say that. They did mention that.
アイザックがその素材を発見し、その後さまざまな錬金術師によって高純度の生成が可能になったというわけさ。
Isaac discovered the elements after which it became possible for alchemists to refine it into highly purified states. Apparently, alchemists holding his way of thoughts even started to revisit the old texts regarding the Philosopher's Stone. You abandoned those? Why would you abandon that? One theory goes so far as to say that Isaac succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone before his disappearance. I'm guessing that's probably, the thing embedded into our skin. Thanks, Dad. Not. With this sort of background, even after Isaac was out of the picture, in Britain, under the rule of Queen Victoria, the study of alchemy became one of the nation's major research fields. Victor pauses and looks over at me. Noticing his gaze, I bring my mind back to the present from the world of alchemy and look back at him. What's the matter, Victor?
僕は思うんだ、カルディア。そのホロロギウムはどう考えても自然に存在するものじゃない。
I would think that too. I mean, this thing embedded in us is literally a replacement for our hearts. That's not normal. That is not made by nature. That is made by man and science.
状況から考えて君のホロロギウムは人工的に生成されたもの。その宝石はアイザックが錬金術によって生み出したものじゃないかって。
But I'm also wondering how, like, how did you get the gem in us? Like, cause it's like literally sticking out of our skin. So is it like that it's sticking out of our skin, but there's like a huge bunch of it inside our bodies, connecting all the bits of it? Or how is it formed or embedded into our skin? The horologium? You know, for some reason, horologium, it sounds like... I know, it sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. I summon horologium! To the battlefield! I unconsciously raise my hand to my chest. Then do you think Father created it and implanted it in... Do you think Father created it and implanted it into me?
さあ、それはわからないけど。
You said this gem acts as my heart. Then maybe Father placed this gem into me out of love? I mean, honestly, I'm hoping that's the case, but I kind of... A part of me doubts it. A part of me doubts it. Maybe it began that way, but then it wasn't. But I hope it is. I hope that this is the case. So that I could live.
それも今のところ僕にはわからないな。
Yeah, I can't really say at this point. Victor. Why do you look so sad?
そんなこと。
Because he's thinking I highly doubt that's the reason. He did this before when he first examined us and found out about our hearts, not hearts. And then took us to the doctor who told us that we don't have a heart and we're Gem is our hearts, and then he did a thing where he looks all sad and guilty. So I think he thinks that our whole hopeful thing about our father putting a gem in us because he loves us is... he has a feeling it's bullshit.
そんなことないよ。
Victor smiles, but I can't help but feel that there's still some melancholy behind it. Half the day goes by. Before we know it, it's sunset. Victor suggests we head back, and I agree. We stand up and begin walking back. Thank you, Victor. That was lovely.
どういたしまして。君のおかげで僕も楽しい時間が過ごせたよ。
It's a relief to hear that.
さて、行こうか。あ、それと、今日訓練しなかったことは二人だけの秘密だよ。
I can do that. Right, it's between us. We make this agreement just as we reach the mansion.
主よ、我らの食船とする賜物を祝福してください。これらの食事が罪深き我々の体の糧、心の糧となることをお許しください。では皆さん、いただきましょう。
That's not the way I learned how to say grace, but... I learned it, I don't use it, but I know it's... Breakfast begins with the Count's praying, as it does every morning. Lupin, then Helsing, Victor, Impey, and Saint Germain. And me and Cece, the dog. Cece's the dog. These meals with 6 human faces and 1 canine face have become familiar to me.
このサラダ、美味しいね。
あ、わかる？わかっちゃう？それさ、新作ドレッシング使ってんだよ。味見した時、俺も感動で震えちゃってさ。
Now I want a Caesar salad. That sounds good. I haven't had a Caesar salad in a while.
食事のたびに思うことだが、これほど繊細な味をこんなそやな男が作り出しているとは未だに信じられん。
おいバン、お前は何か一言付け足さないと人を褒められない病気か何かか？
インピー、あなたが相手だ
Let me
と
just eat the
誰
food.
しも一言付け足さずにはいられなくなるのです。
ああ、なるほどなるほど。全部俺のせいか。そうだと思ってたんだよね。ってそんなわけあるか。なんだよサンちゃんまで。もう飯作ってやらないかんな。
Or maybe I should take turns cooking. Anyway. Although I don't know how decent to cook the other ones are. Oh, so funny.
あ
What's the matter?
おい、見たか今の。
Did I do something?
ええ、確かに見ましたよ。
あれだけ堂々とやったんだ。見逃すと思うか。
What's going on?
カルディア、君がすごく楽しそうに笑っていたから僕も含めてみんな驚いていたのさ。
Oh, is that the first time we've done that? I didn't realize. I was laughing.
おお、超笑ってた。いい笑顔だったぜ。
Tittering like a schoolgirl.
いいね。笑うとさらに可愛さが引き立つじゃん。さすが未来のバービケン夫人。
勝手に結婚を取り付けるな、バカ。
It's been a while since I really laughed.
俺たちは見るのも初めてだけどな。
もしかすると笑うことができないのではないかと若干心配していた。
あれどうでもいい感じを装ってたけどマンも彼女を気にしてたんだね。
うるさい。若干と言ってるだろ。だいたいこれまで訓練を施してきたんだ。情が移るのは当然だろ。
お前って思った以上にめんどくさいやつなのね。いや、というよりもピュアなの。
黙れ、インピ。次に私を侮辱したら承知しないぞ。
It's just another normal morning.
お前こそ次に俺をバカにしたら飯抜きにしてやるかんな。
二人とも騒ぐのは構いませんが、食べ物をひっくり返さないでくださいね。
まったくあの二人は喧嘩ばっかり。
It's okay, it's their love language, maybe. I just let it happen. Maybe this one's more edible.
Not really. You know, I'm just done with this. I'm hungry, but also it's like 99% cartilage. Okay, not 99%, but there's a lot of cartilage there, and it's a turn off. There's one carrot left though. There we go.
Wow! で、うわあ、シシ！ダメだよ。テーブルの上に登ったら。
Dog's like, I can do what I want.
Wait, who shaped dog's behind into her heart? That is what that is, right?
もしかすると彼も彼女の笑顔を見ることができてはしゃいでいるのかもしれませんね。
Well, the theory that Saint Germain is the dog, we can throw that out the window because they're both here right now. Okay, so the dog is not any of them. Okay, that's now confirmed. Then who is the dog? Because I really feel like the dog isn't just a dog.
こりゃある意味記念日だな。
I think my smell made this meal more lively than usual. You guys, it's embarrassing if you all make a fuss over it.
みな騒ぎたくなるほど嬉しかったのですよ。大切なあなたの笑顔が見られて。
Really?
ええ、もちろんです。これからも私たちにその笑顔を見せてくださいね。
I can do that. I'm sure it'll happen again when I'm having so much fun with all of you. Epis, everyone else looks around and smiles too. We talk for a while, then
話は変わるが、カルディア、訓練の方はどうだ？うまくいってるか？
Lupin looks serious. Not as well as I'd like. The more I train, the more I see parts of me that need improvements.
大丈夫。それは君が成長している証拠だよ。
それにお前の学習能力の高さ、身体能力の高さには私も舌を巻く。多少自信を持っても罰は当たらないだろう。
Are you sure? That's good to hear.
そうそう、自信持ってこうぜ。このインピーさんもバッチリ保証しちゃうからさ。
Everyone's words make me genuinely happy. And I nod to everyone in return.
全員が認めるまで来たってことだ。それならちょうどいいタイミングだな。
A good time for... Oh, did he get that information he was looking for? And we're gonna start like a whatever we're gonna do to find Isaac.
さて諸君、この泥棒紳士
Thank you
ア
for
ル
the
セーヌ・
inclusion.
ルパン様がとっておきの情報を取ってきてやったぜ。行動の時だ、みんな。
We fall silent at Lupin's words, waiting to hear what he says next. And he says something that none of us could expect. Okay, so we're it's a heist. We're this how do we plan to do this? Do you know where he is? For a moment, we're all struck at what Lupin said.
ごめん、聞き間違いかも。もう一度言ってもらえる？
You didn't miss here. It's
英国諜報組織黄昏のトップの人間をさらってくるって言ったんだよ。
capture the highest ranking member of Twilight. This sounds insane. This sounds how are we gonna make this happen? He's like, have you gone crazy?
っておいおい、いきなり派手なこと言い出すな。何それ、マジで言ってんの？
いろいろと対策を取っちゃいるが、ここでずっと隠れて過ごせると思うと俺は楽天家じゃねえ。長期戦は俺たちに不利だ。こっちから攻める必要がある。
Decisive action.
That action will be kidnapping? Lupin nods with determination.
黄昏のトップともなりゃ、あらゆることの中心人物だ。多くの謎に迫るために最も有効な方法。それは直接本人に聞くことだ。
私たち全員がそれぞれの目的に近づくための鍵となり得る人物。
It's the dog, isn't it? Now, I would be too surprised if the head of Twilight was actually the dog here in our house. But if it was, why haven't they like collected us already? They know where we are. But if it is, then we already have it.
黄昏の長こそがそれだとお前は判断したわけか。
Lupin quietly nods.
なるほど。それで誘拐というわけですか。
Who? Is there a picture we're passing around that I haven't gotten? I want to see. Saint Germain says this as casually as asking for a glass of water. And Lupin nods.
だが待て。誘拐するということは相手の情報を掴んだということだ。相手は仮にも諜報組織の長だぞ。ルパン、一体どうやってその情報を手に入れた？
I'd like to
俺
know
の
that
誰
too.
だと思ってんだよ。大泥棒、アルセーヌ・ルパン様だぜ。お宝も機密情報も盗むことに差はねえよ。
Tell us your secrets.
黄昏の情報を盗んできたっていうの？一体どこから？
Did he like sneak into like... Where would he sneak into that it would have that kind of information?
ああ、それはよ。ちょっと前に街中歩いてたら、やけに訓練された気配がついてくるんでな。大方、黄昏の末端だろうって見当をつけて、そいつを巻いた後、逆につけてやったんだ。そうしたら、見事にビンゴ。あとは奴らの窮屈な格好にくるまって、見回りご苦労。ところでって感じに聞き出したわけさ。
Oh, okay. Because yeah, the Twilight agents, they wear like that like raven mask thing, the long pointy beak nose thing. They wear one of those. So it wouldn't be hard to go undercover if they had that, their outfit, their uniform. Okay, good work. Good work, Lupin. Good work.
ははなるほど。お得意の変装術で聞き出したということですか。それにしても一流の諜報組織相手によくも紛れ込めたものです。人を出し抜くことに関しては右に出る者はいませんね。
恐ろしいやつ。
I mean, I couldn't do it.
偶然っちゃ偶然だが、それを逃さずチャンスに変えるのも泥棒の心得。
I'd be way too nervous.
そっからは情報の裏付けに走り回って昨夜ようやく確信を得たってわけだ。
黄昏ってこの国で最も優れたエリート工作員の集団だよ。その尾行に気づいただけじゃなくやり返すって。
No chance he like still has the outfit, right? I hope he kept it. The disguise.
なに驚くことじゃねえさ。元から才能があった上に教育が良かったからな。
Education?
Like a thief academy? Perhaps he means something similar to training, to the training I myself was going under.
それで黄昏の長とやらはどこに現れる？
Calm yourself, Helsing. Something about Van Helsing's expression gives me chills when our eyes meet.
ずいぶん怖い顔するじゃねえか。目標のやつとお前の言うあの男とやらは何か関係でもあるのか？
お前が知る必要はない。
I mean, if you let us know, we could probably assist in some way. I just like to know, actually. I just want to know. The air is tense and my chest is tight. The dining room falls silent for a while, and the Count is the first to speak.
それで目的の人物はどこにやってくるのですか？現れる場所によって計画の難易度も大きく左右されるかと思いますが。
列車だ。
Is that why the opening of the game, like the... It starts in a train cart? Oh, okay, actually that makes sense. What's a train? Don't look at me like that, I was sheltered. I only have 2 years of memories. Everyone looks at me in surprise. Is this something I should know about? I feel a bit embarrassed to ask.
あれ蒸気機関車って知らない？石炭を食うバカでけえ鉄の馬って感じかな。
You know, if you didn't know what a train was and he gave you were giving that explanation, that sounds kind of horrifying. A big iron horse that eats coal. That doesn't sound healthy. An iron horse. Perhaps it's something like an automobile?
それに関しては口で説明するより実際に見た方が分かりやすい。ルパンの言う計画を実行に移すなら近いうちに嫌でも目にすることになるだろうし。
Lupin nods and continues.
目標は近くウォータールーから列車に乗り込み北方の軍事工場を視察する予定になっている。
Actually, I do want to know what a Waterloo station is. Okay. They say in reality. Major station in London with many terminal services servicing the southwestern regions. Because there was a restaurant back in Texas when I lived there called like Waterloo, and I never understood why or but I'm still confused why, because I mean, maybe there was this train station there at one point. Possible. Likely, that's actually, yeah, that's probably likely.
俺が手に入れたのはこの視察の間の身辺警護に関する情報ってわけだ。詳細は後でみんなにも見せる。
資料そのものを盗んできたのか。
まさか盗みがバレれば当然相手は警戒する。警護の方法も移動経路も変えられちまう。要点を覚えて後で書き出したんだよ。移動中の列車内は視察中最も警備が薄くなる。俺たちはこの列車に潜んで目標をかっさらうってわけさ。
I mean, at the very least, the target won't be able to. He won't have many places to escape, so.
そんなそれはいくらなんでも大胆すぎるよ。
I agree with Victor. Lupin had repeatedly told me in my training that you should never commit to a battle that you aren't sure you can win. He must... Whatever he found out, he must be confident that he can, he can make this happen.
面白いと思いますよ。もし本当に実行するというのなら、私は惜しみなく力を貸しましょう。
Are you gonna leave the house, Saint Germain? I've actually never seen him leave the house, so, like, can he? Because he did kind of imply that he might not be human. Like, when we met him. At least that's what I heard, but in his words. What I heard in his words and how he introduced himself, I heard, I'm immortal, I've had many names, blah 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 blah. I'm bored, so, you know, make life fun.
面白いですか。
しかし、いくら警護が薄いとはいえ、多勢に無勢。勝 勝ち目は薄いような気もしますが。
Well, that's maybe not. Maybe I mean, that is realistic, but also, but if you're not helping my nerves.
大体よ、走ってる列車からさらうってどうやるんだよ。走行中の機関車からダイブすんの？
I'm gonna take the train hostage. I hope not.
心配すんなって考えはある。
Can I stay
ま
home?
ずは2つに分かれる。列車内部で騒ぎを起こし
Joking.
適正力の分断をする役。もう一つは目標を実際に連れ去る役。
Because I need to be bait, probably.
鉄道を使うなら本人だけを連れ出さずと誘拐する方法もある。それは鉄道途中にある視線を使う方法。ルカ、お前は車両そのものを奪い去るつもりだろう。
車両ごと誘拐？
それはまた大胆な発想ですね。ますます興味が湧いてきましたよ。
This is crazy.
まさかバレちまうと。とにかくバンの言う通りだ。それに奪った後は簡単だ。
Losing to target.
線の途中にオートモービルを待機。それに乗っておさらばってわけ。
Okay, so someone's gonna have to man the automobile. So I guess it'd probably be Impe, because he seems to be the one that Impe or Saint Germain. We're not using our car, are we? Because that thing... It nearly broke down when you came and when you used it to come pick me up in Wales. That thing nearly exploded. I don't trust it.
危険がないわけじゃねえ。だが賞賛も間違いなくあるんだ。どうだ、この賭け乗る気はないか。
Do I have a choice?
ちょっとばかり請求すぎるような気もするな。
危険を冒すだけの価値はある。手を貸してやる。
僕は反対だ。リスクが大きすぎる。
私はどちらでも皆さんの選択に従いますから。
You're gonna make this deciding factor be me, aren't you? You're going to help Count?
ええ、もちろんですとも。せっかくの機会なんですから。皆さんとお出かけしたいじゃないですか。
Okay, so he'll probably be the one manning the car, I'm guessing. Unless he has some kind of, I don't know. Unless he's gonna surprise us with I don't know, something.
伯爵、それは何か違う気が。
いろんな問題を一気に解決するいい策だ。カルディア、お前はどう思う？
I Yep, they're gonna make me. Me? What if I say I can't decide? I can't. You know, it's gonna happen one way or another. Whether I can decide or not decide. But I'm still gonna save first. So sure, let's go. Let's go steal a train cart. And a leader of an organization. I agree with Lupin's plan. Kind of. Because your chances of failing are always 0. Isn't that right, Lupin?
その通りだ。
ルパンのいるいないなど関係ない。私一人でもやり遂げたよ。
No, you can't.
さすがにそれは無理じゃない。
This is not a one person can do it type of thing. This is a group efforts. We all nod in determination, agreeing with Lupin's sentiments.
その心意気には必ず応える。約束するぜ。
I'm taking you up on that. I'm counting on you.
それじゃあこれから作戦の詳細に入るが、その前に一つだけ言っておくことがある。
To put our own lives first, right?
その通りだ。よくわかってるじゃねえか。
It was all you said in training, even though I never actually got your training, but... Lupin gives me a small bow.
カルディア、俺たちはお前に適当な教育はしてねえ。心配はするな。必ず役に立てる。
Okay, so this is probably where we're gonna actually use, like, the knowledge that Impei gave us in his training. I knew we were gonna use it in one way or another. We're gonna have to, like, force stop the train or something. I'll do my best.
みんなもそれでいいな。
こうなった以上はね、全力でサポートするよ。
お前たちが役に立つかどうかよりも足を引っ張られないかが心配。
Rude, but...
ついに俺の秘密道具の数々が火を吹く時が来たか。ま、任せてきなって。
Alright, show me what creations you got that can help us.
私も参戦させていただきますが、インピーの発明品は文字通りの意味で火を吹かないことを祈りたいですね。
I didn't think of that, but okay, yeah. Fine, right? Right? I hope.
さんちゃんひでえ。
よし、全員参加なら賞賛は十分ありだ。それじゃ作戦の詳細について説明するぜ。
we get a map too. Nice. We gather around it and take in the highly detailed notations all over it. Then we begin to make plans. I'm nervous, but I'm excited. But I also have no idea how I'm going to help in this. For the next few days, things are chaotic. Everyone has a lot of things to do, like checking the railroad paths, creating devices, and learning Twilight's defenses. We all spend all of our time preparing for our parts in the plan, as its execution takes place in only a few short days. Impey and Victor seem to have the most to do. Impey is creating a device to control the switches, and Victor is making chemicals. They've both been working day and night. As for me, I try to stay out of their way. There isn't much I can do compared to them, but I spend my time doing small tasks to aid them as best I can. I'll make you guys sandwiches for the trip. I don't know what I can do. The person after me, Twilight's leader. Like I said, we're gonna have to play, like, we're gonna be baits. That's the only way I can think of, like, us being useful. We will soon meet them, face to face. They're trying to set in motion a plan that could affect the entire world, starting by capturing me. I wonder what they need me for. For some kind of, like, not us, but our blood. For, you know, weapons and world domination and, you know, that stuff. There's so many things I want to know. What reason do they have for chasing me? What about my father and the horologium? Why did I lose my memory? I prepare for our upcoming meeting, hoping that at least some of these mysteries will be solved. I look up at the night sky and sigh. We act tonight on the very last train. It's about time to leave. Everyone is wrapping up their preparations. As of now, I haven't been given a clear role or action in the group's plan. I'm just here for the ride. Lupin says he'll decide what I should do once we're there. But because of this, I'm feeling somewhat anxious. Isn't there anything I can do to help? I'm trying to think, Cardia. But I'm not coming up with anything. Everyone should be in the mansion now. Maybe I should go visit one of them. Alright, let's visit Impey. We haven't visited him yet. Or Saint Germain, but, you know. I think I'll go see what Impey's up to. He's taught me how to operate machines and how to build simple devices. Perhaps there might be something I can do to help with right now. He's probably in a studio in the back. He's gonna say the only thing we need to do is look pretty and support him and that's my guess. That's my prediction. I leave the mansion and head for the yard. Then... Oh gosh. You okay over there? I hear Impey shout in surprise, followed by a loud noise. Was that an explosion? I run toward Impey's shack. I heard something. Oh, you alright?
大丈夫大丈夫。ちょっと新型のネオスチームエンジンを搭載しようと思ったんだけど。
Impey smiles grimly as he struggles out of a cloud of smoke.
加圧しすぎちゃってさ、こうボーンってね。
Yes, I heard the boom.
だけどこれくらいなら問題なし。何せ俺は天才技師だから。
I'm a little worried about the structure of this. Oh wait, no, maybe that's metal there, not wood. Yeah, I think that's metal there. I thought that was wood. Like, explosions and wood. This feels dangerous. What does being an engineer have to do with it? What's this big machine? What is that? The spy device, maybe? It kind of looks like a... Like it's supposed to be like a, I don't know, dragonfly or something? There's a strangely shaped machine in Impey's studio.
こいつ今回の計画で主役を張る大切な装置だよ。
Well, I see it has wings. But it also seems to have a tail, and I don't know why it has a tail. Oh, really?
気になる？気になっちゃう？俺に熱いキスをしてくれるなら教えてあげてもいいよ。
I'm not that curious. A kiss? Do you want your face melted?
おっとそうでした。じゃあ毒がなくなってからキスしてくれると嬉しいな。
I don't like to discuss my poison very much, but for some reason, Impey mentioning it didn't make me feel bad at all. That's very strange.
なんか言った？
Just talking to myself. You're amazing, Impey. Now that you've taught me so much, I understand just how incredible you really are.
もう何？俺に惚れたって話？
No, that's not it. I love how she always just like shuts him down. She's like, no, that's not it.
すごく自然体で否定したね。
I you have someone teach you about engineering and all this?
近所に住む偏屈なじいさんにかな。まあどっちかっていうと共同開発者って感じだったけどさ。
Impey looks a bit nostalgic as he talks, absent-mindedly spinning his wrench around and around in his hand.
どっかで本格的に習ったわけじゃねえけど、科学ってやつの素晴らしさは誰よりも分かってるつもりだぜ。
You're probably right. Impey smiles so confidently that I can't help but agree with him. I keep talking with him for a while, agreeing to Impey excitedly talk about his machines gradually calms my nerves. The station is filled with people. Some people are greeting those exiting the train. Others are waiting for the night's last train. Others simply watch the trains. Our plan will be going off very soon. We've all come to Waterloo Station, one of London's many train stations. We're here to see the train we'll board. The final train will arrive at the platform and leave in another 2 hours. Lupin suggested that we take the time to get a good look around the actual train. Do some investigative work. In any case, there are so many people here.
オートモービルが普及して飛行船が空を飛んでも蒸気機関車は相変わらず主流の交通手段だからな。
Lupin was right. Even though we're being pursued by the government, as long as we blend in with some confidence, no one notices. Van Helsing is standing back a small ways away, so we don't stand all together. That's smart. That's actually very smart. Saint Germain is standing by elsewhere. For now, it seems no one is paying attention to us. Is the locomotive almost here?
そろそろのはずだぜ。楽しみにしてな。きっと驚く。
Lupin looks at his pocket watch as he answers me.
噂をすれば
Loud.
来たよ。
I turn my gaze to the other end of the platform and see something black approach out of the darkness and get bigger. Then, it lets out a roaring whistle that hurts my ears, and an iron machine lets off steam that comes to a stop. It comes to a stop. It looks more like a black metal mountain than any kind of vehicle. I can't imagine, like, having this be, like, your first experience seeing a train. It must be, like, unbelievable. I'm struck speechless at the powerful presence of the huge machine before us. Impey had told us about it, but I didn't think it would be such an intense experience. It would be such an intense experience to see and hear it in person. This is the locomotive?
お、やっぱ驚く？俺も初めて見たときは驚いたもんだよ。 科学ってのはこんなものまで動かすのかってさ。
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
You know, one day I wanna... It's just silly, but I wanna ride a train. Like with the dinner carts and like the beds, and I don't know, I just want the experience. I feel like it could be... I don't know if it'd be fun, but at the very least an interesting experience. Yes, it's amazing. I'm unable to take my eyes off the locomotive.
蒸気機関車にはネオスチームエンジンを搭載していないんだよね。昔ながらの手法でそのまま走らせているんだ。
いやいやフラン、こいつは例外だぜ。ネオスチームエンジンを補助に使って馬力を飛躍的に増強してる。
Random thought, but I wonder if the arts for this background is actually inspired by an actual train station in London. That'd be cool. It's amazing that something like this can even move. My jaws agape as I look up at the mass of black iron standing astride the tracks.
さあ、感心してる場合じゃねえぞ。俺たちは観光しに来たわけじゃねえんだ。
Lupin's words bring me back to reality, and I take a better look at it. That's right. Our mission will take place on this train. Lupin walks around the train car as he explains the plan to us again. As he said in the beginning, our plan would take place on a moving train. First of all, there will be regular passengers on board along with us until it reaches a certain point. Then Helsing and Victor will board the last car among those passengers. When our target gets on the train, the rest of the passengers will be removed. How? But then Helsing and Victor will hide on board. Okay, so... like, forcefully removed? I guess shuffle them into another train cart? Once the train passes the point Lupin specified, Van Helsing and Victor will cause a commotion to draw out the target's guard. Once enough of the guards have been lured away to the very last carts, we will uncouple it, enemy soldiers and all. That way we can separate a good number of the guards from Twilight's leader. While this is going on, Lupin, Impey, Saint Germain will drive an automobile in the end of the track, to the end of the track. We will divert it to. The Count will wait there at the endpoint with the automobile. He'll simply wait there until we cut off the train car carrying the leader and bring it to that location. Lupin and Impey will approach a train from above using a flying machine called Ornithoraptor, and land on the target's car. That's the, I'm guessing, yeah, the thing he was making. Smaller than a common airplane. Okay, I was curious about the size of it. That thing sounds crazy. Using a device created by Impey, Lupin will cut off the train car from the car ahead, including the locomotive engine. At the same time, the tracks will be switched, pulling the single train car into a separate track away from the guards. After that, Lupin will shoot some fireworks into the air, signaling Van Helsing and Victor, then send Impey to pick them up. The train car that was cut off will continue rolling to the end of the line, running on one of Impey's inventions. In the back car that was cut off, Victor and Van Helsing will fight the guards and then head to the target's train car. If possible, they will overpower the guards protecting the targets and capture him. If that's too difficult, they will wait. Either way, once the separated train car reaches its destination, Saint Germain will join Van Helsing and Victor to defeat the remaining guards and capture the targets. Then the target will be placed on the automobile and everyone will drive back to the mansion. If something goes wrong, we're to run to the rendezvous point. Impey can then help out in battle as he will be flying near the train car while the plan is being carried out. That is an overview of the plan.
以上、作戦の確認だが、何か質問は？
What am I gonna do? That's my main question. We circle around the train as Lupin goes over the mission in detail. You know, for all to hear. He ends his explanation as we reach the first car. At that moment, Lupin leans backward, bumping into the shoulder of a passerby.
おっと、これは失礼を。
He heard everything. We need to get rid of this man. The man continues on his way. This man is not just any man, because why else would he be mentioned? He either totally bugged Lupin, heard our plan, and is gonna, you know, relay it to Twilight. Or maybe he actually is just a random person who knocked into him. I highly doubt that, though. Lupin watches the man leave with a puzzled expression. What's the matter?
ああ、この俺が通行人の気配に気づかないなんて、ちょっと勘が鈍ったなと思って。
You probably should, you know, pay attention to this. You know, it's not a coincidence, and it means something. If it feels off, it might just be. Want to do this another day? Actually, there is no other day. Is there? It's either now or we come up with something totally different.
多分疲れてるんじゃないかな。あ、そうだ。つい最近不自然なほど元気になる薬を開発したんだけど、飲む？
You casually giving that out? That doesn't sound like it should be over-the-counter medicine. But maybe at this time it was. Victor, don't hand them out like candy.
いらねえよ、そんな怪しげなもん。
Victor created antidepressants. Lupin? What should I do?
おう、そういえば言ってなかったな。お前の役割は自分で選びな。
What? I get to choose?
バン、フランたちと共に列車に乗り込み、連結機の破壊を担当するか。俺やインピー、サンと一緒に行動して、俺のサポートをしてもらうか。どっちにしろ、連結機の破壊だ。やることは変わらねえがな。
Okay, okay. Lupin hands me a small device and a toolbox as he says this.
そいつは連結機の破壊装置だ。取り付けは多少複雑だが、やれるか？
俺が訓練してんだぜ。それくらい楽勝だって。
I studied the device for a while and come to an understanding of its workings. Yes, it'll be simple. Are you sure you want me to do it?
車両の連結機は走行中はそう簡単に外れねえ。後列の車両全部の重量がかかってくるわけだからな。だがお前なら、もしもの時はお前自身の毒で連結機を溶かすこともできる。俺たち全員の中でもお前が適任だ。頼むぞ。
I mean, I guess. I guess. But okay. Okay, we're doing this. Well, I'm glad we actually have some parts. Okay, I'll try.
よし、じゃあここからは二手に分かれて行動する。駅を離れるのは俺とインピー3のグループ。列車に乗るのはバンとフランのグループだ。
I will make a save file. That's what I'm gonna do. And I guess I'll board the train. Sure, you know, okay, yeah. We'll do it. I'm getting on the train.
そうか、分かった。よろしく頼むぜ、フラン。 バンにもよろしく伝えといてくれ。
危険なのはどこでも一緒か。わかった。全力で彼女を守るよ。
Victor nods, and Lupin's group
私た
leaves.
ちと共に列車に乗ることを選んだか。
Yep.
身の安全は保証してやるが、足を引っ張るなよ。
I'll try. Don't worry, I can defend myself.
口だけでないことを期待する。
じゃあ早速乗り込むとしようか。やらなければいけないことはたくさんあるんだから。
I follow Victor and Van Helsing. I look up at the massive machine one last time before boarding the train. It almost feels like I'm being devoured. I shake my head to dispel this awful image and step aboard. We board the last car of the train. Once our plan begins, our objective will be to lure the guards to this cart and disconnect it, guards and all. There are already a few passengers on board, and I hear chattering around me. This is what it's like inside. It's so strange that so many people can travel all together. I feel a little restless.
ああ、その気持ちよくわかるよ。僕も最初に乗った時はそんな感じだったな。
すぐに慣れる。それより気を緩めるなよ。ここから先は命のやりとり。
わかってる。僕らがやるしかないんだよね。
I wonder if it'll all go as planned.
きっとうまくいく。いや、うまくいくようにしよう。
Alright, like the enthusiasm. This is probably the least important thought at the moment, but those train cart, the seats, I don't think they're padded. I feel like they're gonna be uncomfortable. Like I said, the least important thought at the moment, but you know, it's the thought. It's the thought that's coming to mind. The train is finally moving. A regular series of vibrations shakes my body. The sensation makes me nervous. We leave the station and pass through the city, and it suddenly becomes dark outside. The moon shines over a bare field of grass. At first, Van Helsing and Victor go over the plan again and again, but eventually they fall silent. They're probably lost in their thoughts. Will I soon be faced with answers to some of the mysteries? My poison, and people who have information about my family. It stopped. The train eventually comes to a stop. The passengers exit one after another. Finally, our kidnapping mission has begun. So, like, everyone exited? Or... are there still people on the cart? A while after that, we conceal ourselves behind the seats in the now quiet train car and wait for the train to depart. We had departed with the other passengers. Once the conductor's inspection of the train finished, we snuck back aboard. We sit still, waiting for the right moment. Then, the train begins moving again.
これでこの列車は走る牢獄となった
Hopefully not ours. And we are the only ones in here at the moment, right? I'm just saying, because I don't want you going whipping out your guns when there's still, like, civilians on the train.
けど逃げ場がないのは僕たちも同じだよバン
Victor is holding the detonator given to him by Impei tightly.
逃げる必要などないなぜならこの場における狩人は私だからだ
最後までその立場が覆らないことを
And I'm the assistant.
カルディア準備
They're
はい
the
いかい
hunters, I'm the assistant. Yes, I'll stay hidden. If something happens to you two, I'll assess the situation and take appropriate action.
それでいい何もせず終わるのならばそれに越したこともない
I just sit there in the back of the train, hands folded, and just watch whatever happens going on. Then Helsing looks out the window. There's a windmill and a nearby hill, a landmark Lupin told us about. When the windmill is out of sight, that's our cue to take action. The blades of the windmill are spinning rapidly. The wind must be very strong. Hopefully there's only one windmill. And they didn't, like, I don't know, build another recently. It's like, wrong windmill. Lupin and Impei are supposed to attack the train from Ornithropper. I hope they'll be alright. None of us can hide our nervousness as the moment approaches. Soon. Very soon. And then...
フラン今だ
Okay. At Van Helsing's command, the bombs set in the car ahead of us go off one after another. The car shakes violently. The light and heat reach as far as our car. even though none of the bombs were set in here. We made sure those of our cars are clear, right? Right? We didn't just like blow people up, did we? We double checked that, right? Right? That was a huge explosion. Won't the train break?
大丈夫。爆発の威力は調節しておいた。それにどちらかというと、音や閃光、それに煙幕、目くらましの要素の強い爆弾なんだ。これで少しは黄昏の数が減ってくれるといいんだけど。
そう簡単にいけばいいわな。黄昏も出来損ないの諜報員ばかりではない。能力を持っている者たちがいれば。
We hear footsteps approaching the door to the car. And time for me to hide down in the seats. Victor and Van Helsing stand in the middle of the car with their weapons out, and I hide in the rear behind them. Then, countless soldiers appear. They look just like the ones that attacked me in the poor area of London. These men are indeed Twilight agents.
中には当然死んでた実力の者たちも存在する。
The soldiers are completely focused and show no hesitation at all. They immediately draw their swords when they see us. However, Van Helsing fires his guns before they can act, taking down some of the guards near their entrance.
とはいえ、私には遠く及ばない。上には上がいるということをよく覚えておくことだ。
He's pretty good. It's like whack-a-mole, but with a shotgun. Van Helsing skillfully wields his shotguns and shoots the soldiers trying to enter the car one after another. The guards aren't bleeding, however, it seems Van Helsing is using rock salt again, which doesn't cause lasting damage. The windows on one side of the car shatter, and guards swing in from the roof, trying to flank us. Van Helsing, watch out!
鬱陶しい奴らだ。その程度で奇襲のつもりか。
In an instant, Van Helsing's gunfire knocks the soldiers right out of the windows, pushing them out of the way they came in.
黄昏も随分と質が落ちたな。
And maybe this is part of the plan. They're trying to, like, put our guard down. Like, make us underestimate them.
私が在籍していた頃ならば、この程度のぬるい襲撃はありえない。
It's like they fell apart when I left. Wow.
もしかして本当にバンだけでなんとかなっちゃうんじゃないかな。
Maybe? Well, I doubt it less now, but like maybe with 2 people. There are 2 people.
私に荷物がなければね。ここからが本番だろう。ほら、
You're not
お前の
calling me
出番だ。
baggage, or are you calling both of us baggage? The moment he says this, the windows on the other side shatter, and more Twilight troops start piling in.
そんな
驚く暇があるなら敵を撃て。もたもたしていると殺されるぞ。
Helsing continues to fire, taking down soldiers with each shot. Victor glances over to my hiding place, then nods.
ここでできないとは言えないさ。僕だってやってみせる。期待と
Victor throws a tube of glass toward a group of soldiers hiding behind the seats. With a dull popping sound, many of the enemy troops fall to the ground.
殺す気はない。けど僕たちにだって引けない理由があるんだ。
その調子だ。こちらを気にする必要はない。持てるすべてを用いて奴らを吹き飛ばせ。
Okay, maybe I am the baggage. This is why I said, you know, just teach me how to use like a small pistol or something. The battle gets more and more intense. Van Helsing shoots soldiers entering from the front of the car, while those in cover fall victim to Victor's glass tubes. Van Helsing himself taught me that it's very difficult to overwhelm an enemy when fighting in a small space. Even with that in mind, Victor and Van Helsing seem to be invincible. Maybe it really will only take the 2 of them to nullify all of the Twilight members. Good and train. But even as I'm thinking this, the stream of soldiers seems never ending. I start to wonder where they had all been hiding. They were on the top of the train to begin with? Maybe. Like I said, that one guy in the train station, he was not just a normal guy. Victor suddenly stops throwing tubes. His face is twisted with disappointment. I look at his hands and see that he has run out of tubes. Oh no, he didn't make enough. The soldier swings in through the window and lands right next to Victor. He's in danger. I don't see how me coming out of hiding is gonna help. I don't... Actually, no, I could body slam them. That's what I was taught to do, right? Helsing taught me to body slam people, so maybe? But also, like, at the same time, you know, they're all... If no one's noticed me, Victor, live, okay? Because... No, but it just says come out of hiding. It doesn't say come and, like, body slam the guy or be as destruction. Like, so maybe it's not as... Maybe coming out of hiding isn't gonna do what I'm thinking it would do. I hope this isn't the wrong choice. If I leapt out right now, I might get in their way. I need to trust in Victor. Victor quickly twists aside and throws a different tube he had been hiding. There's no explosion, but the soldier collapses and falls down on the spot. Victor, what was that?
しびれ薬さ。カルディア、僕の心配はしなくていい。そのままそこに隠れているんだよ。いいね。
Okay, okay, okay. I didn't know you had any of that. Okay. Yes. The two of them handle wave after wave, soldiers. But the enemy attacks get more and more intense. They just keep coming. Jeez. At this rate, Van Helsing and Victor will be overcome, even with their skill. As I think this, Van Helsing looks over at me.
これで十分だ。走るぞ。
Victor and I nod. Our objective is to lure the soldiers here. Then disconnect the rear train cars to cut them off from the Twilight Leader. There are enough soldiers here in this car. All that's left to do is dash through the crowd of enemies and cut their car off. Victor and I run after Van Helsing. The Twilight soldiers standing in the way are shot down over and over by a storm of bullets from Van Helsing's gun. After running through several train cars, we turn back to look at the ones behind us.
フラン、私の後方を見張れ。
わかった。
カルディア、ここからはお前の出番だ。連結機を壊せ。近づく敵は私が受けよう。
Oh, okay. Leave it to me. I crouched down and started attaching the device I was given to the conductor. Or connector. Not to the conductor. The device is fairly complicated to install, but with all the training Impei has given me, I'm able to handle it easily. I quickly disengage the safety. It's done. Now... Van Helsing's gun goes off nearby. I take out a wrench and screwdriver and quickly secure the device. It's supposed to set off a direct blast that will precisely destroy the connector. It's in place now.
作動させろ。
The connector breaks with a muffled explosion. Okay, it was supposed to be bad. I'm so glad it worked. The soldiers realize what we've done and rush over, but Van Helsing's guns keep them at bay. The final cars gradually fall behind, with many of the guards still in it.
やった。まずは成功だね。
喜んでいる暇はないぞ。
We're not done yet.
そろそろ姿勢の分岐点だ。
そうか。うん。気を引き締めるよ。大丈夫。
Something's gonna happen because I mean I'm not gonna say it's gone too smoothly, but I mean it's smooth, it's working out, and it's I feel like something's gonna happen. But there shouldn't be any more enemies, right? Then... As I say this, several troops appear from the back door, where we had just cut off the train.
なんでこんなところからまた。
大方私たちが油断していると踏んで後方奇襲を企んだのだろう。
Helsing takes several shots without missing a beat, backing away while keeping the enemies from advancing.
おかしい。まだ随分兵士が残ってる。それに車両切り離しの合図も来てない。ルパンたちはどうしたんだ。
Oh. Okay, so something's going on there too.
この様子から察するにうまくいっていないことだけは確かだろうな。何をしているんだあいつらは。カルディア、よく聞け。私とフランはこいつらを片付けていく。お前は2両先の車両の屋根に登れ。
I'm about to run into the hands of the enemy, alright? Fun.
お前に気づいたインピーがひとまず安全な場所へと連れて行くだろう。
You mean where these guys are coming from? What about you and Victor? A tube thrown by Victor explodes against a soldier trying to climb through the window.
ストックは少ないけどまだ戦える。僕たちなら心配いらないさ。
行け、全力でかけろ。
Okay. Van Helsing's words give me an extra push, and I start to run. I run through the car where Victor and Helsing are fighting, and into the next. At a glance, there don't appear to be any enemies in here. If I can climb up to the roof in the next car, and they should see me. I take a breath and tell myself that it'll be alright, when I suddenly hear footsteps approaching from the car ahead. Hide. A Twilight soldier enters the car. Maybe there's still a great many soldiers on board, like those we had encountered earlier.
貴様を捕らえと言われ
Like I said, be running into the hands of the enemy alone. I spin to the side and barely avoid a quick swing of his blade. In the next instant, the man has the tip of his sword at my throat. Oh yay, Lupin! Well, I'm glad you're here. I'll ask why you're here later.
そりゃこっちのセリフだバーカ。何？
Before the soldiers can turn around, Lupin sticks some sort of needle into the man's neck. Yeah, put him down! With that, the man slowly collapses.
さすがはフランのしびれ薬。よく効くぜ。
Lupin!
よ、カルディア。どうやらそっちも足止め食らってるみてえだな。
Lupin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be breaking the connector closer to the head of the train?
ああ、ちとまずいことになってな。さすがの俺もこの悪天候までは予想できなかった。
What's the weather have to do with it? The weather?
外は暴風だ。オーニソプターが思うように列車に近づけねえ。
Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I see. I see. Then Helsing told me to join a bait.
いい判断だが、無理な相談だ。インピーは列車の速度についてくるだけで精一杯の状況だからな。
Then what should I...
何？プランを変更するだけのことだ。俺を信じてついてきな。それが一番安全だからな。
Okay. Alright. He looks me in the eye, then smiles fearlessly.
さて、作戦続行だ。第2ラウンドと行こうぜ。計画は狂ったが、連結器を外さねえわけにはいかねえ。 このまま車両内を進んで、長のいる車両の手前で屋根に登る。足音を立てずに移動できるか。
I think so. Relatively silently, at least. I'm not wearing heels, am I, though? I hope I'm not. Of course I can. You made sure I learned how.
いい返事だ。
Let's go, Lupin. I set off running, but Lupin grabs my arm.
待て。後部座席に誰かいる。おい、そこにいるのは誰だ。
Is it the leader? Lupin shouts toward the last row of seats, and a figure rises from behind them.
ほう、私の気配に気づくとは。なるほど。どうやら話に聞いたよりずっと目ざといようだ。
Who are you? Oh, I recognize his character design. Is he the leader? I don't recognize the man. But I've heard that voice before. He's the man! I told you he wasn't just any normal man. Are you? Did you bump into Lubin back at the station?
おや、随分と覚えが良いのだね、お嬢さん。その通りだよ。あの時はぶつかってしまってすまなかった。
黄昏の関係者じゃねえな。何者だてめえ。
That's who he is. Yes, in the opening, like little video thing. He's Herlock Sholmes, right? Because I remember laughing at the name. They switched the letters around.
私の名はエルロコ・ショルム。以後、お見知りおきを。
So what are you doing here? Herlock Sholmes?
ここで出会ったのは偶然か必然か。駅で出会った際に君たちの様子から事件の匂いを嗅ぎ取ってしまった。話を聞いてみれば実に驚いた。なんとも大胆な誘拐を企んでいるじゃないか。
I told you we shouldn't have been talking about the plan in public, where anyone could overhear us. See, I knew that wasn't a good idea.
盗みの特技を持つ者が自分一人だと考えているなら、それはおごりというものだよ。アルセーヌ・ルパン。
正体までお見通しか。怖いね。
多少なり
He
犯
is
罪的
Herlock
に
Sholmes.
覚えている人間なら、君の名を知らぬ者はいないさ。泥棒紳士。
So are you friend or foe? That's the main thing we need to know. The man calling himself Sholmes looks at us as if he can see through everything. Who are you?
私かい？私はしがない探偵だよ。
要するに一般人じゃねえか。おい、俺たちの邪魔をするな。時間がねえんだ。お前の相手をしてる暇はねえ。
This must be at the beginning of his career. Oh, actually, no, they might not know it because, like, I'm trying to remember my Sherlock Holmes like knowledge. Maybe he just came to London?
そうも言っていられないさ。犯罪の発生を目の当たりにしたなら、それを止めるのは探偵の役目だ。
What if I said we're trying to kidnap a criminal? I guess the leader of wait, what's the name? Twilight, that's it, yes. Okay, so I guess since Twilight is a government like agency or whatever, at least as far as my understanding goes. Technically, I guess they're not criminals, but, you know, if he's new to town, he might not know that, so... And they're a criminal to us, because they're trying to kidnap us. Do you have the authority? I want to see a badge. That's not a badge. As he says this, he takes a fighting pose. It's nothing grandiose. He simply thrusts his left hand forward. But it makes him a completely different person. I can tell from Van Helsing's training. This Sholmes is very strong.
おとなしくしてくれれば私も手荒な真似はしないと誓うよね。
ご忠告ありがとうよ。けど悪いな。俺たちにも引けない事情があってね。だから。
Lupin, you're taking him too easily.
少し眠ってな。
Better. Lupin points his walking stick at the man, and smoke spews from the tip. And now we run. In a matter of seconds, a white cloud of smoke has swallowed Sholmes. Is that Victor's anesthetic? Lupin grins in response. Even a small whiff of this is enough to bring you to your knees. How are we okay then? If he breathes in too much at once.
悪いが、そうはいかない。
How are you okay? Sholmes' hand reaches out from the cloud, and Lupin jumps back just in time. When the smoke clears, Sholmes is standing there, looking calm as ever. What? How?
はあ？なんで動けるんだよ。そんな生優しい薬じゃねえぞ。
駅で君が一度ステッキで床を打つ音を聞いた。音の反響の仕方でステッキに何らかの仕掛けがあることに気がついた。最初はナイフでも仕込んであるのかと思ったが、音の雰囲気からしてそれは違う。中に空洞がある。おそらくガスが詰まっているのだろう。
Okay, that's a little impressive. I would have just thought a hidden sword.
加えてアルセーヌ・ルパンは紳士的な回答で有名だ。となれば、人を傷つける武器ではあるまい。
Oh, okay, yeah, then, okay. Okay, then your deduction makes sense if you took that into consideration, because I didn't.
おそらく煙幕。それも揮発性のしびれ薬。私は薬学にも多少明るくてね。仕掛けが分かっていれば身を守るのは簡単だ。
So what do you use? Like, how do you counteract against anesthetic?
即席の中和剤を染み込ませたハンカチで顔を覆ってやり過ごしてしまえば。
On the spot? So between the time of the station and now, he just threw together casually a neutralizing component. and soaked his handkerchief in it. It's you just have that kind of stuff on you, you know, at all times. Okay.
いないな。
ご高説ありがとうよ。おかげで逃げる暇ができたぜ。
It's like I was still monologuing. Lupin and I were already running toward the car ahead of us.
なるほど。チャンスを見逃さない洞察力は素晴らしい。だな。
Lupin suddenly trips, and his mask falls to the ground.
お、なんだ。
Lupin, there's a string around your feet. The sparkling thin string extends all the way to Shung's hand.
君は自分に自信がありすぎるな。だからこそ、こんな低俗な技に。
I'm just gonna like take my glove off and and then we're good to go.
てめえ、いつの間に。
君が先ほど兵士たちと戦っている間にね。この車両に警備の兵しかいないと考えた時点で君の負けというわけだ。
We lost the moment we talked about our whole plan to commit a crime in public. That's why I said we should just do it another day. Shums begins to wind a string toward him, dragging Lupin across the floor.
うわっ、雲かてめえは。
I wonder if we can spit far enough to cut the string. I'm sure our spit's acidic too.
「最近の探偵はね、大道芸のような技術もなければ犯人を捕まえられないのだよ。
Lupin! That's a girl. Without thinking, I pull off my glove and grab the string in my bare hand.
お嬢さん、やめておいた方がいい。君の腕力では私には対抗できないだろう。
I'm not using my strength. And if they ask, we'll just say we... Well, then they'll ask how we're okay. Gonna say, we just say we dipped our hand in like some kind of like liquid that makes anything we touch like dissolve. But then they would ask how we are like unharmed. And I would have no answer for that. It's a mystery! Smoke rises from the string in my hand as it melts, disappearing like a snowflake. Lupin, who's been sliding across the floor the whole time, comes to a stop.
これは予想がつかなかった。君には何か秘密がありそうだね。
Yeah, more than just a cute girl.
It's none of your business. I put my glove back on my hand and glare at him.
そうか。それは残念。しかしどちらにせよ、私には背中を見せないことをお勧めするよ。
くそ、なんつう厄介な野郎だ。
Lupin starts whispering to me.
お前は屋根に戻って風に煽られないようにじっとしてろ。そのうちインピーが助けてくれる。
Eventually.
俺のことは心配しなくてもいい。
I can't do that. Van Helsing and Victor are still fighting. And Sholmes here is tough. If the leader's personal guards had this way for some reason, you'd be blocked in on both sides. I have to worry about you.
正しい状況分析だな。
I'll break the connector on my own. Then we can pull the train car to the line. And that will cause the car to slow down, making it easier for Impey to come pick up everyone. This way, we all have the best chance of making it out alive. You already understand that, don't you?
任せていいのか。
I'll do what I can. Yes, you taught me all the skills I need.
二人で内緒話のつもりかい？あいにくだが、私には筒抜けだよ。
It's like you're talking about your plans in public again.
それにしても、あの悪名高いルパンに弟子とはね。随分と可愛らしい弟子もいたものだ。
可愛いだけだと思ったら痛い目見るぜ。まあもっともその前にお前は俺に痛い目を見せられるんだがな。
Flashbang? Yeah, flash grenade. Can't we just use this to get away? I start to run and don't stay to see what happens next. I'm worried about Lupin, but I need to take care of my own task. Pretty sky. I leave the train car. The window at the door to the next car is covered by a black curtain. I can't see inside, but that means that whoever is in there can't see me either. Carefully climbing the ladder to the roof. The wind outside is so strong, and with the speed's train, train speed, I might be blown right off the roof if I'm not careful. In the howling wind, with my clothes being pulled about, I start making my way across the roof. I am so glad we got a new pair of clothing. Imagine doing this in that dress. I have to use all the skills I've learned to head to the other side of the car without making any careless noises. Somehow, I make it to the conductor. It looks like I'll be able to take care of this before we reach the track switch. Right before I attach the device, a sudden curiosity makes me turn around. There are no black curtains over the window on this side of the car, and I can see into the interior. but there's no one there. What? There's nobody in the car. We're supposed to disconnect. Did Lupin get the wrong car? There's no way. He already jumped out of the car. Because it's the leader of Twilight that's supposed to be, like, immortal, right? Or something? Or is that some other guy? But if it is that guy, then he could just, you know, jump out of the train car and survive, right? Or he's also on the roof with us. Or he might be in the front or the other part of the train. Either way, he's not here. He's not where we thought he was. Ah, yes, behind us. At that moment, I feel something hard pressed against my temple. I slowly look up and see a man standing there.
手を頭の後ろで組みたまえ。抵抗しなければ、うちはしない。
So Lupin, remember when you asked if we could, if you could, trust us? Well, sorry. I obey him, moving slowly. He orders me to walk, and the two of us slowly enter another train car. Not the one Lupin and I had planned to disconnect. Great, I love this. Wonderful. I am so uncomfortable. There are almost a dozen soldiers in here. If I had to take on this number of guards by myself, there's no way I could win. Damn it, why can't you guys be wearing less clothing? Then I could actually touch you and kill you. Don't give up. Look for an opportunity. That's how Lupin had taught me to think when I first was caught in a situation like this. Or when yeah. Thanks to his lessons, I was able to calmly observe my surroundings without panicking. Nobody utters a word. The only sound is the rattle of the train along the tracks. I wonder what happened to the others. Did my failure put them all in danger? As I'm thinking this,
君は随分と静かだ。
am I supposed to be making conversation or something? Should I be asking you about how the weather is? Several Twilight soldiers stand around me as I stand in the narrow passage, my legs tucked beneath me. The man who captured me is smiling at me in a calm manner that seems oddly out of place in this situation.
一介の少女がこのような事態に巻き込まれたならば、泣くかわめくか、多少騒がしいことを覚悟していたのだ。君は思いのほか肝が据わっているようだ。それとも恐怖で何も言えないのか。
That last one's more realistic. I'm scared. But it's in times like these that I need to remain calm.
なるほどなるほど。素晴らしい考えだ。うちの者たちに見習わせたいほどの落ち着きようだ。やはり君は特別な存在ということか。我々にとっても彼にとっても。そして
So maybe you want to like monologue and tell me your whole entire evil plan and how you're going to use me to like, I don't know, take over the country or something? Want to do that? I think that sounds like a great way to pass the time. Him? The world? What is he talking about? I open my mouth to ask, but I'm cut off by a voice coming from behind the man.
余計なことを言わないでくれるかな、アレスター。
Crowley?
もや、この老いぼれから話す楽しみを取り上げるとは、相も変わらずひどい仕打ちだ。
Damn it, whoever you are, you stopped him from monologuing. I wanted to learn the evil plan. Also, who are you? The man referred to as Alistair chuckles to himself and moves aside. The person standing behind him is...
やっと会えたね、姉さん。
We don't even look alike. Actually, maybe the eyes, but like... I don't have any brothers. The speaker is a young boy, seated on an armrest of one of the train seats. His hair is a white golden color. His eyes are a jade, each a different shade. His voice is as cold as ice, and he turns a thin smile toward me. Like maybe we both have like a horologium in us or something, but we're not siblings. Sister? Who are you?
そうか。僕がわからないのも無理はないよね。姉さんは昔からずっと眠っていたんだし。目が覚めたのもつい2年ほど前だものね。でもほら、知識はあるでしょ、姉さん。僕たちは同じ人を父親に持っているんだよ。それを聞けば、僕があなたを姉と呼ぶ理由くらいすぐにわかるんじゃない？
Are you also a not quite human that has like a rock in us? I mean, it's pretty obvious we're not human. You know, we have a human body. We're at best a homunculus. At worst a robot. That means we must be related by blood. And he has a connection with my father. Could it be... Are you my younger brother? The boy nods, satisfied.
そう。僕はあなたの弟だよ、姉さん。名はフィーニスという。そして。僕は今、姉さんたちが探していた黄昏の長という役職を務めている。
You know, next time they do one of these where it's like we're a teenage girl trying to find her father who's evil, and they reveal that we have a brother. Maybe, you know, make it a sister this time, next time. Or make it the mother. I know, switch it up a little bit. How can you be my brother?
嘘はついていないよ。間違いなく僕はあなたの弟だ。たった一人の家族さ。
I'm so surprised I forget to breathe. I can't believe I have a brother. And that this sibling sitting right in front of me is the Twilight Commander. Who could have imagined it?
アイザック・ベックフォード。父様の意志を継ぐ子供。それが僕と、そしてあなたなんだ。
I don't remember that. We inherited his dreams? Also, does that mean he's dead? I can't help but repeat what he said.
驚かせたかな。まあそうだよね。自分を狙う組織の頂点が自分の弟だなんて聞いたら誰でもそうなるよ。それで姉さんは僕に聞きたいことがあるんでしょ。なぜ自分が
I have
黄
like
昏
12
という
things I
組
want
織
to ask.
に狙われるのか。胸に埋まるホ
But yes, why
ロ
does
ロギ
Twilight
ウム
want
と
me?
は何なのか。どうして自分には2年分の記憶しかないのか。自らの体に救う毒とは一体何
Yes,
な
all
の
of
か。
these, yes. I do have questions.
そしてその猛毒を取り除くことはできるのか。
How did you know?
どうしておかしなことを言うね。姉さんたちは僕を罠にはめようとしてたんだろうけど、実のところ罠にはめたのは僕たちの方なんだよ。今日この列車に僕が乗るという情報を姉さんたちの手に届くところにばらまいた。
So that means that when Lupin went undercover, they knew it was him.
警備の情報に嘘を混ぜてね。僕もいい加減姉さんに会いたくてね。餌をまいてここに誘い込んだというわけ。
That's a hairstyle. That's an outfit choice.
一度にたくさんのことを聞いて混乱した。
My... Who dressed you?
大丈夫だよ。後でゆっくり聞かせてあげる。ここでは姉さんもくつろげないだろうからね。
No, really, like, who's your stylist? Well, this is a train and you're, like, part of a government agency. This isn't, like, Paris Fashion Week. You don't need to be wearing something like that. You don't...
アレスタ、姉さんは確保できた。そろそろ行くとしよう。
A dull explosion shakes me to the core. And the man who had me at gunpoint earlier nods.
こちらこれで終わったところだ。
Random thought, but if I take off my gloves and I just touch the floor, I could just make us all, like, sink through the train. Right? I turn back and see the train car ahead of me, or behind me, falling behind. Getting farther away. This means I've been isolated from Lupin and the others.
これでもう邪魔が入ることはない。あとはこのまま。
Suddenly, the window shatters as someone leaps through the glass to stand between Finis and me. Who? The Twilight Soldiers react quickly, but faster still are a full fusillade of gunshots that takes them down one after another. Oh! When did you get here? Jeez.
行ったそばから珍客だね。アレスター、君も爪が甘い。
You can't kill Helsing.
そう言うな。人間兵器が相手ではうまくいかないことの方が多いさ。
Thank you, Van Helsing doesn't let me finish. He holds up a hand to stop me and keeps his distance, staring at Finis.
全員動くな。動けばその男フィーニスを撃つ。
Van Helsing points a gun at Finis. He's completely calm. Seems to have firmly set his mind on a course of action. Sensing his tension, murderous intent, the few conscious soldiers around us show no signs of taking action.
誰かと思いきやかの有名なエイブラハム・バン・ヘルシングか。随分と久しぶりだね。いつ以来かな。
Yeah, because he used to be part of Twilight, right?
君は相変わらず凄むばかりか。無駄口を叩く暇があるなら、さっさとその引き金を引いたらどうだい？
黙れ。
よく狙うといいよ。頭でも心臓でも君の好きな場所を吹き飛ばしてごらんよ。
黙れと言っている。
Van Helsing roars in agitation, and his gun roars alongside him. Part of the metal seat beside Finis is twisted out of shape in an instant.
次に何かふざけたことを言ってみろ。その時は容赦なく貴様を殺す。
僕を殺す？君は僕を殺せないよ。絶対にね。
Is that a challenge?
ならば試してみるか。
He cocks his gun. Taking this for a sign, the Twilight soldiers move in unison. Or the Twilight soldiers, more in unison, take fighting stances with their slender blades. The man standing next to Finis, Alistair, takes a step forward.
昔のよしみだ。どうか銃を下ろしてくれないか。
できない相談だ、アレスター。
I do wonder what happens. Who'd they kill that, like, made him so angry? Van Helsing responds without hesitation. Do these two know each other? I remember that Van Helsing had said he was a member of Twilight in the past. I only have a moment with my own thoughts.
今ここで貴様を殺す。
But Van Helsing, the whole mission...
私にとってはフィーニスをこの手で殺せるのならそれが最優先だ。
Van Helsing!
君は迷っている。チャンスをこうやって無駄な話ですりつぶしている。引き金を引かないのは君が迷っているからだ。
You kid need to stop talking.
自分が殺されるのが怖いのか、彼女が殺されるのが怖いのか。それとも僕が死なないことを恐れているのかな。
Van Helsing says nothing and just glares at Finis. His gun trembles slightly, but I can't tell if it's from rage or fear. I can't move. The strange atmosphere permeating the room has completely swallowed us. At this rate, we'll... Who next? Suddenly, a loud crash breaks the silence as a cannonball the size of my fist smashes through the window. I've seen these many times during training. Then Helsing, duck! Then Helsing reacts quickly. That's a lot of colors. Who brought fireworks? I mean, I'm happy you did now, but like, what were you gonna do with them? The fireworks go off, shrieking furiously. The car is filled with sound and lights. The soldiers quickly take cover behind the seats, or step forward to protect Finesse. Intimidation through fire. An escape tool that suits Lupin's style. It doesn't hurt anyone, but surprises them. I feel like it could hurt them, though. It's especially effective against trained enemies who try to anticipate what's next. Enemies who don't know about the trick are taken aback, and those who know about it are taken by surprise, or can use the surprise as opportunity. Lupin's voice comes in through the window. He's hanging from a rope ladder, and he reaches his hand out to me. It seems that he's somehow hanging on from the side of the ornithopter. I'll never get used to that name. Lupin shouts to be heard over the burst of fireworks. Later, suckers! Hopefully we never meet again. Unlikely, though. He pushes his guards aside and tries to grab me. Right before Van Helsing leaps from the train, he helps me by firing a gun. The train is still going full speed. I'm not as tough as Van Helsing. If I hit the ground, it will undoubtedly kill me. But so what? I have faith that Lupin will catch me. Lupin! Just as Finis's fingers brush against me, I get a short running start and jump with all my might out of the window. That's terrifying. I can't control my body as I tangle in the thrashing wind. The ground rushes up, and Lupin's strong arms catch me before I hit. Let's never do that again, okay? We've gained distance from the train. As it gets smaller and smaller, I see Finis look out the window at us. And, for some strange reason, he is smiling. As if he's enjoying that we resisted. It's an expression of glee, like that of a small child discovering a fun toy. I don't like that. Lupin tightens his grip on me, as if he's got the same impression from Finis' face.
まんまと罠にはめられたな。
He says this in a low voice, tinged with frustration. Yes. We failed the mission. But he's probably concerned that letting Finis escape will prove to be an even bigger threat later. Finis, Twilight's leader, and perhaps my brother. It should be impossible to believe, yet I feel as if I felt his cold gaze somewhere before. I feel like I'm right this time, but is he the dog? He's got the hats. He's got the little hats. And the right hair color. I'm gonna force that dog into a dress when we get home. I'm gonna paint snails purple. And the next time we meet, we'll see if he has purple nails. I feel as if I felt, yes, cold gaze somewhere before. Oh, a long, long time ago. Somewhere.
二人ともそろそろこいつの燃料がやばい。飛ばして戻るから結構揺れるけど我慢してくれよな。
But if he was a dog, that could also explain how he knew. Well, wouldn't be the only explanation, but it'd be another one as how they knew we were coming. Impey's shout brings me back to my senses. For now, what matters most is that we've escaped from Twilight's clutches.
ああ、こっちは気にすんな。合流地点まで頼むぜ、インピー。
Yeah, I was about to say, is everyone on board? I don't recall seeing Victor.
安心してちょうだい。先に回収してるよ。
Okay, good.
そういうことだ。用は済んだ。さっさとここから。どうした、カルディア。
I don't know. My chest is burning.
まさかホロノギウムに何か起きたか。
I don't know. It's a pulsing, searing pain. I tightly hold my chest and watch the train disappear into the distance. Is it because they touched us? Just barely, but, you know. I'm on to you, dog. Does he have the right eye color? So the dog has like blue eyes. The might need to check the eye color of that kid again. Cece, it's time to eat. I pour some dog food onto her plates and place it on the floor. Cece eagerly runs to it.
シシのやつ、君には本当に慣れてんだね。
Yes, we sleep together every night.
なんて羨ましい。ちくしょう、俺も犬に生まれればよかった。シシの女好き、俺と変われよ。何ちょっといった。噛むな、いった。
一緒にするなということでは、私もおおむね賛成ではありますが。
The Count joins in on our conversation as he reads the newspaper. As he reads the newspaper.
サンちゃんものすごいひどいこと言ってるよ。ってわシシ、お前本気で俺の服噛みちぎる気かよ。
Impy stands up and starts flailing, causing a commotion around the table. Take it outside, you two! Cece, stop it! Impy saved your life. Cece comes back to eat when I call out to him.
本当だよ、まったくさ。もうちょっと感謝してくれよ。
騒がしいな。朝飯くらい静かに食えっつうの。
いえいえ、食事は賑やかなのが一番。あなたたちと一緒にとる食事は普段の何倍も美味しく思えますよ。
Several days have passed since the failed kidnapping mission. Surprisingly, not much has changed around us since then. Twilight didn't find out where we are, as far as we know, or has been confirmed. And we haven't faced any sort of danger. On the surface, our days are more peaceful than ever. On the surface. And yet... Twilight's leader, Finis, who claims to be my brother, it seems that he is the person Van Helsing had mentioned before. Can we get a look at the dog's like skin under his fur and see if there's any little just like marks on the forehead? You know, just to fear my, just to, you know, put at ease my like my concerns. Back on the train, Van Helsing had been ready to kill him. He hasn't told any of us the reason why. my own mysteries about the poison in my body and my missing father. What happened to my memory? They've only become more confusing since that boy appeared, claiming to be my brother. And after our encounter with him, it felt like the horologium in my chest grew hot. It's back to normal now. I wonder what that was about.
まさか俺が掴んだ情報自体が罠だったとはな。華麗なる泥棒紳士の名がなくせ。
Maybe I should have said no to the plan. I doubt it would have stopped it, but
過ぎたことだ。何度も繰り返すな。
おや、バンは意外に冷静なのですね。黄昏の長を務める人物。フィーニスという少年に相当な恨みを持っているようだと聞きましたが。
I guess he killed his family or something. Oh, there's oh, hi. There's people in the chat. Let me see. What's going on here? The computer's so far away, I didn't even see it. Oh, hello, Farah! Sorry. I have my setup's all different, and the computer's it's right in front of me, but it's far away. The chat is far away, and I can't even see anything. I can't read anything from here. Oh, good to see you. Yeah, this is my first time playing. We're still in common routes. I haven't gotten on anyone's route yet, I don't think. Undo this too. I actually don't even know who's... I've just been doing choices. I don't even know. I wonder if there's any, like, indicator? I don't know. I'm just making choices. I'm just clicking things. But yeah, I think I don't trust that dog. I knew the game was big. Like I hear this game everywhere. Then Helsing put his tea down and lets out a deep sigh.
もはや隠し立てしても意味はないか。
I did see there's like 3 other games, or 2 other games, I think, right?
確かに、それは間違いない。紛れもなく、私の狙いはフィーニスだ。
His firm voice echoes in my ears.
今回の気を逃したが、次はそうはいかない。次こそは必ず私の手で。
You do that, Helsing.
それだけだ。
I still say, if we can manage it, we could totally with the help of Victor, probably make a bullet for Helsing that has the same abilities as our blood does. My first target? Either Helsing or Victor. I think according to the route order, I'm supposed to go with like Impe, but I don't want to. Van Helsing. So yeah, I'm gonna start with either Helsing or Victor. Van Helsing looks calm as he speaks. But at the same time, he seems like a string. He seems like a string wound so tight it could break with a touch. And that reminds me, Finis is definitely a concern. But there's someone else I'm curious about. Something else I'm curious about.
昔のよしみだ。どうか銃を下ろしてくれないか、バーン。
Oh, his history. There was an older man named Alistair. He seemed to know Van Helsing, but he was very much a part of Finis's group. I wonder how they know each other. Every time we spoke about the mission, we tended to focus only on Finis. And like, who's the guy with the historic name? I'm trying to... Alistair Crowley. He was either related... Was it vampires he was related to? Or, like, dark magic? Or both? I'm trying to remember my, like, history. But this guy's something. He's not your average old man, I know that. And since Van Helsing doesn't seem to want to mention anything about him,
I'll force it out of him.
no, I'm joking. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up. The feeling of failure from the other day starts to wear on us. I realize that Victor is clutching his head with an extremely gloomy look. Oh, baby, don't be sad. What's the matter? Are you still hung up on the mission?
もうみんな暗くなりすぎだって。結果はどうあれ、俺たちは全員無事だったし。
You weren't there! You don't understand! No, the whole time he's just flying the helicopter, right?
バンも言ってるけど、次の機会を待とうじゃないの。
No, yeah, okay, yeah.
楽観的なだけの意見ではありません。敵の正体が知れた今、
Now that we kind of know who the enemy is.
一つ増えたということでもあるのですから。
I still say we start by painting the dog's nails like some kind of color, and then see if next time we meet that Finis kid, if his nails are that color. And if they aren't, I'll apologize to the dog.
そういう感じのものじゃなくて。
はっきりしないな。言いたいことがあるなら伝わるように言え。
そうだね。みんなにも話しておくことにするよ。これは僕一人が抱え込む問題じゃない。
Oh, okay. What's going on? We'll stop eating at Victor's serious tone.
実はでもやっぱりな。
もう
Just say
な
it.
んだよ。はっきりしろって。
私は大方予想がついていますけどね。
Is it gonna be something like totally unserious? Yeah, I had a feeling Saint Germain was had something to do with immortality. He mentioned having like multiple names when we first met him, and he just the way he worded his introduction gave me the impression of someone who's lived a really, really long time and is really bored. I have no idea myself. And tell us, Victor.
実はお金がないんだ。
Well, we have a guy who's seemingly rich right here. Saint Germain, can we have some money? No money?
少し前から僕がみんなのお金を管理する経理の役割をすることになったよね。
Oh yeah.
なあ、俺らの所持金は全部フランに預けて、それぞれの必要予算に合わせて再分配するってやつだよな。
So basically, we need to get jobs.
今までは適当に出し合って、そこから適当に使ってたもんな。
All right, and get working on like some invention we can make money off of. I'm sure I could figure something out. We got a good crew of people together here with their own like unique like abilities, and I'm sure we could figure out like a whole business plan to, you know, make some money off of with all of us working together. You've all used money. Let's just agree with that, okay?
生活力皆無か。本当にそうだよ
The
ね。
table turn.
一体どうしてこんなことに。
Damn it, the dog's been going on the Petco website and buying dog toys. That's where our money went.
それが経理を担当することになったその日、驚愕の事実に僕は直面したんだ。
A shocking truth?
そもそも管理するべきお金がなかったんだよ。
What? We were broke to begin with?
やはりそうでしたか。あなたが財布を開いてはため息をつく姿、よく見かけていましたからね。
Then where'd the money come from?
他人事じゃないですよ伯爵。もはや一刻の猶予もないんですよ。このままじゃ日々の食事すら。
Oh, we still have some. Okay, so what kind of business plan can we like create
そんなことになってんの。さては誰か
to get some, you know, revenue going? I would hope no one here is embezzling.
インピー、君、オーニソプターの整備にいくら使ったか覚えてる？
あ、え
なんだ、原因インピーかよ。本当にお前ってやつだ。
ルパン、君の逃走用グッズの制作費、最初に申請を受けた額に軽く3倍はあったんだけど。
ああ、いや、新しいアイディ
So
アを
everyone's the problem?
金の管理すらできないくせに国家の情報組織とやり合うつもりか。どこまでも先が思い
それは僕のセリ
He's
フだ
about
よ
to get chewed out too.
君の弾丸の代金はインピーやルパンより高いんだからね。
なんだと。
So you didn't use much money on your own research, Victor? So you're also the problem. I didn't hear you. What did you say? Victor? You did?
なんだよ。普段だって人のこと言えねえじゃん。
Okay, so everyone here is horrible in money. What are we gonna do about it?
なるほど。皆さんだけの責任というわけではないから言い出せなかったんですね。
本当に反省しています。誘拐作戦の時、いろいろな薬品を作りすぎちゃって。
You know, hearing all the fact that the mission failed and we used this massive amount of money for like resources we've used up on said failed mission. Now I'm hurting. For different reasons than failure.
金に糸目はつけないから役に立つのを作ってくれってルパンにも言われてたし。
You never not worry about finances. Unless you're sure you have, like, support.
おお、矛先がこっちに。
それとルパン、情報を集めるのに金がいるって随分な額のお金を持っていったよね。
Oh, this is an
そりゃ仕方ねえよ。必要経費だ。人の心を分かりやすく動かすにはそれ相応の金がいるんだよ。
インピーには予備エンジン用の補助燃料を作ってくれって泣きつかれたし。
ああ、そんなこと言ったっけな。
And how about you, Van Helsing? Did you ask Victor for anything? Just admit it. Come out and admit it.
バンはその新型の弾薬を作らなければどうなるか分かってるって。
Van Helsing, you should go around threatening your teammates.
実際その銃弾にお前たちは救われている。とやかく言われる筋合いはないぞ。
And I appreciate that, but yeah, that's not the...
要するに全員に責任があるということですね。
Yeah, except for me, because I don't remember using any money for anything. Maybe we can open up a small restaurant with Impe and Van Helsing as the chefs, and the rest of us as working the rest of the, because as far as I'm aware, they're the only two that can cook. So, or are we gonna have to go steal money? We're probably gonna do that, aren't we?
そうだね。しばらくは屋敷に備蓄された保存食とかで飢えをしのがないといけないかも。
弾薬もすでに残弾は少ない。
その場合は
We did. We just get off the
銃
hook.
で殴って戦うとか。
I mean, he could, but that's not as as satisfying, probably. But I've seen characters do it before. Use their guns as clubs.
ま
Never bad to pick up a new skill.
いざとなれば投手交換だ。
人間兵器も金の力には勝てないんだな。
インピーは機械いじり禁止。
ちょっと待ってよ。機械いじりは俺にとっちゃ空気吸うくらい当たり前のことなんだよ。死んじゃうって。
僕だって日課の実験を我慢するんだ。協力してほしいな。
Actually, wait. We could just sell things. Well, we need Saint Germain's permission. But I remember them saying that all the rooms in this mansion are filled with famous paintings and just a bunch of really valuable stuff that someone really rich would just spend money on because why not? So maybe we could sell some of that, but it's his stuff. We're just... I guess no one is safe from poverty. True, that is so true. This has becoming very depressing conversation.
そうださんちゃん
ダメですよ。さすがに皆さんの無計画な散財のフォローをしたいとは思えません。
そんなこと言わずにささんちゃんの古美術品ちょこっと売るだけで相当な値段になるんじゃないかななんて。
なるほど。
I hate that I had the same idea, but
私の美術品に手をつける
I'll pay you back somehow.
それ相応の仕置きは覚悟してくださいね。
What's this? Saint Germain is smiling his usual smile, but I sense a deep anger underneath.
さんちゃんいやさん様
Okay, so, you know, the valuables off the table, we're not selling those.
おとなしくしてます
If man will not work, he shall not eat. 働ける者は働く。それが社会の掟というものです。皆さんの才能を生かしてお金を稼いではいかがですか？
Well, Impey and Lupin can work, but Victor is a wanted man, isn't he? He has a wanted poster and everything, so he can't really go out and, like, look for a job, can he? I guess it could, but it'd be pretty dangerous. I mean, Lupin is also a criminal. He's a master thief, but, like, he does wear a mask, so he does have some sense of, like, you know, safety of his identification, but, like, where can we get jobs in this place anyway? What kind of jobs are available?
僕たちの才能
ならばルパンが適任だろう。不正に金を貯めている者から金品を盗んでくればいい。
ああ嫌だね。それじゃ犯罪じゃねえか。
泥棒が犯罪をして何が悪い。
So, yeah, I was gonna say, that you're a thief! That's a crime! That's a crime! You're already a criminal!
泥棒は泥棒でも泥棒紳士だっつってんだろ。紳士は自分のためじゃなく他人のために動く。自分の都合で盗みを働かない。それが俺の信条だ。
Don't think of it as personal gain. You're using it for your friends. It's a horrible excuse. Then how did you make your money up to now?
悪党を懲らしめ不正に得た金を元の持ち主に返す。その過程でちょっとばかり手間賃をもらうのさ。
Then do that.
ならそういう輩を見つけ出してきて盗み出し手間賃を手に入れればいいだろう。
それじゃ自分の都合になっちまうだろう。自分のために動いた瞬間からもう泥棒紳士とは言えねえのさ。
ややこしいやつなんだよルパンってやつはさ。
Yes, contemplative. Why are you looking at me? What? I think. I stammer out an excuse, but Lupin smiles and thanks me.
ルパンがダメとなると僕たちも仕事口を探さなくちゃいけないね。お金稼ぎに時間を取られては本末転倒だから、何か特技を生かして短時間で大きくお金を得られるような仕事。
That would be nice. Does anybody know anything like that? And babe, they know your face now. They're out for your blood there.
この間の騒動で俺たちが稼ぎまくっただろ。ブラックリストが回ってどこもしばらくはゲイン。
That's no longer an option because somebody tried to cheat. We won that much?
確かにあれが全部手元に残っていれば今頃こんな心配はしなくていいんだけどね。
そうそう、誰かさんの襲撃のおかげでね。
Actually, no, that's not what happened. Then Helsing doesn't react to Inbei at all. But his eyes narrow as he reads the newspaper in front of him.
いい仕事だ。
He lays the newspaper down on the table and gestures at the page.
この新聞の3面を見てみろ。
Classified help wanted. Looking for a teacher to teach at North London Seminary.
北ロンドン学寮学
Do any of us have a teaching
女
license?
子校じゃんか。よし、そこに決めた。
Inbei, no.
インピーは面接で落とされるね、絶対。
動機不純のためというやつですね。
You're banned from going to the all-girls school. Lupin can make it work. I mean, he's an attractive young man. He has the grace of a gentleman. I don't know what he teach, but I'm sure he could teach something. Maybe Van Helsing could pull it off, but I'm not sure he'd have the patience. Victor probably could. He totally could. Except for he's a wanted criminal. He can't show his face in public. You're going to teach Van Helsing?
その下に乗っている。
Why mention that one then? Reward posted. The Adele and Brutus firm has received a note informing them of the intent to rob this year's annual outdoor auction.
アデル&ブルータス商会ってロンドンマフィア連合の表向きの名前じゃないか。
そんな場所に犯罪予告とは随分大胆なことをしますね。
We're gonna end up working with Herlock Sholmes. I need to remember to pronounce it that way. The thief is after a pendant called Noferatsu, Saber. The thief has repeatedly committed crimes by appearing suddenly out of the darkness. A detailed description is unavailable, as witnesses are knocked out with one blow.
この盗賊はお前じゃないのか、ル
暴力なんて下品な方法には頼らねえよ。
He's gonna be wrongfully accused of being this person.
こういうやつがいるから泥棒の品位が落ちるんだ。
泥棒の品位って言葉に著しい矛盾を感じるな。
I recall that Lupin mentioned something like this before. A spokesman for the firm says our firm would not yield to such threats.
本当にルパンじゃないの？
違うっつうの。
We have decided to place a bounty on the thief. The reward is 10 million. We await the attendance of bounty hunters who are confident in their skills.
1000万？そんだけあったら。
We can handle this? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
手に入れてもない金の感情するなよ。だが悪い話じゃないな。
この盗賊が予告状通りにオークション会場に現れるなら話は簡単だな。私たちが出向いてそのまま捕まえてしまえばいい。そうすれば金の心配はなくなる。
でもマフィアに関わるんだよ。見返りは大きいけど危険じゃないかな。
We don't have much choice, Victor.
相手が相手ですからね。面倒さで言えば私もあまり気が進みませんね。
What I'm most worried about is not this other notorious group that's we're gonna be going against, or it's any damages that happen to occur while making this all happen that we will have to pay for, and that will be taken out of our reward money. Because I could 100% totally see that happening. As long as no one makes too much, like, destruction, why not? We're just dealing with, like, some... Well, this guy's probably out in his own league, so I'm probably underestimating this guy, but you know what? Compared to going against Twilight, you know, this is nothing. At least at the moment it feels like it, so let's do it. Who is the thief? Like Victor said, we can't spend too much time worrying about trying to find the money. If we need to find money, and soon, then I think it's necessary to put ourselves into a risky situation.
そうだな。実際俺たちは金に困ってるわけだしな。
では決まりだな。コソ泥退治。
Lupin's like, this is serious now. This is personal. After we talk some more?
ではまずは現場に赴き様子を見る。その場の判断以下で参加するかを決める。それでいいな。
That sounds agreeable. Yes, I think it's a good plan.
野蛮な盗賊風情なんざこの泥棒紳士ルパン様にかかればちょろいもんだろうよ。
Unless Twilight is actually the thief, and this is just how they get their like finances for their activities. But aren't they government run? So they wouldn't need to. I think. Maybe our dad's the thief. Probably not.
泥棒が泥棒を捕まえようとは、なんともキーな展開ですね。
Yes, who is not a problem to pick up money after the ward is done? Then Helsing stares at the newspaper.
ノスフェラトゥのサーベルか。
Nosferatu Saber, What's the matter?
いや、なんでもない。美しいペンダントだと思っただけだ。
The article does have a photograph of the pendants. But the printing is grainy and hard to see. Van Helsing seems broody as he stares at the picture. Later, we all arrive at the auction sites. Along with the well-dressed ladies and men are rough-looking security guards in the back, in black. Is this the casino we went to before? I thought we were blacklisted. Lupin nods. They do it all in the same place then?
会場設営にも結構金をかけて客を呼び込んでるからな。最大限に活用しようって腹だろうさ。
でも入って大丈夫かな。バンは以前ここで大暴れしてるじゃないか。警備員だって何人も混沌させてたし。
Probably.
そもそもバン自身がどこかに行っちゃったしな。臆病風に吹かれて逃げちゃったとか。
誰が臆病風に吹かれただと？
Is he wearing a mask on one side of his head?
うわ、いたの？
噂をすれば影ですね。
Van Helsing, where were you?
主催者に掛け合ってきた。私の参加を歓迎するようにな。
Even after what happened last time? Are you sure it's alright?
逆にその腕を見込んでと許可が下りた。過去の栄光にすがるわけではないが、このまままだ通用するらしい。
So by saw your abilities, I think he means he reminded him how intimidating he was and that he can easily injure or kill him.
吸血鬼戦争の英雄。武力が重要となるこの場では、 当然の判断といったところでしょうか。
Or maybe he actually did use that title. But I mean, war hero or not, if you shot up my venue the week previous, I wouldn't want you here. I don't care if you have a name, a title. I don't care if you saved the world. You're not allowed in my store. We agree with Count and make our way to the venue. There's a large tent alongside where the auction is taking place. Inside are more elegant people, but one corner is strange.
今回の獲物は俺がもらう。
A bunch of bounty hunters who are here for the same reason as us.
バカ言うな。こんだけ高額の報奨金だぜ。誰が譲るか。
There's a group of fierce-looking men gathered in one corner, looking tense. Are we going to stand with them?
あの程度の連中気にかける必要などない。今のお前なら軽くあしらえる程度の雑魚ばかりだ。
Doesn't seem that way. Nakar, do you believe in yourself? Remember, you can kill anyone with just a touch. I look around and spot an unexpected face. Oh, nope. I'm going home. This is not safe for me. Or Lupin. Lupin, that man over there.
あ、気づいたか。なんであのおっさんがここにいるんだろうな。
Do you think he won't notice me since I changed clothing? Highly unlikely.
あれはレオンハルト近衛兵長だね。普段は王族の護衛をしてるはずだけど、知り合いなの？
We never told you how we met. Yeah, he tried to kidnap me.
え？
さらうってウェールズでのこと？それってやばくね？逃げた方がいいんじゃねえの？
I would say yeah. Personally.
心配すんなって。俺もお前もあの時とは格好が違うし、まず見た目じゃ気づけねえさ。
I'm not sure I believe that, but, you know.
それにあのおっさん、俺たちどころじゃなさそうだぜ。
He doesn't realize that you and that thief are two different person. He's gonna assume that's you, Lupin. He's gonna assume that's you. What do you mean? Lupin glances at Leonhardt with a mischievous look on his face.
随分とお高くとまったやつが来てるじゃねえか。お上品な舞踏会なら他は当たるんだな。なんだと？
絡まれてるね。
やれ 時と場合を気にしないとああいう目に遭うんですね。状況に合わせた格好をしなければ。
それサンちゃんが言う？
Yeah, I was gonna say that. What about us? I mean, Victor and Faye, they're fine. They're very casual wear. Us now, we now look very casual. But Saint Germain and Lupin, you guys look like noblemen. Noblemen.
バウンティーハンターの皆様、本日はよくお集まりいただきました。
A man dressed in black appears on the main stage with a bright smile.
今回の懸賞金支払い条件についてご説明させていただきます。
説明が始まったようだね。
臆していても始まりませんし、行ってみましょうか。
Are you sure we'll be okay? Our clothing stands out too. Do you think they'll hassle us like Leonhardt?
ご心配なさらず、私たちに近寄ってくる輩は絶対にいませんよ。
I wonder where the Count gets his confidence. I realize what he means as soon as we head into the crowd.
おい、あれヘルシングじゃねえか。ヘルシングって英雄ヘルシングか。吸血鬼戦争じゃもう一人の相棒と二人で吸血鬼のアジトを壊滅させたって話だぜ。マジかよ。さすがは人間兵器だな。
Well, the chapter actually, I think, was labeled something related to a vampire. I think it had vampire, the word vampire in it, so maybe the thief is a vampire, but who? Why? Well, I guess vampires need money too. Van Helsing leads the way, and the men around us step aside respectfully.
こりゃいいや。バン様々だな。
You've got quite the reputation. The MC continues speaking as we make our way to the stage.
予告状では犯行時間は午後10時。それはつまり本日のメイン商品となるノスフェラトゥのサーベルのオークション中ということです。どのようなことがあろうともオークションをつつがなく進行することが私ども商会における誇り。このような不届きな輩が二度と現れることのないよう、この盗賊に制裁を与える必要があります。手段は問いません。彼を捕まえてください。できれば生きたままで。不慮の事故はなるべく避けたいですが、その時はその時考えましょうか。
There are a few rough laughs and snickers from the bounty hunters in the audience.
なるほど。デッドアライブなわけね。それでヤードの連中はいないわけか。
早い話が見せしめということだろう。
A warning?
マフィアは誇りを何より重んじる。それをコケにした盗賊が許せないんだろう。これだけの額を賞金に掲げ、生死を問わず身柄を確保しようとしていることからも明白だ。
レオンハルトさんがここにいるのは案外それを見越してのことかもしれませんね。
You know, I'm so very nervous around Leonhardt. Because yes, we're wearing something different. Yes, we have a hat, but I don't believe that clothing is useful as a disguise.
対象に適図を負わせないため、またはヤードで保護するため。
And I believe they shined a flashlight on us when they found us, so they know what our face looks like. So it's not like we can use the excuse that it was dark in the mansion, the darkness as the lighting as an excuse. Lupin probably can, actually. But yeah, I think I remember them shining like a flashlight on us when they found us.
私の憶測通りだとしたら、実に正義感の強い御仁ですね。
レオンハルト兵長か。僕が宮廷錬金術師として働いている時もかなり真面目な人だったからな。伯爵の考え当たっているかもしれませんね。
Try this again. Hungry. I'll look over at Leonard's. Thinking back on our past interaction.
なんだこれ。やんのかおら。うるさい。話が聞こえないではないか。
They're still messing with him.
皆様には今日これよりオークションに出品される商品すべての警護をお願いします。盗賊を捕らえれば1000万、生かして捕らえれば倍の2000万をお支払いしましょう。
Oh, chance for a double. Ooh. Why so much to catch him alive?
先ほど言った通りだ。拷問の末に殺すことで我々に手を出す者はこうなると周囲に知らしめる。
Public execution? Is that the idea? Butcher? That's something painful, right?
想像を絶するだろうな。
It seems the thief is in for a miserable fate if we hand him over. I don't feel good about earning money at the expense of someone else's life.
では、やめましょうか。
What? The cat responds without hesitation.
どうにもこの類の方たちの考えは苦手でして。単純な取り物だったのなら何も口出しするつもりはなかったのですが、あなたの言うようにこの場で受け取れるのは血に汚れた金銭です。いくらルパンたちの責任からここにいるとはいえ、私の屋敷で生活する以上、そういったもので稼いだお金は使ってほしくはありませんね。
We really do need the money.
ですから今回ばかりは貸しにしましょう。いつかゆっくりと皆で返してくれれば構いません。
それはつまり伯爵が僕たちの生活費を賄ってくれるということですか？
皆さんがある程度のお金を持てるようになるまでですけどね。
おお、さんちゃん優しい。
Wonder how long it's gonna take to pay him back. I guess we go home. I guess that defeats the purpose of us coming here then. A murder to set an example. The auction venue echoes with shouts in greed-fueled glee. I can't help but feel depressed, knowing that someone will be killed, even if that someone is bad.
安心してください。今回の取り物、皆さんにも参加してもらいます。
え、でも金の問題が解決するなら参加する意味ないんじゃないの？
ええ、ですので貸しには条件をつけさせてもらいます。
He wants the person?
盗賊を取り押さえ、レオンハルトさんに匿名で引き渡す。これを成し得た時には皆さんの当面の生活費を私が保証させてもらいますよ。
Okay. We all look at one another in response.
随分と善人じみた真似をするな、伯爵。どういう風の吹き回しだ？
どうもこうもありません。ただの気まぐれですよ。私は変わり者の貴族ですから。
The count walks over to the seats to wait for the start of the auction.
ただ私の屋敷にいる心優しいお嬢さんが悲しい顔をしていましたので、それがきっかけかもしれませんね。
He quietly says this to me as he passes me by.
続きまして次の出品はアステカの金の王冠です。こちらは純金製であることもさることながら、持ち主に支配者としての幸運をもたらすという曰く付きの一品でございます。見てください、この鮮やかな文様。現代にはない古代アステカ文明の洗練されたセンスと卓越した技術を。
100万、200万。
This calm music, it just
200万、200万が出ました。
it's gonna
他の
change
方はいらっしゃいませんか？
suddenly.
500万だ。
Murmurs of surprise were up to this bid.
金持ちどもの家の張り合いか。実にくだらない。
あ、珍しく同意見。俺もそう思うぜ。
では前言を撤回する。
どんだけ俺が嫌いなんだよ。
The bounty hunters observed the auction from the corner of the venue. Everyone seems to have their own agenda as they lurk in the darkness, waiting for the moment to arrive. With this many people after the thief, are you sure you won't get a head start on this?
その心配はな
They
いだろ
won't
う。
get a head start?
例の盗賊はこれ以前の盗みでは今日以上の警備をやすやすと突破している。ここに集まった連中の中にもそれなりの
that information?
待っている間に周りのものから聞き出したままだ。この盗賊の襲撃傾向を考えれば予告時間まで私たちの出番を迎える。
He's gonna appear. Just as Van Helsing says that there is no indication of the thief's presence, it's almost 10 p.m. and nothing's happened.
さあ、いよいよ本日のメイン商品の登場となります。ノスフェラトゥのサーベルです。
A woman pushes a cart onto the stage. Set atop it is a sparkling golden pendant with a shape in the shape of a dagger. Even though I'm no connoisseur of arts, I can tell it's worth a lot from one glance at the craftsmanship.
数百万程度ならば思わず出してしまいそうになるほど
Only a few million, you know. Wow, if only I could say that. It's only a few million.
伯爵、真剣に品定めをするのはいいですけど、僕たちの目的を忘れないでくださいね。
こちらはかの吸血鬼戦争の際、吸血鬼たちの統率者であるドラクロワが身につけていたという一品。
Oh, that's house related.
吸血鬼の持つ飾りには特殊な力が宿るといいます。彼らの驚異的な身体能力が身につくとも言われ、若返り、長寿の効果さえあると囁かれています。この品はその中でも最強の吸血鬼と謳われたドラクロワの首飾り。
Maybe vampires are related to the creation of the gemstone in us.
こういった下法で出回っている品には興味がないのですが、あれはどうにも人を引きつける古美術品コレクターとしての血が騒ぎますね。
うわ、すごい意外な一面。サンちゃんの目が欲にくらんでるよ。
The auction seems to be proceeding smoothly. At that moment,
愚昧なる人間ども、汚い手でそれに触れるでない。予告通り、貴様らより我らが宝、奪いに来てやったぞ。
excited voices echo throughout the area. In reaction to the words, "take back," the waiting bounty hunters all leapt into action and took out their weapons.
出たか盗賊の野郎
Sounds like a
こ
child.
こにいるあそこを見ろテントの入り口だ
One man stands up and points behind us. There's a small figure standing in the dimly lit entrance of the tent. Is it the dog? That's a child? Whoever it is strides forward without faltering and raises his voice once he reaches the very center of the tent.
知れ者ども、道を開け
He's
ろ。
got the little teeny tiny
世
little
は世が
vampire
手に入
teeth.
れるべきものをここへ取り返しに
He's
来
just
た
a
のだ
baby.
からな。
子供だよなどう見ても盗賊ってなりじゃねえ
At his comments, the others around him start buzzing. And soon the conversation shifts to laughter and ridicule.
おいガキここは お前の来るような場所じゃねえぞ。
A man twice the boy's size approaches him and tries to shoo him off.
ガキだと？余はガキではない。今宵貴様ら人間の宝を奪いに参ったのだ。予告状を出したであろう。
The boy shows no sign of backing down, however, and raises his voice even more. The men around them begin shouting insults at the man who approached the boy.
おいおい、そんな小さいお子様も追い払えねえのに、どうやって盗賊を相手にするんだよ。口で負けてるじゃねえか。デクのごよ。しょうがねえ。言うこと聞かねえガキには多少の仕置きが必要だよな。
So do you think they're dead or not? The man slowly raises his arm.
それは世への宣戦布告か？後悔することになるぞ。
ふざけたこと言いやがって。
The boy's in danger. No, he's not. He's not in danger. There's no danger. My feet start to move despite myself, but Van Helsing grabs my shoulder.
行くな。危険だ。
But
勘違いするな。危険なのは男の方だ。
that is not a human child over there. What? I only took my eyes off them for a second. But the man is suddenly high in the air. A second later, he thuds into the ground.
何をしやがったてめえ。
何をそこまで驚く？世は拳を軽く見舞っただけだ。さて、他に銃を飛びたいものは？
Who is that child?
吸血鬼。
He's probably like the last of the vampire clan or something. The little vampire prince or something. I don't know. What?
吸血鬼。人類では遠く及ばない驚異的身体能力を持ったアジン種。あの子がそうだと。
待て待て、いくら吸血鬼の子供だからってあんなに強くねえだろ。
説明してやってもいいが、今その暇はなさそうだ。
Can I have a detailed explanation later? Just as Van Helsing says, the boy gracefully leaps into the stage, while everyone around him stands dumbfounded.
聞くがいい、愚昧なる人間どもよ。よこそが夜の王、ノスフェラトゥの長、ドラクロワの名を継ぐ者。
Yep, I knew it was some kind of like vampire era who lost his parents in the war, and you know, the usual.
ドラクロワ2世である。吸血鬼。
ドラクロワの血族だと？人間への復讐にやってきたんだ。
He just wants his mom's pendants. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. Or it's like the what he needs to prove that he is the heir to the clan or whatever. As soon as they hear his name, people in the crowd begin to scream. The audience panics, and people begin to flee and run about. Why is everyone so upset? It's true the boy did show extraordinary strength. But the people here seem to be afraid of something else.
吸血鬼は人々の畏怖の対象でした。そして数年前、人類は吸血鬼を根絶やしにするあることを行いました。それが後に吸血鬼戦争と呼ばれるアジンたちの粛清。そしてその戦争は終結したとはいえ、イギリスの人々は心の中でずっと恐れていたのです。もしも吸血鬼に生き残りがいたならば、私たちは復讐されてしまうのではないか。そんな風にね。
さて、約束通りにこれはヨがもらっていくぞ。
He shouts at the top of his voice and tucks the pendant into his coat.
あいつ商品を捕まえればいいだけのことだ。
The men climb onto the stage and point their guns at the young boy.
動くんじゃねえぞ。動いた瞬間にてめえは蜂の巣だ。
ほう。ならばやってみるがいい。
He'll probably be fine. Oop. He's a vampire and he has his hands on the magic stone, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
足を狙え。賞金は山分けだ。いいな。
Also, even if he is a vampire, he probably... It feels wrong to shoot a little child.
確かに当たったはずだ。なぜ傷がない。
アホが避けたからに決まっておろう。
バカ言うんじゃねえ。銃弾を避けられる人間なんてこの世にいるわけがねえ。
You idiot. He's not human. He's a vampire.
そうか。だがあいにくと世は人間ではない。
He already told you that. Listen. The boy takes a fighting stance, and an instant later, all the men around him, but one, have fallen to the ground.
バカな。
The last man collapses, and a profound silence fills the room. The boy turns to the audience. There's hatred in his eyes. Hatred so great, it feels suffocating just to witness.
恐怖せよ人間ども。これが我らの怒り、我らの憎しみだ。世はここに宣言する。吸血鬼の一族は決して貴様たちを許さないことを。貴様らすべてに我らが味わった苦しみと痛みを平等に分け与えることを。
Those words cause the panic in the audience to reach new heights. The screams only get louder. What I It's been a while since they last screamed and ran, and now, so were they just screaming and running around the venue here between like the between the aisles? You know, I would have assumed they screamed and ran out of the venue here, out of the room. The child on stage watches and laughs, then disappears behind the curtains.
行くぞ。
Where?
あの子供、放っておいては何をするかわからない。その手を人の血に染めることもそう遠くはないだろう。そういう目をしている。止めなければいけない。
No killing him. Van Helsing begins running to the stage. Wait, Van Helsing! I try to follow him, but Lupin grabs me by the hand.
待て待て、落ち着けって。まともに追いかけたところで、あのおちびちゃんには追いつけねえよ。
Too fast for you.
それに、バンのやつもらしくね。あんな熱くなるやつじゃねえだろうに。一体どういうつもりなんだ。
Aren't we going after him?
心配すんな。不愛想メガネだろうと、あいつは俺たちの仲間だ。放ってはおかねえよ。
先回りなんてできるの？どこに逃げるのかもわからないのに。
任せとけ。超一流の泥棒紳士、アルセーヌ・ルパン様を信じろ。
Don't go saying that in public. It's cold. No better. Lupin starts running, and we follow him out of the tent in a rush. We leave the auction venue behind. Soon we arrive at the nearby forests, where we had met Van Helsing for the first time.
おいルパン、完全にあさっての方向だぜ。本当にこんなところにいんのかよ。
ああ、間違いなくいる。あいつは見たとこ単独犯だ。いくら強かろうが、マフィアみてえな組織相手に逃げ切るのは不可能。必ず一度身近な場所に隠れようとする。ここいらじゃこの森が最も手近だ。俺が以前逃げ込んだようにな。
Look at the trees!
なるほど。犯罪者心理ということですか。さすが超一流の泥棒紳士ですね。
そういうこと。俺たちとは別の足音。距離が近い。もうすぐだ。
Lupin speeds up, and we do our best to keep up with him. We break through bushes into a clearing. Surprise! The boy from before is standing there, dumbfounded.
なんだ貴様ら。まさかあの場所から追いかけてきたのか？世に追いつける人間がいるとは驚きだな。
It's okay to be impressed.
だがペンダントは返さんぞ。
I don't
貴様ら
want
に
you
捕
to
まっ
keep
て
it.
やる義理もない。
Oh, no. We look at each other.
そいつがお前の親父さんの持ち物ってなら取り返す義理はねえ。 お前をマフィアに差し出すのもどうやら目覚めが悪そうだ。
ではなぜ世を追ってきた？物を
We wanna adopt you.
囚われろというわけでも
Why not? Look at the characters we have here in that one living together. Why not add a vampire child?
敵が見えんな。
できれば僕たちは君に自首をしてほしいんだ。もちろんマフィア相手にじゃない。信頼できるヤードの人を僕たちは知ってる。その人に事情を話して、そこでしかるべき対応を受けてほしい。
余計な世話だ。世にとっては人間など皆同じだ。邪魔をするならば容赦はしないぞ。
Just as Van Helsing said, it's impossible to tell what he'll do. That expression of hatred. He might harm someone later on. But from how he fought earlier, we don't stand a chance against him. Lupin, I have an idea. I take a step forward. I am going to try to persuade him. There's no way we're gonna stop him if we try using force. That leaves only... Don't worry. We're not going to hurt you. We're on your side.
人間を信用する気など毛頭ない。
But I'm not a human.
どうせ懸賞金目当てであろう。
I mean, yes, but no. But there's a fraction of truth to what you're saying, but
あなたが壇上で宣言したように人を殺しその手を血に染めるというのなら私たちも遠慮なくあなたを捕まえることにしましょう。しかしもしまだ迷っているのならどうでしょうか。まずは私の屋敷でお茶でも飲んでゆっくりしてみるというのは。
are we going to adopt him?
今よりももっと冷静な判断が下せるかもしれませんよ。
いいや、世は元から冷静だ。その申し出は丁重に断らせてもらおう。
We have a dog. Do you like dogs? The boy shakes his head and takes a fighting stance. Suddenly, we hear footsteps from behind. I turn around to see Van Helsing. You caught up. Van Helsing says nothing, glaring silently at the boy before us.
前は
久しぶりだな。竜の子、ドラキュラ。
Dragon? I thought we were dealing with vampires, not dragons. Is this a text error? Is that supposed to say like Dracula or something? So are you a vampire or are you a dragon? Or are you both? I'm confused now.
その名はもう捨てた。 要は父の名を継いだのだ。
Maybe his father was a vampire and his mother was a dragon. Very interesting.
そうか。では私もお前をドラクロワ2世と呼ぼう。
Okay, so that was a text error. The LaCroix? Instead of Dracula. Do these two know each other? I'm about to ask when, in an instant, Delacroix slides in close to Van Helsing and swings a fist. Van Helsing blocks the punch of his gun. No shooting the child! But the force of the impact causes him to jump back and avoid falling over.
よくものこのこと世の前に顔を出せたものだな。
お前はこのままでは闇に落ちる。私と同じように。
貴様がしたような口を叩くな、バンヘルシング。
I think you both need to be separated. I sense some tension here. The attack is intense. The boy throws a storm of punches, too fast for the human eye. But Van Helsing calmly blocks them.
殺してやる。貴様は絶対に殺してやる。
悪いが、私はまだ死ねない。
Van Helsing swings his gun, but Delacroix jumps back to avoid the strike. The two glare at each other, and there's no room for anyone to interfere. But... Go away! You're interfering! We hear the other bounty hunters closing in. They finally caught up. The LaCroix looks away for a moment.
ヘルシング、貴様が父上を殺したあの場所で待っている。もし来なければ、世がお前を探し出し、お前とお前の大切な者たちを一人残らず殺してやる。そこにいる者たちも全員だ。
His eyes are full of murderous intent. When he glares at me, I can't help myself from taking a few steps back.
我らの因縁に決着をつけるとしよう。
With that, he disappears into the night, before anyone can do anything to stop him. All that remains is the angry shouting of men searching for him, and our own confusion. Several hours later, we've returned to the mansion. The LaCroix disappeared into the forest without being captured. The auction organizers placed an even greater bounty on his head, and the greedy hunters hooted and shouted in excitement. Once we came back to the mansion, Van Helsing announced that he needs some fresh air and went outside, and we're gonna follow him, maybe. It's already nighttime, midnight, but nobody seems to want to retire to their own room yet. I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing. What did Van Helsing do in the past? Well, based on what I know, since he fought in a vampire war and is a war hero, and the child literally said, "You killed my father," I'm gonna assume he killed a lot of vampires, and those vampires were friends and family of this child. It's not that hard of a deduction. Come on. It's not did he, but it's what are the reasons behind why? Was he just taking orders? Was his father, this kid's father, actually like a bad, I would say, person, but he's not a person, he's a vampire? A bad vampire? Did he have some like plot to kill all the humans? But this child, since he's a child and that's his father, you know, was blinded to that little piece of information. What are the details of the story? Mm-hmm. If so, why did he do such a thing? There are many questions, but I can't quite tell if it's my place to ask outright. The silence is finally broken at the count, but by the count.
私たちは選ばなければいけませんね。
What?
彼と直接対峙し、彼の気が変わるよう促すか、それとも彼が今後私たちに危害を加えられないようにするか。
Let's have plan B be that he doesn't try to harm us in the future, and plan A be confront him and urge him. That would be my preference. The latter option is probably a genteel way of saying we should kill him. I assume as much, but can't bring myself to ask for clarification.
なこと言ってもさ、相手は子供なんだぜ。戦おうって気にはなんねえよ。
Me too. And he seemed to have reasons for doing what he did.
そうだね。だけどドラクロワ2世は僕たちを殺すと宣言したんだ。何も。
いや。
とにかく俺たちだって黙って殺されるわけにはいかねえんだ。明日奴のアジトに行ってみようぜ。
アジト、あのドラクロワ2世の言っていたバンとの因縁の地という場所ですか？
向かうのはいいけど、それってどこにあるわけ？バンしか知らないんじゃね？
それにこれはバン個人の問題でもあります。そうやすやすと彼が私たちを同行させるでしょうか。
Then we follow him in secret.
そればっかりは本人次第だな。嫌だと言われりゃそれまでだ。とにかく
Would the kid say all of us are supposed to come? Or did I misread? Lupin's the first to leave the room. Impey, Saint Germain, and Victor eventually head up to their own rooms. As for me, for some reason, I don't want to go to bed just yet, so I remain in my chair. I wonder how long I've been sitting here. I sit in the quiet, deserted lounge with my eyes closed. I hear a noise and raise my head to see Victor standing at the open door.
いや、ずいぶんと遅くまで起きてるね。寝ないのかい？
Not yet.
So many thoughts keep coming in my mind, and I can't sleep. What about you?
僕も君と同じかな。あの子供とバンのことを
So
少
what
し
do we do?
考えててさ。
The LaCroix?
うん。これまでに彼が起こした事件を最初から全て調べてみたんだけど、
And
狙った獲物はみんな元は吸血鬼の王族が持っていた財産だったものらしいんだ。
what?
つまり彼は盗んでいたんじゃない。奪われた吸
He's
血鬼の
taken
財産
back.、
同胞の形見を取り返していたんだよ。
知れ者ども、道を開けろ。世は世が手に入れるべきもの。
Is that true?
多分バンもそのことは分かっているんだろうね。彼ほど深く吸血鬼たちの滅亡を知る人はいないだろうから。
Victor, do you know Van Helsing well?
いや、知っているのは表面的なことだけだよ。彼は2年前の吸血鬼戦争で英雄になった。彼のおかげで吸血鬼戦争は短期に終結し、英国軍は軽微な被害で済んだと言われている。人類に危害を加えようとした吸血鬼たちのアジトに乗り込んで、吸血鬼の王ドラクロワを殺し、その一族を全員殺したと言われてる。戦争はそれがきっかけで終結した。あとはただ残党狩りがあっただけだ。
Was all that necessary? Victor slowly shakes his head.
吸血鬼という存在が人類に危害を加えようとした。それがどこまで本当なのか
Probably not. It's probably all a
僕には
lie.
わからないよ。
And after everything went down, Van Helsing found out it was a lie. They were never a threat to begin with, and he left the organization. And that's my guess of what happened.
でもはっきり言えることがある。戦争はただの殺し合いだ。そこに正義なんてない。
I noticed that Victor's hands are clenched tightly into fists. Victor? What's the matter?
ああ、いや、僕も宮廷錬金術師なんてやっていたからさ。あの戦争に関しては他人事じゃいられなくて。
Victor's tone makes me feel like he's been avoiding the truth.
それでもバンは簡単に誰かを殺すような冷酷な人間じゃないと思うんだ。 彼が称えられているいわゆる英雄的な行為は事実からほど遠い気がするんだ。
Yes, I think so too.
ああ、話し込んじゃったね。僕もそろそろ寝るとするよ。君も早く眠った方がいい。
Thanks. Victor smiles and gives me a little wave as he leaves. I still can't sleep, though, so I head outside the mansion. I only have one reason for doing so. I saw Van Helsing through the window, and couldn't help but come out after him. I wonder where he went. I know I saw him right here. I feel that if I can see him, the thoughts that stir up my emotions, like Van Helsing's past, and the LaCroix Second's hateful gaze, will somehow be soothed. Oh. I find him. He doesn't seem to be doing anything, just standing there deep in thoughts. I'm about to call out to him. Then I see what a somehow sorrowful state he is in, and I hesitate.
お前か。こんな時間に何をしている？
Van Helsing notices me before I can make up my mind to speak. I was saving the game, is what I was doing. I was... This feels intrusive, but I want to know. I hope this doesn't offend you. I want to ask you something personal. I can't stop thinking about it. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. That boy, the LaCroix II? Did you kill his father? Van Helsing falls silent for a moment. For some reason, the silence begins to frighten me. I don't know Van Helsing very well, but that simple admission eloquently conveyed the immense weight he bears on his chest. I see.
紛れもない事実だ。私はあの少年から父親という存在を奪った。
His words are stern, distant. He's telling me the complete, unabridged truth, but he doesn't look my way at all. It almost feels like he's telling me that I have no business asking this about him.
もう遅い。部屋に戻って休め。
He turns back to the mansion as he says this, can't respond to him at all, and merely watch as he walks away. When I enter my room, Cece comes up to me, wagging his tail. Oh, I'm sorry, Cece. That's right, we always sleep together. Were you worried about me? Everything's fine. Let's go to bed. Cece hops on bed and curls up. I feel the weight of his body by my feet and close my eyes. Van Helsing. Delacroix. My father. And me. I think about all kinds of things, but the conclusion I ultimately arrive at is simply everyone probably lives under the burden of their different events in their pasts. What burden am I carrying? It's with this thought that I gradually fall asleep. The next day, the train slowly leaves the station. We're headed for the place where Delacroix is waiting for us. According to Van Helsing, it's far to the north of London, all the way in Scotland. It's at least one whole day's journey away. In the end, we all decided that we would travel here together. Van Helsing had no objections to our request to accompany him. Van Helsing and Delacroix. Do they mean to continue fighting until one of them falls? One having lost his family, and the other having taken it away. Even if this is the path chosen for themselves, all I can think about is whether there's a way to avoid Van Helsing's death. And the death of Delacroix.
天候があまり良くありませんね。これは一雨来そうだ。
I look outside the window. Ominous gray clouds cover the sky. It feels like a foreshadowing of the events to come, and I avert my eyes of them. From that point until we arrive, no one says much, and we spend our time either looking out the window or reading. The boy's father died during the Vampire War. He says Van Helsing killed him.
どうかしたか?
I'm just wondering if you're okay. I mean, I know you're not, but you know.
Without realizing it, I'd been staring at Van Helsing. Oh, yes. It seems like you haven't slept much, so I was wondering if you were alright.
そうか。私は問題ない。お前こそ、あいつらを見習って気を休めておくことだ。
With those few words, the conversation comes to an end. I wonder what he's thinking right now. We're all deep with the divorced. We arrive. We arrive right at the station. We arrive right at the station at dawn. But there's still a long journey ahead of us. It's already sunset.
もうすぐ日が暮れますね。目的の場所というのはまだ遠いのでしょうか。
もう少しだ。
We walk through the woods in silence. Van Helsing? A silence. But I don't back down, keep talking. What are you going to do to that boy? If the only options are to kill or be killed, what did he come here to do?
さあな。
He doesn't give me a clear answer and starts walking even faster. We walk for 2 more hours. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, that looks like a vampire castle. The scenery suddenly opens around us, and the trees are replaced by tall buildings.
おお、こりゃすげえや。
うわー、すごく大きなお屋敷だね。ずいぶん古いようだけど。
吸血鬼一族の歴史は古く、各地に点在していたようです。ここもその拠点の一つなのでしょう。
なんつうかでかいしすげえんだけど、なんか寂しい場所なんだな。
Now that he mentions it, the castle does have a certain sadness. Is that boy waiting for us all by himself in that castle that used to stand with such dignity in the past?
行くぞ。
Van Helsing sets off, and we follow. Our footsteps echo in the hall. While the interior is in disrepair, it's not as bad as the decrepit exterior.
なんかびっくりするほど寂れちゃってんのだ。
Inbei says this in a soft voice, sounding sadder than I expected. I turn around. Inbei, have you been here before?
いや、ないよ。ないんだけど、なんだかね。
Maybe he was a vampire in his past life.
インピ。ドラクロワ2世がなぜあれほど強いのか、お前は疑問に思っていたな。
え、そうだな。いくら吸血鬼って言ってもさ、子供だぜ。そりゃ不思議に思うっての。
疑問に答えてやろう。ドラクロワ2世は純血種だ。
Pure blood?
吸血鬼という種族は閉鎖的ではあったが、世界情勢を作るのはあくまで人間だ。そして人に近しい存在であるがゆえに、人の世界と無関係ではいられない。時代を経るにつれ、一部の吸血鬼は人間との交流を深め、その血は混じり合っていった。
種族を超えた愛というものでしょうか。
表現など好きにすればいい。やがて人間との関わりが強くなるにつれ、堅くなに交流を拒んでいた者たちは全体から見ればごく少数となった。
And they started the Society of Vampire Hunters or something.
単なる人嫌いや吸血鬼としての誇りを掲げる者。理由は様々だったが、それらは皆一様に吸血鬼本来の高い身体能力を誇った。
じゃあ、あのちびすけが強えのは人の血が混じってないからか。
昔はむしろあれが普通だったってことだよね。吸血鬼は人間の畏怖の対象だったって言うけど、それもうなずける話だね。
だが結局のところ、人間との交流を拒んだ者たちの大半は自然と消えていくことになったよ。
イフの対象ね。
Van Helsing continues speaking as he walks.
奴はもうすぐそこにいる。かつて私が吸血鬼の王ドラクロワを殺したその場所に。
We suddenly enter an open space. A large room, the size of a great hall. I see wide, luxurious staircases and elaborate chandeliers. Although everything looks worn out now, their presence speaks to the past splendor of this mansion. And then
待っていたぞ、ヘルシング。
standing at the center of the stairs is the pure-blooded vampire. As if he had been waiting the whole time.
父上が最後に果てたこの場所で、世は貴様の首を取ってみせる。
We all tense up at these afterwords. However, without tension, hesitation, however, without hesitation, Van Helsing starts forward, without even drawing his gun. Van Helsing?
そこで見ている。
おいおい、一人で平気なのかよ。
これはあくまでも私の問題だ。ここから先は私だけでいい。
大勢で来たというのに助けは求めぬのか。今日は貴様らが束で来ようとも構わぬ。転がる死体の数が増えるだけになるかもしれんがな。
無駄口が多いな、ドラクロは2世。私を恐れているのか。私が憎いのなら早々に殺してみる。もっと それができるならばの話だ。
Let's not kill anyone, okay? No killing today. In the tense atmosphere, the air around the boys seems to swirl. I thought I said no fighting. Oh, what time is it? Yeah, it's 2:09. He brushes his cape back and raises his fist.
世を以前の世と思うな。お前を殺すためだけに世は修練を重ねてきたのだ。父上の無念、母上の悲しみ、同胞たちの怒りを今ここで晴らしてくれる。行くぞ、ヘルシング！
Oh gosh. His speed enables him to close the 10 steps between them in an instant. As we expected, the Ducroix's physical abilities are extraordinary.
得意の銃を構えぬとは、王を舐めているのか！
Then Helsing takes every one of the boys' punches without so much as a change in his expression.
どうした？反撃しないつもりか？
This is his punishment for himself.
貴様、どこまでも世を愚弄する気か！
Then Helsing brushes aside an unending stream of punches and kicks, doing nothing but fighting defensively. But how is Van Helsing able to block these attacks so easily? From what I saw at the auction, the child's fists hold a tremendous amount of power. Is it really possible to take this many blows, even though they may not be direct hits?
あれは相手の力を正面から受け止めていないからですよ。
The Count speaks out as if reading my mind.
力を受け止めるのではなく、その力の方向を巧みにそらすことで威力を逃がしているんです。とはいえ、あれはあくまでもバンだから可能な戦法でしょう。 常人ではドラクロワ2世の拳に反応すらできないでしょうから、人間兵器の弾嘘ではないということです。
Does that mean both of them are superhuman beings above the range of what's considered normal? It seems so. I suddenly recall my past of being called a monster and being hated. For some reason, this scene before me of two people fighting for their lives looks sad to me. Are you sure he doesn't need help?
助ける必要はねえだろ。
But
別に見捨てるとかそういうことじゃねえさ。ただ単にバンがそれを望んじゃいねえし、それにあいつにも考えがあるんだろ。本気でやべえと思ったら問答無用で助けりゃいい。でもそれまでは俺たちは何もするべきじゃねえ。
I like that.
バンの言う通り、これはあいつが背負わなきゃいけないことだろうからな。
something he has to do himself. It's closure.
心配しなくてもいいよ。
Maybe.
バンは強いし、優しい人だと思う。きっと、なんとかしてくれる。
Okay. I nod hesitantly at Victor's points. As we watch the fighting progress, it all changes suddenly. Van Helsing sinks his fist into the boy's abdomen. Van Helsing wastes no opportunity when his opponent loses his balance and delivers a blow to the Locroix's head with his elbow. The boy jumps back in defense, however. By that time, Van Helsing has his 2 shotguns out and already pointed at the Locroix.
動けば撃つ。
Let's not shoot anyone. The tables have completely turned from his defensive fighting earlier. The hunter and the hunted. A tense silence fills the space between them.
それがどうした？集団を避けるなど造作もない。
ならば試してみるか。その瞬間、お前は息絶えることになる。お前自身、分かっているはずだ。お前は亡き父上よりはるかに弱い。お前では私に勝てない。
ならば、なぜ撃たない？
幸福を求める。私はそもそもお前に危害を与える気はない。
一体何のつもりだ？今さら情けをかけるというのか？
警告だ。動く
な。ならばなぜ2年前のあの時その情けを見せなかった？
撃ちたくはない。
お前さえいなければ父上と母上は死ななかったのに。
The boy leaps forward. I go about the dull boom of the gunshots. The Lacroix is rolling on the floor, as if he's been thrown back.
警告したはずだぞ。
Not a single drop of blood stains his clothes. Instead, there are white shards. I immediately realize what they are. Rock salt. Van Helsing had no intention of killing the boy from the beginning.
殺してやる。
It's like he has garlic salt in there. I wonder if that would actually be deadly, like, to this kid. If that would actually hurt him, garlic salt. Even after being shot, the Lacroix stands up. Van Helsing fires another gunshot's blast, and the vampire falls to the floor.
殺してやる。前もお前の大切なものもすべて。
Even then, Delacroix tries to stand up once again. Delacroix screams as the gunshots continue. That one had a garlic powder in it. His body is blown away. Like an old rag doll, it rolls across the floor. Van Helsing. That's enough, Van Helsing. It seems like Delacroix has finally lost the strength to withstand more gunshots and has stopped moving. His face is twisted in pain.
力の差が分かっただろう。ドラクロは2世。お前の実力では決して私を倒すことはできない。もうこれ以上宝物の強奪などやめることだ。人間はお前が思っている以上に残酷だ。油断しているお前ではいつかその身を食われることになる。人間すべてに復讐することなど諦めろ。
And just take it out on him?
許さない。ヘルシング、お前だけは。
お前が殺すのは私だけでいい。
Van Helsing stands and looks down at the boy for a long time.
今はまだお前に殺されるわけにはいかない。私にもどうしても果たさなければいけない目的がある。すべてが終わったら私はお前に殺されよう。私はそれだけのことをした。
Van Helsing.
ドラクロは2世。お前の復讐は私を殺して終わりにしろ。それ以上誰も憎むな。
Delacroix slowly rises to his knees, shaking. He apparently has no more strength to resist. And Van Helsing lowers his gun.
どういうつもりだ。罪滅ぼしとでも言うのか。そんなこと絶対に許さない。善人のふりをして救いの手を差し出すなど。
Then how about this? How about you say he isn't, but we are? Is that a good compromise?
殺せ。お前に情けをかけられては父上と母上に顔向けできない。
お前を殺す必要がない。
殺せ。
No one's killing anyone tonight! The boy crumples to the floor. For a while, his crying is the only thing to break the silence within the hall. Outside, thunder roars in the distance, dully echoing through the house. I don't know the truth behind the war 2 years ago, or what war is really like. I only have knowledge from books I've read. I don't understand war very well. But to me, the LaCroix and Van Helsing both look like victims carrying the weights of their sadness from these events. A huge mansion has gone to ruin. He was probably living here all alone for the past 2 years. Just like I had been in Wales. No. His pain is far greater than mine. A hatred that he can't do anything about, and an anger that burns through him. His suffering must have been intense. I speak hesitantly. Do you think we could possibly bring him back with us?
この子とはドラ
I
ク
mean,
ロ
I
は
said we
2 世
should
の
adopt him
こ
earlier.
とですよね。
We have rooms. And maybe you want someone to spend all these centuries with. You know, a little friend. The rest of us are just humans. Well, I mean, we're not human, but I'm pretty sure our lifespan is human. I think. I don't know, actually.
カルディアちゃん、いくらなんでもそれは無理ってもんじゃない。この坊や、俺たちのこと殺すって言ってたんだぜ。
Then we make him not want to kill us. Much easier said than done, but we can try.
その発想はさすがになかったっつうか。なんて
And if
い
he
うか
wants to be all broody, he can take one of the rooms on the far side of the mansion.
それは僕も賛成しかねるかな。みんなの安全を考えれば彼という存在は危険すぎるよ。
As I expected, everyone disagrees. I could tell that Delacroix, leaning on the staircase to support himself, was quietly looking at me.
カルディア、どうしてそうしたいと思った？なんか理由があるんだろう？
Now that Lupin's asked, I started to explain my reasons little by little. I think it must be very lonely for him to stay here all by himself. I think that's very sad. At first I didn't realize it, because being alone seemed so natural to me. But now that I look back, the years I was alone were all very painful and trying time in my life. I try to explain myself, but the words just aren't coming out, and I get frustrated. I think there is a lot of things he won't see or understand, not as long as he remains here. That's why I want you to come with us. I think things will start to look different with you with a change of scenery. Does that sound crazy?
カルディアちゃん。
ああ、貴様は今相当おかしなことを言っているぞ。
You're not supposed to answer that.
The LaCroix suddenly starts talking.
なぜそんなに必死になる？世のことを何も知らないお前がなぜ世を気遣うようなことを言う？
Because you're also a monster, but don't say it that way. His gaze is sharp, searching for answers. I look directly back at him, staring into his eyes. My life has not been as difficult as yours, but I know a bit about loneliness. That's why I want to try and do something about it. Even though it's a dangerous situation, I also know the pain of losing parents. He remained silent for a long time.
世の感情を勝手に決めつけた挙句、それをどうにかしてやりたいだと。実に勝手な意見だな。
I'm sorry. The LaCroix takes a breath, then looks around the hall before turning to me again.
ここはこの屋敷は同胞の家族の墓だ。墓には墓守りが必要なのだ。世はここを離れるわけにはいかない。
復讐をなすことがお前の悲願なのだろう。
Van Helsing suddenly speaks up.
ならばお前はここに眠る同胞のためにも私を見張っていろ。
You gotta keep him alive so you can kill him, but hopefully not kill him. Hopefully he'll grow, I don't know, he'll grow on you or something.
すべてが終わった時、私が心変わりをして逃げ出さないようにな。 そしていつか私を殺し、その事実を追って手向けの花とするがいい。
その言葉に偽りはないのだな、ヘルシング。
ああ、その程度のことで私の罪が消えるとも思っていない。だが今となっては私にできることはそれくらいだ。
Van Helsing falls silent. The LaCroix doesn't say anything either, and simply stares at him. There's a long silence. Finally, in a soft voice,
分かった。お前たちと共に行こう。
ooh, this is pretty. And evil, if the music says anything. Elsewhere. Oh, that's why. Finis stares at the ceiling of St. Paul's Cathedral. Or, yeah, cathedral. The moonlight is tinted by the stained glass windows, spraying colored lights across the floor. He can't help but smile. The magnificence and beauty that his father Isaac Beckford so loved brings him peace of mind. When he is here, in this place, he feels like he's communing with his father. He hears footsteps from behind and turns around to find Alistair.
フィーニス、探し物の居場所が分かったようだ。
そう、今回は随分時間がかかったね。あの列車の件といい、黄昏も人材不足かな。
嫌味を言うのは構わん。それで結果が変わるわけではないぞ。
嫌味？やめてよアレスター。僕は君を信頼してる。素晴らしい部下だと思ってるよ。
いや、それが嫌味だと。
Did they find our location?
それで彼らはどこに？
They found our location.
このロンドンのどこという。要するに全く分かっていないに等しい。
Or not.
何それ、報告にならないじゃない。やっぱり素晴らしい部下っていうのは取り消してもいいかな。
いかように、あちらには闘争の天才がいるとはいえ、それ以上に何か邪魔しているようだ。
Something more? What's something more? Saint Germain? Is there like a some kind of like spell on the house that protect us and keep us hidden or something? That'd be cool. Alistair strokes his beard and tries to take a deep breath before continuing.
まあこれでも努力しているのだよ。大目に見てほしい。
いずれにしろ総力を挙げて調べてよ。もう計画の準備は最終段階に入ってるんだからさ。
よい。では私は先に失礼する。明日は朝早くから大学で講義がある。
そうそう、アレスター。一つ聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
He wants money.
I need my shopping money. Alistair, who has already turned to walk away, stops and looks back.
何？
I didn't notice he's the all-girls academy, I'm guessing.
あの列車の騒動の時、わざとヘルシングを殺さなかったよね。やろうと思えばいくらでもできたでしょ。どうして殺さなかったの？黄昏にいた頃の元教え子だから。君のような本当の天才があの場面で後々の面倒を放置するとは思わなかったからさ。
これはこれは。 私をそこまで買っていると。しかし理由は実に単純。投げ込まれた花火に動揺してしまった。気がついた時、すでに彼は姿を消している。
Not sure I believe that.
それだけ。何かおかしな点でもあるか。
Slightly.
わかったよ。そういうことにしておいてあげる。君も人の子だということが分かって少し安心したくらいだ。でも覚えておくといい。二度目はないよ。
なるべく忘れないようにするとしよう。
Alistair bows slightly, then melts into the darkness and disappears. He's in a good mood. So much so that he doesn't even mind Alistair's blunder. Soon he can see his sister and become one with her. No, ew, gross. That was his father's very wish. I don't like that wish. He will carry out his father's will.
父様、見ていてください。
His laughter echoes eerily throughout the acoustics of the cathedral. Teach us and
Nope.
I'm waiting until the power goes out, or if it goes out. I haven't streamed since my birthday early on the 9th. So, you know, I'm kind of overdue. He runs with all his strength through an empty wilderness, a wasteland with no living thing in sight. He went through a charnel field of death. Bad dream? The dense fog sticks to his body. He flings off the gas mask he's wearing and covers his pale face with his hands.
なんであんな。
His inventions were used for war. I could see that, like his science, his knowledge. They used it to probably kill a whole village or something like that. He's escaped from a mountain of corpses. From that massive pile of unmoving bodies.
僕なんてこと。
Unable to remain on his feet, he crashes to his knees.
なんてひどいこと。
The scene is burned into his mind. A small child reaching out for his help, then dying on the spot. It was nothing less than hell.
And that person responsible for that hell is none other than themselves.
僕のせいで
And this is why he doesn't work for the government anymore. He was gonna tell the truth. He was gonna tell what they made him do, what happened, and, you know, they didn't like that, so they put his face on a wanted poster. He feels that his mind will break, faced with a truth that he cannot escape. I can see the voice actor now doing that line, holding in a big breath. That was a long scream. He continues to scream until the rain begins to fall down and drowns out every trace of his voice. It's okay, sweetie. It was just a bad dream. He bolts upright in bed, his hands clenching the sweat-soaked sheets.
夢
His heart is hammering, seeming to echo loudly in the silence. He presses tightly against his chest and squeezes out a gasping statement.
そうだ僕は許されるわけがないんだ
A blue sky fills the window outside. Morning light lances between clouds and caresses his face as he turns away. It's such a nice day. It's been about a week since the vampire, Delacroix, joined us in the mansion. Even so, being on a kill or be killed basis with him, we have yet to fully warm up to each other. Naturally, it isn't easy for our hearts and minds to close the gap between us. But do you know who's innocent and who can close the gap? A cute little corgi with a top hat. All kids like dogs. All kids like animals. And top hats. I don't know about top hats, but animals in top hats? Here's a puppy kid, be happy. For now, the fact that he stopped attacking innocent, unrelated people has been an adequate improvement for us. Cece, let's go get breakfast. Cece responds with enthusiasm. You call your bro a corgi? Chihuahua. Later, Saint Germain has been helping us with the living expenses for the past few days. However, this is only temporary.
and we're all determined to find a source of income. We all have our own idea about how to overcome this financial dilemma, like spending less or finding practical work. Maybe I can start a side job at home to help everyone else. Everyone else. I have ideas about this, but because I have to wear gloves, I'm discouraged that I won't be able to do any detailed work. Like, I would say bake bread and sell it, you know, to locals, but gloves and sticky dough don't mix well. We could go into the business of weapons trade and use our blood. That's my best idea for making money with her. I'm like, I don't know what else I can give aside from that, or, you know, whoring myself out to Saint Germain to pay for our income expenses. What am I supposed to do? I have no life experience. I touched my chest without thinking about it. The horologium. It acts as my heart. It makes me a monster. Someday, will I someday be able to get rid of this body of poison that flows through it? I can still vividly remember the words malice, hatred, hostility, and fear. I was attacked in the past by words that cut as sharp as knives, by emotions that penetrated as deeply as any bullets. CC barks, and I return to the present. He's looking up into my face, as if he's concerned about me. No, I'm fine. Let's go, Cece. You know what I want to know? I want to know who shaved the heart on his butt. Who in this house did that? Whose idea was that? He barks heartily at this, making me smile despite how I feel at the moment.
今日の食事もとても美味しいですね、インピ。
Genetics? I don't know how genetics work with that, but okay. True.
おや、この出来に納得いかないと十分飽きのこない食事になっていると思いますけどね。
それじゃあ俺が納得できないの。天才料理人としてはやっぱバラエティ豊かに展開していきたいじゃないの。
いつの間に天才料理人に？私の記憶ではインピーは天才技師だったはずですがね。
You can be both. I really enjoy the meals you make for us, Senpai.
おう、ありがとう。でもね、 飽きられた後に工夫するのは二流、飽きられる前に工夫するのが一流なのさ。
I see. What do you think, Van Helsing? I look over at him and see that he hasn't touched much of his meal. Van Helsing? Aren't you hungry?
僕んとこあんま食べてなくね。何
Ever since the whole
やっぱ飽きが来ちゃった感じ。
look. Wow, I forget the kid's name. Stop being sad. Eat your food. From that food. I might go grab myself something to eat and throw away what's left of my dinner. You haven't? Yeah.
いや、十分に美味だ。相変わらず、お前が作ってるとは思えないほどの繊細な味わいだね。
それ褒めてんの？
当然だ。これ以上ない称賛のつもりだ。
食欲減退はドラクロワ2世がこの屋敷に滞在するようになってからです。
They look. Yeah. Okay.
やはり彼が気になりますか。
Whom isn't an answer. But if I have to choose an answer for you, I'll take that as a yes. I can't help but clamp my mouth shut. I can't jump into whatever issues are between Van Helsing and the little quarry. Was it a mistake to invite the young vampire to our home without thinking about it?
彼は今朝の食事には見えていませんし、体調が少し心配になりますね。
I always ask the logical questions, you know? I ask the questions that matter. Okay, maybe they don't matter, but you know, they matter to me, okay? Okay, I was actually wondering, does the kid eat like human food? Or are we having to like procure like blood bags from like the local hospital? I'm planning to take this morning's meal to his room again.
そうでしたか。それは何よりです。よかったですね、バン。
なんだ、私は何も言ってないぞ。
それはそれとして。ウラン、ずーっと黙り込んじゃってるけど、どうした？なんかすげえ顔怖いし。腹でも痛いの？
僕いや僕は何も。
You do seem down, Victor.
そうかな。そんな風に見せていたならごめん。特に具合が悪いわけじゃないんだ。うん。
How fast does he grow, or how long do we live? Victor smiles while he says this, but he still seems to be a little out of it.
そういえばルパンもいろいろと飛び回っているようですね。ここ最近あまり姿を見かけませんし、皆が食卓に揃う機会がうまく噛み合いませんね。
Now that he mentions it, everyone has been busy with their own things, or has some sort of reason to be by themselves. I think the last time we were all present for a meal was before we started chasing the LaCroix.
よし、わかった。今夜はインピーさんがごちそうを作る。
No, I hear. Should I call him Soda Water Boy? It's like LaCroix, you know, the bubbly flavored water drink? LaCroix? He's sparkling water. Oh, it's a brand of like sparkling water.
My. みんなの英気を養うためだよ。うまい飯を腹いっぱい食えば元気になれるもんだからね。
ごちそうですか。なるほど。いい案かもしれません。
I don't think I've ever had a white polar bear. Yeah, I like LaCroix. I like the LaCroix. There's this one flavor that comes that's like a spring exclusive flavor. It's cherry blossom flavor. I like that flavor. That's one of my favorite flavors. Oh, Coca-Cola. Yeah, I've had Coca-Cola.
いや、そりゃいいけどさ、料理で鬱憤晴らすとか、ちゃんと食べられるもの作ってくれよ。
Oh, that's what you meant by polar bear. I thought that was like the brand name of like a sparkling drink in your where you come from.
私を誰だと思っている。万事抜かりはない。任せろ。
I think I trust Van Helsing to cook something good. He says he's a good cook.
へえ、彼女から聞いてはいたけど、バンって本当に料理が好きだったんだね。なんだか意外だよ。
But yes, what about funds? Were we short on money? I'm looking forward to trying dishes from both of you. Impey's sudden suggestion has cleared up the gloomy air surrounding the dining room, and a peaceful atmosphere comes in.
そんでさ、ドラちゃんも呼んで盛大にやろうぜ。
Oh, it took me a second. Deli, you know, to look for it. Okay, yeah. I'm like, Deli? Who's Deli? Impey mentions an unfamiliar name. Who's Deli?
ドラクロは2世のこと。名前長くて舌噛みそうだからさ、ドラちゃんでいいかなって。
Deli. What if we have two characters that have one letter in their name that's one away from being the name of an American singer? We have Cardia and Cardi B. We have Deli and Nelly and I don't know. I'll try it out. It is much easier to say than calling him Devakore all the time. I only know them by name, really, in a couple songs.
Dora ちゃんですか。私はいいと思いますよ。その相性。彼の可愛らしい容姿に。
I wonder what came first. This game or Cardi B? Is that why she's called Cardi B? Because Cardia came first? Yes. If Deli says it's okay, I think I'll start calling him that.
しかしインピー、お前は先ほどごちそうと言ったが、それを作るための素材はあるのか？
He's like, nope.
私たちの財政は相変わらず厳しい。先立つものがなければ、
At least someone's thinking of our finances.
世知辛いね。
心配ならしなくていいぜ。
We turn around at the sudden comments. Oh, hello, Lupin.
ようみんな、ずいぶんとしけた面してんな。
ルパン、どこにいてたんだい？ここ数日の外出先、誰も知らなかったからみんな心配してたよ。
He's like, I did a heist and I have prize money!
ま、いろいろとな。
Our savior.
目的も言わずに消えてたわびってわけじゃねえが、こいつは今後の活動資金な。
Lupin turns a heavy-looking bag over the table, and a mountain of bills fall out.
ルパン、これどうしたの？
おやおや、これはまた凄まじい額ですね。
ちょっとした手間賃ってやつだ。
手間賃にしちゃお前これ。
He's like, I took 50%. I don't really have a good grasp on money yet, but is this too much to solve the... Is this much good enough to solve our troubles?
困るも困らないも、こんだけあれば飛行船だって買えちゃうぜ。
We are not buying an airship. We are going to actually, you know, budget. We're gonna actually, like, see where the money goes and, you know, count it and all the stuff you need to do to actually, you know, not have what happened before. An airship. I have no idea how much one of those would cost, but if Impe is this excited about it, they're probably very valuable. Then our money problems are over?
ああ、そういうことになる。
Temporarily, not permanently. I see, that's great news. But Lupin, this money, did you come by it honestly?
当然ですともお嬢さん。アルセーヌ・ルパンの正義に誓って。
He smiles at me while he says this.
それに贅沢するために取ってきた金ってわけじゃねえし、これからは計画的に使っていこうぜ。
別にお前がどこから金を取ってこようと責めるつもりなど毛頭ないが、この金額よほどの相手だったのか。
ま、そういうことだな。よほどの悪党様がたんまり持ってたんだね。
Give us details.
悪党って、そいつどんだけ悪いことしてたんだよ。後で報復とかねえだろうな。
雑魚相手にそんなヘマしねえよ。それにその悪党に関してはきちんと報告するべきやつがいるんでな。ドラクロワ2世のやつどこにいるか知らないか？
I think Jelly's in his room.
部屋にいなかったから聞いてんだよ。なんだ弱ったな。一体どこ行って。あ、トラちゃん。
Impe came up with the nickname.
いいんじゃねえの、子供らしくて。まあいねえならしょう
Maybe
がね
he's
え。
out getting a snack.
ちょっとその辺探してくるわ。
As long as he doesn't leave any bodies behind. I'll help. I was going to take him some breakfast. I had already finished my own meal long before. So I stand and thank Ginbei for cooking it. As I'm cleaning my plate, Saint Germain calls out to me.
ああ、そうだ。カルディアさん、今日の午後は空いていますか？
I guess so. Today? I have time.
では、買い物に付き合っていただけませんか？今日の食事のために良い食材を揃えようかと思いまして。
Okay.
どの道一度は屋敷を離れなければいけませんし、どうでしょうか。
Helping him shop. That sounds like something I can do. Alright, I'll come with you. I make plans for later with Saint Germain. Then Lupin and I split up to search for Deli. I knock on the door to the boys' room. There's no response. As Lupin said, he's not in his room. He doesn't seem to have returned either. The door isn't locked, but Saint Germain told me it's rude to enter people's rooms without permission. While I was going through training, the Count told me how to act like a proper lady while we walked around London. Going in without permission would be bad, so don't go in. I need to put his teachings into action. I nod to myself and get ready to leave. Get ready to leave. It's like maybe a peek. Maybe I should leave the food here? Perhaps Deli will come back while we're looking elsewhere. I decide to leave his breakfast by the door. Perfect. I gently place the tray next to the door so that it won't spill and head off. I wonder where he went. Saint Germain's mansion is very big. Even if we're in the same building, it's difficult to find everyone here. Perhaps he's wandering aimlessly through the halls, like I used to. I hope his breakfast doesn't get cold. Maybe made such a delicious meal, so it would be best if he could eat it hot. As I'm thinking this, I hear Deli's voice. I go over to a nearby window. See, I knew he would like the dog. Cece is playing with Deli. He looks like he's having fun. I look away and sigh softly. I'm glad. Deli is able to laugh. Helsing, come over here. You need to see this. Now, actually, that'd be good. This might be healthy for him to see. I don't know, but somehow this makes me feel like things will be alright. And suddenly, I remember the time I laughed and how everyone paid attention to me. Maybe they all feel like I do now. I keep this thought in mind and head over to the garden with a strange joy.
かにしてやるぞ。どうだ、光栄だろう。
Mm-hmm.
おほう、素直に従うとはお前はなかなか見どころがある。ならば闇の軍勢の第1号の座、お前にくれてやろうではないか。
Army of Darkness? Can I join? He jumps back at the sound of my voice and takes a fighting stance. But this is pretty much how talking to him always goes, so it doesn't faze me anymore.
何の用だ。
I see you and Cece have become friends.
お前には関係のないことだ。でも、そうか。この者は獅子というのか。
It's CC, but CC pretends he's the one in charge. We all know who the one really is in charge. It's always the animal. Yes, Impey named him.
インピ？ああ、あの最も知性が低そうな赤い髪の男か。なんということだ。あれが名付け親と。
That? Impey is actually pretty impressive, but so many people underestimate him.
時にこの獅子とやらの足はなぜこのような機械式になっているのか。
It's because someone hurt him before Impey found him. Impey built him that leg so he could walk normally. Deli looks sadly at Cece.
このような弱き命にまで手を挙げるとは。やはり人間という生き物の数だ。
I mean, we kinda are, but that's just... But humans have given Cece a new home and are taking care of him now. I think there are many different kinds of people. Not all of them are bad.
それでお前は何をしに来た。
I didn't want you to get hungry, so I brought breakfast to your room. But you weren't in it, so...
朝食。そうか。わかった。
Yes. He was laughing so easily earlier, but his voice stiffens when talking with us. There's nothing I can do about it, but it makes me angry somehow.
お、いたいた。探したんだぜ。
You know, I wonder if he'd be more comfortable or less comfortable around us if he knew we weren't, like, a normal human. Lupin appears, breaking the silence.
お前に土産があってな。
土産だと。何も持っていないではないか。
おっと、失礼。
Lupin takes a large square of cloth from his pockets and lays it on the ground. He slowly pinches it, then lifts it up. And now, There's a small suitcase sitting there where cloth had been.
お前魔法が使えるのか
Sure.
残念ながら私はただの泥棒紳士。種も仕掛けもございますよ。
Dilly looks at him, his eyes wide, as Lupin opens the suitcase.
お次は中身にご注目。きっと驚くぜ。
What do you think it is? What's in the suitcase?
なんだというのだ
What is this about? Dilly turns his attention to the suitcase, sounding offended by Lupin's attitude. But I would be wondering, how did that huge suitcase come from a piece of cloth? He's gotta be a wizard. He could have. Inside the suitcases,
それは余が取り返す予定だった吸血鬼一族の財宝ではないか
oh, he took them back for him. Oh, how nice. The case is filled with beautiful pieces of artwork in gems, all packed in next to each other.
お前が持っていたのか返せそれは我ら一族のものだ
はいはい、分かってる分かってる。お前のために盗んできたんだからよ。
盗んだ
He said he had a gift for you. A child's happiness is as good a reason to steal as any. Lupin shrugs and pushes the suitcase toward the boy. Dilly accepts it and looks back at Lupin seemingly in shock.
俺は自分のために盗みはやらねえ。人のためにやる。お前のお宝の所有者を見つけてちょいと盗んできたんだよ。調べてみりゃどいつもこいつも悪どい金儲けばっかしてるやつでよ。盗んでやるのも痛快だったぜ。
どういうつもりだ世に出せるような報酬は何もないぞ
Even as he says this, he pushes the suitcase behind him with one foot, as if it's truly important to him.
そんなにビビんなくても取ったりしねえよ。それに報酬ならもうたんまりもらってる。盗みに入った連中からな。
Oh, the handling fee you mentioned.
イエス、その通り。どうだいドラクロワ2世様。こいつが本当の怪盗の手際ってやつよ。
Lupin spins once, then gives the boy a graceful bow.
礼は言わぬぞ
礼ならこっちが言いたいくらいだ。おかげで俺は俺の正義を曲げることなく大金を手に入れることができたんだからな。
Like I said, I think he took 50%. Maybe even more. I see. So it's Deli who's to thank for getting you to take action.
待て今お前の言った シャンというのはまさか世のことではなかろうな。
ドラクロは2世って長いからな。いいじゃねえか。バカにしてるわけじゃねえし、親愛への第一歩ってやつだよ。
You don't like it?
そんなの当然。
We could call you Della, but that sounds a little more feminine. Oh. Suddenly, Deli's stomach rumbles. Oh, I left some breakfast for you by your door to your room if you want it. You can give him a pass this time. Give him a pass. He's bringing in the money. He's the only one making income. Deli starts running back to the mansion, then turns back to us.
礼は言わぬ。決して恩にも感じぬからな。
Lupin shrugs as he watches Deli run off. Lupin, thank you.
なんだよ急に。お前が感謝するとこじゃねえだろ。
I mean, Victor could if he opened a clinic underground. Impe has no excuse. Maybe if we tell him girls, like, will flock to him if he, maybe we give him some kind of excuse like that. He'll, like, get on the ball and, like, do something. I'm just speaking on Deli's behalf. Lupin smiles and walks back to the mansion. I turn to Cece, who is lying down quietly. Cece, do you want to go see Deli with me? Cece wags his tail and looks at me. I'm happy you made a new friend. I don't know where this memory came from, but I think I once had a Barbie. It was like a veterinarian Barbie, and it came with a corgi that looked just like this dog. Without the top hat, the mechanical arm, the hearts, and the bow tie. I swear I did.
あとはインプに頼まれていた機械部品、プランに頼まれた薬品も買いましたし。やれやれ、ようやくすべて変えたようですね。
As promised, the Count and I went into town that afternoon. Are you sure you can carry all that? I can take some of that.
これくらいは何ともありませんよ。あなたにも持っていただいていますし。
Well, yes, but I'm holding only a small paper bag with 2 apples inside. That's nothing. Give me something else to hold. Jeez. The Count is holding 5 large bags filled with meats and produce in each arm. It must be heavy. And why 2 apples? Like, there's more than 2 people in the house. I'm sure more than one person eats apples. Make it at least 5 apples. You know, be reasonable. Really, I'll take some.
いえいえ、こういう時、男に花を持たせるのも女性のたしなみというものですよ。
Either Van Helsing or Victor. I nod reluctantly at Saint Germain's picture-perfect smile. I wonder how much weight he's carrying in each arm. It must take an immense amount of strength. I look at my own 2 hands. I wonder if I'd be able to handle that. Van Helsing did say I was unbelievably fast and sturdy and hardy during training. Count, I'd really like to... As I'm turning to him to say this, I see a boy selling papers to the people around him. If you don't give me something to hold, I'll buy more stuff. That will give me an excuse to hold something more. I'll spend our money, I swear I will. The boy steps in front of us and holds up one of the newspapers he's hawking. I wonder if something big happened. I'm curious, so I look at the paper. The headline makes me gasp for a moment. I see it clearly. Violent terrorist Victor Frankenstein attempts bombing passenger train? He's at home.
フィーニス軍事技術顧問が未然に防ぐ。かの人物暗殺が目的か。ほほう。これを受けて英国政府は再びフランケンシュタインの捜索体制を強化ですか。
I mean, they gotta have a sad past. What kind of character are you if you don't have a sad past? I had a picture-perfect childhood, a happy family, wealthy, They're Otome game love interests. They can't be normal. That totally defeats the point. Victor would never try to destroy a train with people on board.
車両の切り離しはしましたけどね。とはいえ、これはいささかやりすぎでしょう。私たちも対策を考える必要がありますね。
We need to head back and tell the others.
そうですね。買い物も終わったことですし、そろそろ帰るとしましょうか。
Saint Germain smiles his usual smile and begins walking in the opposite direction of the mansion. Where are you going? Count? What's the matter? You're going the wrong way.
尾行されています。
What?
カズハさんにかなり訓練されている様子です。間違いなく。
Damn it, Twilight, leave us alone. Twilight is here?
ですが、気づいた素振りは見せないでください。油断を誘いましょう。さあ、行きましょう。カルディアさん。
Oh, right. The Count begins walking, and I hurry to catch up.
またとない機会です。せっかくですから実地訓練と行きましょう。
You want to train me now? Why not?
これから先
Now's as good a time to kick some ass as any.
この日ではなくなってきます。その中であなたの生存確率を押し上げるには危険すぎるほどの訓練でちょうどいい。
I nod, trying to keep my pace with his.
ですが安心してください。少なくとも今この場ではどんなことがあっても私が守って差し上げますから。さて、この状況に対してあなたならどう対処しますか？
Running into a back alley sounds like a horrible decision. So let's just keep walking down the street. I won't do anything. I keep walking down a busy street.
なぜですか？
Victor said so too. Twilight agents work in shadows. They don't come out in the open unless it's absolutely necessary. So they wouldn't attack us on a busy street like this one. Also, it's easier to hide among a crowd.
よくできました。十分に合格点と言えるでしょう。
Is that the right answer then?
いいえ、残念ですが、この問題に正解はありません。
Saint Germain suddenly tosses his bags aside and takes my hand.
カルディアさん、こちらへ。
Well, they definitely know it's us now. Alright, speed. Subtlety was thrown aside along with the bags and the groceries. And we just wasted money. We just threw money on the ground in the form of groceries and chemicals and all the stuff everyone needed. A sharp spear thuds into the ground where I had been standing just a second ago. I can't believe they throw a weapon into a crowd like this. Okay, they've given up on subtlety too, okay? Well, I guess it's fair then. Before we can move, the Twilight Soldiers are ready to strike again.
ひとまず引きましょう。そこの裏路地へ。
Y'all saw who attacked first, right? It wasn't us. We're just a lady and a gentleman walking down the street with groceries, and then some guy in a mask attacked us.
このように相手が常識を捨ててくれば正攻法も通じませんね。覚えておいてください。人が関わるすべての事象に必勝法など存在しないことを。
I understand. I turn away from him, ready to start running, but my feet come to a halt. There are several Twilight Soldiers standing before us with swords drawn.
やはり大通りからこちらへ誘導するためのワンでしたか。お手本のような兵法ですね。
He says it softly and with a smile, as if this all falls in line with his prediction. Several of the men take cautious stances. There's no room to run in a narrow alley. Just as Lupin and Van Helsing taught me, I quickly check my surroundings. Saint Germain, I can buy us some time in this restricted space. I have a small smoke bomb in my pocket. Victor had given it to me just in case something bad happened. I close my hand around it as I continue. I'll distract them. Can you get past them and get help from the others?
いや、私にあなたを見捨てて逃げろと。
They take us before anyone could come. Their objective is to capture me, but they might kill you. If he was human, I would be worried, but he's not. I'm pretty sure.
心遣いはありがたいことですが、ご心配なく。私はこの程度では死にはしませんから。
What? Without holding a single weapon, Saint Germain steps in front of me. The Twilight Soldiers hold up their swords threateningly. Count, watch out! The instant I shout this, a large wooden box slams into one of the soldiers from the side. He careens into another soldier, and they both go down. The Twilight troops respond quickly. The other soldiers disappear, spin around, and disappear into the darkness of the alley. The fallen soldiers are up in an instant and follow the rest.
不確定要素があれば退く。どうやら私たちを捕らえることよりも自分たちが捕まって情報が漏れることを危惧したということでしょうか。
That's good.
しかし、先ほどの出来事は
Who threw the thing? A new figure appears from around the corner, as if waiting for a cue.
久しぶりだね、お嬢さん。
I thought it might be. You.
おや、お知り合いですか？
Kinda, sorta, ish. Not really. He's the mystery man who got in the way of our plan to capture Finesse. Lupin had a really tough time with him.
まるで悪役のような言われようだ。今この場では君たちを助けた恩人のはずなんだがね。
Thank you, I guess.
なるほど。これはまたおかしなところで出会うものですね。まるで初めから私たちをつけていたようだ。
ご想像にお任せしよう。
But why did you save us? You were trying to stop us before. I think I did hear that he's like a dateable character in one of the games. Because I do remember, I did recognize his character design. So I knew he wasn't just like a one-off, one-time side character, at the very least.
Hanzaiの邪魔をするのは探偵の仕事のうちと言いたいところだが、今のところ私は非番なのでね。 そういった仕事に対する感情ではないよ。さらに言うならば、紳士が女性を助けることに何か理由が必要かな。
I see. He continues speaking without hesitation. Herlock Sholmes suddenly stops to take a breath, then faces us.
さて、そちらの彼は なんとなく察しているかもしれないが、私がここにいるのは偶然ではない。君たち、そして先の者たち、両者の後をつけてきたからだ。
なるほど。私たちを追う黄昏をつけた二重尾行ということですか。
いかにも、あの黄昏という者たちにも問いただしたいことはあるな。
I have many questions too.
まずは君たちが優先だ。
Sholmes makes a gesture to indicate what he's thinking. That he is thinking.
ここ数日の間に一部貴族の間から吸血鬼一族の遺産とされる宝物。
We have nothing to do with that. I know nothing about that. We're certainly not holding a vampire child in our residence. He's certainly not taking a safety. I know nothing.
驚くほど鮮やかな手際だ。あれはルパンだね。
My eyes dart around at this unexpected question. If someone like Shums finds out it was Lupin's doing, then he's going to be caught. We gave it away by our eyes looking around. I take a few deep breaths. I calm myself down so that I can keep cool demeanor while we speak. And then I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. My words tumble out awkwardly.
君は嘘をつくのが下手だね。
I know.
素直なあなたも素敵ですが、いずれ心を偽る手法も教えましょう。
Please do. While our conversation remains light, Saint Germain gently moves in front of me, as if to protect me.
それで、その事実を知ったとして、あなたは私たちをどうするおつもりで？
いや、どうするつもりもないさ。俺はあくまでただの確認だ。そちらのお嬢さんがよくよく思えば私は君の名をきちんと聞いていないな。せっかくの再会だ。名を聞かせてくれると私としては嬉しいね。
I'm Cartier. I'm Cartier. Since I have no reason to turn him down, I simply state my name. He tweaks his mouth, as if chewing on something, and nods, seemingly satisfied.
なるほど、覚えたよ。ありがとう、カルディア。さて、話を戻すが、例の強奪事件の犯人が君たちの仲間だとして、少なくとも今、私は君たちの敵にはならない。さっきも言ったが、今の私は非番なのでね。休日を楽しむただの一般人だよ。
But in 5 hours, I will be your enemy. That's when I get back on duty.
今はということは近い将来私たちの敵になる、そういうことですか？
ああ、正確には明日の朝から敵同士だ。スコットランドヤード、それに軍からの協力要請があったの。
At 8 a.m., because that's when his work starts. 'I've received requests to assist Scotland Yard, as well as one from military.
英
Yeah.
国政府は全力を挙げて凶悪な犯罪者ビクター・フランケンシュタインの確保に当たるらしい。最悪の場合、その場での殺害も許可されている。
No.
黄昏も政府も対応はそう変わりませんね。それであなたはその依頼を受けると？
私はどのような時も法の味方だ。それがたとえ悪法であっても遵守されることで社会の規律は保たれる。
No, that's how you allow corruption to continue. That there is a fraction of truth, but that's what he says. But like also,
そこにどのような意図があるかはまだ見えていないが、 法を守るためならば、私は喜んで君たちを捕まえることに協力するよ。
ルパンとは対極の正義ですね。
アルセーヌ・ルパン、己の正義を貫く泥棒紳士か。彼のようなやり方を許し、多くの者がそれを模倣すれば、そこに生まれるのは混沌だけだと私は思うがね。
Lupin would do something like that.
さて、どうかな。どのような結果であろうとも、犯罪は犯罪だよ。いずれにせよ、私は君たちに警告したかっただけだ。
A warning?
ああ、私が本格的に君たちを追うとなれば、そう時間がかからずとも、君たちの居場所や企みも全て暴いてしまう。早々にこの英国から逃げ去ることをお勧めするよ。
なるほど。
You have a vacation house somewhere, Saint Germain?
選択肢はありそう
Maybe
です
France?
が
He came from France, right? I think. Saint Germain glances over at me and relaxes.
それを選ぶことはやめておきましょう。確かにこの場でのあなたは恩人です。今はあなたの警告を胸に留めることにしましょう。
Sholmes nods.
では私はこれにて失礼しよう。お互い、次に会った時は敵同士だ。お手柔らかに頼むよ。
So what I'm hearing is that we have until tomorrow morning to get out of the country. Before he comes after us. On orders. With that, Sholmes leaves us.
思わぬ出会いでしたね。
Yes. I continue to look in the direction he left in. I wonder why. Even though they look nothing alike, I feel like Sholmes and Lupin have something in common. Hey, Saint Germain? Don't you think that Sholmes and Lupin are alike?
あの二人がですか？どちらも自分自身の行動に責任を感じ、かつ自身に揺るぎない自信を持っている。そんな佇まいが彼らには共通しているかもしれませんね。
You're right. They share that extreme self-confidence. I'm not in agreement with his accurate points.
それはそうとして、ルパンの前で彼と似ているとは言わない方がいいでしょうね。
Why not?
列車であなたを逃がした後、ルパンはあのショルメという探偵に散々翻弄されたようですから。
Toying? Sholmes, not Lupin?
ええ、相当悔しがっていましたからね。インピーの助けもあってなんとか逃げ出せたものの、おかげであなたの救出が遅れたと怒っていました。
He toyed with Lupin? That Sholmes person must be very skilled.
一筋縄ではいかないのは確かなようですね。さて、難は去ったようですし、私たちも行きましょうか。
I nod in response, but Saint Germain begins walking in a completely different direction. Then back to the mansion, but taking the long way. Saint Germain? Are we being followed again? I run the catch up and lower my voice to ask. When he stops and laughs.
違いますよ。今日の外出の目的忘れ
We
て
have
し
to
まい
pick
ま
up
した
our
か
groceries again. Oh, shopping. The Count smiles and nods at my response. Yep. Damn it, we wasted so much money. Because we had to buy everything over again, the sun had already set by the time we made it back to the mansion. Then we report what happened to us. When the topic turned to Sholmes, Lupin's expression became one of pure disdain.
あのお邪魔野郎が参戦するのか。そいつは厄介だな。いや、俺様にかかればなんてことはねえ。厄介。いや、大したことはねえ。
見栄と本音が分かりやすくせめぎ合ってんな。
それだけ誘拐計画ではあしらわれたということだ。小手先だけの戦いはするから
You can only imagine.
いい教訓だな。
うるせえな。逃げ切ったんだから俺の勝ちだ。
俺が助けに行った時捕まる寸前だったじゃんか。インピさっさと助けろってさ。
違うっつうの。あれは敵を欺くための芝居だ。あそこから奇跡の逃亡を図ってたんだよ。
普通狭い列車の中じゃ逃げる方が不利なのは当たり前だと思うけどね。
泥棒紳士のプライドが許さ
After we finish reporting most of what happened, the biggest problem remaining is Victor's wanting to notice. What should we do? Would it be best if we shut ourselves in the mansion?
それではいずれ居場所を知られて包囲されるだけだろうな。
そうですね。黄昏だけではなく軍とヤードまで動くとなると人海戦術でここも簡単に見つかってしまうでしょう。
じゃあロンドンを逃げ出してどこか別の場所にアジトを構えるとか。
悪くはねえが、それじゃアイザックの情報探しに支障が出る。ロンドンほど情報が集まる場所はねえからな。
なんだよ、そんじゃ打つ手なしじゃん。
いや、一つだけあるよ。
Oh? Victor looks up at us, and everyone's eyes are on him.
カルディア、よく聞いて。フィーニスを含む黄昏の面々はおそらく単独でその件について英国政府は介在していないはずなんだ。
確かに政府そのものが彼女を探しているのなら最初から人海戦術に出るでしょうね。
待て待て、最初に彼女をさらおうとしたのは女王の近衛兵じゃなかったっけ？
それはフィーニスが自らの立場を使って独断で動かしたんだと思うよ。 その証拠に彼女自体は結果的に取り逃がしたのにもかかわらず、政府側は何の捜索もしていないでしょ。つまり
I'm gonna put my plate away and get something to
そのものの狙いは
Oh,
僕一
snap,
人
fancy
に集
snap.
中しているはずなんだ。
I'll be right back. Oh. I've got a bunch of things. I couldn't decide what I wanted. Ooh. Except for some, I have a little trail mix. That means the government is after Victor. Only Victor. They shouldn't be. Because Victor is innocent. Victor says this with a great deal of force behind his words. Saint Germain's voice hardens a little, as if he senses something's off.
もしやフラン
I'm gonna lean back a little
あ
bit.
なたは自首をする気ですか
This chair is reclinable. Victor, are you considering turning yourself in? No, I hope you're not. Don't do it. Don't do it. Turning himself in? Is Victor willing to sacrifice himself to divert the government's attention away from us? even though we were fugitives at this point, I didn't want to think about handing him over so easily. That would be saving ourselves at your expense. I don't like that. Imbe agrees with my initial negative reaction.
寝覚め悪いなそれ。俺も反対。
In response to our protests, Victor smiles grimly and waves his hand.
違う違う、そうじゃないよ。僕もまだ捕まるわけにはいかない。やり残していることがあるからね。
やり残していること？
あっと、それは今特に関係はなくて、とにかく僕は英国政府相手に僕たちを追わないように交渉できると思ってるんだ。
政府相手に交渉だと？また随分と突飛な意見だな。仮にお前の言う交渉を行うとして、誰に何をカードにして交渉するつもりだ？無謀な言葉なら口にしたところで救いはないぞ。
Victor slowly shakes his head and then Helsing challenge. Did you know someone?
別にやけになってこんなことを言ってるんじゃないんだ。勝ち目はあると思ってる。
Does he still have connections? He quietly sighs, then turns to us with determination.
ビクトリアを味方につける。
Who's that? Queen Victoria?
ビクトリアってまさかビクトリア女王のこと？
そう、そのまさかだよ。
Nuts.
以前にも言った通り、ビクトリア女王は僕を捕まえたがってる。僕の頭の中にしかないある研究の知識を欲してるんだ。
So he plans to give her the knowledge to, in exchange.
けれど、それ以上に彼女が恐れているのは、その知識が他国へ漏れること。この知識が漏れたら、現在の国際情勢さえ一変させ、英国そのものを窮地に立たせかねないからね。
はあ、国際情勢ね。
それはまた舞台の大きな話ですね。
それでお前の持つその知識とやらをカードにビクトリア女王に交渉を迫ろうというのか？
そう、その知識を他国に漏らさないことを条件に、僕たちの身の安全と自由を保証してもらう。黄昏に狙われている状況についても暴露し、今後僕たちが狙われることのないようフィーニスの動きを制限してもらう。そうすれば
I feel like it's
僕
not
たち
gonna
を
be
取
that
り巻く
simple.
問題は全て一掃できるはずだ。
その知識の内容とは？
それは言えません。
I wonder why. I thought I saw a dark shadow cross Victor's face when this was brought up.
まあいい。ともかくそこまで自信があるならば、実際に効果も見込めるのだろう。結果が伴うのなら家庭に文句はない。
Oh, I forgot. But Victor, this isn't something you can do easily, right? There must be a reason why you've been running all this time without doing this.
鋭いね。その通りだよ、カルディア。以前から考えていた方法ではあったんだ。でもビクトリア女王は第一級の政治家だ。彼女がこの交渉に乗ってくれなければ、僕はどこかの研究室に閉じ込められて一生日の目を見ることはないだろう。事実、逃げる前にはそうなりかけてたしね。
You know she's probably gonna want me too.
いいのか？お前自身が交渉のカードになるってことは、一番危険な役回りは間違いなくお前だぜ。
うん、それはいいんだ。僕のせいでみんなに迷惑はかけたくない。
I can see a strong light in Victor's gentle eyes behind his glasses.
ビクトリア、フィーニス、僕たちが相手にしているのは国家の権力者たちだ。機を逃してしまえば、僕たちはあっという間にその力の前に飲み込まれてしまうだろう。時が過ぎれば過ぎるほど、黄昏や軍、警察の調査の手は厳しくなり、僕たちは身動きが取れなくなる。そうなる前にこっちから先手を打たなければいけないんだ。そうなれば当然君たちにも危ない橋を渡ってもらうことになってしまう。でも
I just realized
それ
something.
でもみんな
I probably should realize this earlier.
僕に
He's
力を貸してほしい。
Frankenstein. And we're his monster. In his roots. Probably. We all look at one another and then
いいぜ。俺は乗ってやるよ。何にせよ、打開策は必要だし、お前に覚悟があるってなら文句はね。
じゃ、俺も賛成。このまま何もせずにとっ捕まって牢屋に放り込まれるなんてかっこ悪いし。
惹かれるまでもない。追われる身の窮屈さにはそろそろ飽きが来ていたところだ。解放の手立てがあるのならば、嫌が王でもなすべきことだ。
では私も協力しましょう。できることは多くないでしょうがね。
you just need to give us money, that's all. I'm fine if that's what Victor wants.
みんなありがとう。この借りはいつか返すよ。
Victor says this with his usual smile. But for some reason, it looks to me like the smile is forced. The next night, I sit alone at my desk writing. I'm reviewing emergency first aid methods, and gun construction plans Victor and Van Helsing taught me, respectively. If I can remember my first aid properly, I can avoid any confusion in the heat of the moment. And knowing a gun's construction can lead to knowing how to handle an opponent's carrying a gun. None of this knowledge is for direct application, but knowing it will help me make calm decisions when the time comes. That's what I've been told, anyway. I wonder how long it's been. I stretched a little and opened the window to let the night breeze in. Then, Victor. I see Victor out in the yard. Whatever he's thinking, he's just sitting silently, unmoving. Does everyone go out in the yard to think? Apparently that's the place to go. I consider what to do for a while. Then I decide to join them in the yard. There's something I want to tell him. And when I arrive, Victor still doesn't show any indication that he's moving, that he'll move. I try to wait for a bit, but nothing changes, so I decide to speak up. Aren't you going to sleep, Victor? Surprise! It seems he didn't notice me walk up. He almost drops his book in surprise. Oh, sorry, I didn't think I'd scare you so much.
こちらこそごめん。考え事してて全然気がつかなかったよ。
I hope you're not thinking of sacrificing yourself. I know you and Van Helsing are all like, I deserve punishments and all that stuff. No, both of you need to live. Both of you need to be safe and with us.
Kimi wa doushite koko ni? Yukaze ni atari ni demo kita?
I was studying in my room when I saw you out here.
こんな時間まで？熱心なのはいいことだけど、体調を崩さないようにね。
Alright. But it's fun to review all the things that everyone has taught me, and it's very beneficial to me as well.
そっか。君は勉強熱心だね。僕も。
Thank you.
何のことかな?
For being you. For thinking about everyone. If your suggestion works out, it'll guarantee safety for all of us. Then it'll be easier to find something out about my father.
そんなこと。僕の身の安全を考えているだけだよ。
Even so, it's still going to save us all save us all as a result. And that's why I wanted to thank you. Sorry, you're getting the noise of the bag. Take a couple of these out. It's two. Thank you, Victor. Not to me. You can be a horrible person to someone else, but to me, you're a good person. You just made some... mistakes. I don't understand why he would say that. Or what is so horrible about him. I think you're a very respectable person. Victor looks so incredibly sad that I want to make him smile somehow. You're very kind and considerate. And smart and courageous. I respect you very much.
嬉しいよ。そんな風に言われるなんて思ってもなかったから。
Victor smiles his usual smile. But it seems like an act. And more fragile than ever.
さ、今夜はもう寝よう。やっぱり夜更かしは良くないからね。
Alright. Let's go. I'm worried about Victor. But it's probably not my place to step in any further than I already have. I turn around to see Victor, still sitting in the same spot. Meanwhile, we were here the other night and we asked Van Helsing straight to his face, "Did you kill that kid's father?" Victor? You aren't going back to your room?
そうだね。もう少しだけぼーっとしてようかなって。
Would it be alright if I sat next to you?
どうして？
Just because.
なんとなくか。
Victor laughs, and this time his smile is very natural. Make a little save. And I think I did say we were also going to do some Virche tonight. And I do want to do some of that, so I think we might switch over to that. So we'll continue with this one another day. Close. So do a little bit of this, and then maybe we'll call in a night. Let's see.
終焉のビルジュ、エピックリコリス。
Okay, so not load. So I was thinking, let's do the Virche de la Coda emotion. The Salvation and Despair ending sequels. Because we did the like alternate ending things for some of them. So let's we haven't tried this yet. So we haven't tried this bit yet. So let's do it. And you already know, I do it for sign. Or maybe I should save that. You know, let's do... Maybe we should start Mathis. Or maybe we should do maybe we should have the emotion thing be its own stream and do a side end encore. But we'll do one of the ones that result in a good end, I guess. So I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but I got on stream we did Cian's the one that ended badly and the one that ended good. We did both alternate ends of his. I've only done the negative alternate end for Mathis and negative alternate end for Yves. So we could do a positive one for one of these two. And just, you know, start that, at least. You know, we could do adult. Let's do adult. I'm wearing red, so, you know, it's something. And I have my Anko earrings on, so, you know, let's start adult. And whatever happens will happen. Yeah. I feel like that fits. That works. Alright, so the side end story. Country surrounded by licorice. The black flowers of misfortune.
生まれた人間が23歳までに命を落とすこの国はかつて外界から訪れた漂流者によってこう呼ばれるようになった死神に見入られた
possessed by death. Death.
お前が命を絶とうとした雨の夜久々に本気で怒鳴ったな。でもそれくらいお前のことが大切なんだ。だからお前が信じろと言ったうさんくさい死の番人アンクーとも手を組むことにした。すべてはこの国の呪いを解きお前を普通の女にするため。お前が俺の命を守りたいと言ってくれたから。だがそんなことを言われる資格はないんだ。
Don't be saying stuff like that.
嘘をつき続けていた俺には。 かしこの国は、人間の悪意は、お前をリコリスの聖女と祭り上げ、生贄にしようと捉えた。自分たちが助かるためなら、ためらわず他人を犠牲にする。本当にこの国は腐ってやがる。
Yeah, they do kind of suck,
俺
but
た
you
ちは
know.
捕らえられて王城へ連れて行かれ、暗空も行方不明。研究所で王族どもと手を組んでいたカプシーヌに実験体とされた俺はこんな形で知られたくなかったのに。
And that's where we start out, I guess.
普通とは何か。
What does it mean to be normal?
ゼロから何かを手繰り寄せるものか。一人の女を一途に愛し、あらゆる困難を打ち破るものか。
Creating something out of nothing, or loving one woman so wholeheartedly he could overcome any difficulty?
だが逆に、その条件を満たせなかったら。
But what if he didn't meet any of those conditions?
普通ですらない彼は、一体何になり果て。
What would this man become who was nothing but ordinary? Just a normal person?
その末に何を失うだろう。
And what would he lose in the end? Oh yeah, I should change the... Need this one. I need to change the... Oh, this side. Okay. I felt like a complete outsider living in this country. Oh well, it's fine. I'll leave it. I'll leave the description be.
そろそろ私も寿命かしらね。お金はないし、諦めるしかないのかしら。
A young woman living near the orphanage accepted death like it was nothing and died shortly thereafter.
ただいま。ようやくリダイバーになることができたよ。
I'm sorry, your wife, girlfriend, sister isn't here anymore. A coin man returned home for a few days after his death, like nothing happened. They were terrifying. The people of this country treated death as though it meant nothing. I regretted from the bottom of my heart that I ever drifted to this place.
So, 君の予想通り、彼の正体は外界より流れ着いた第二の漂流者。
And?
死神の介入を受けぬ。この国の外で生まれた。正真正銘正しき意味での。
Which means he is a normal person. That's unique. But that's also nothing like crazy.
普通の人間だ。
Yeah. So what? My mind was spinning. don't care where you come from. I just care if you care about me. I wasn't even sure how much time I needed to fully understand what was happening. Adolf is Adolf is the second drifter? A person who came from outside this country. He was so healthy that he never once exhibited symptoms from the curse. He never died, no matter how close he was to me. He told me before that I didn't need to bother getting rid of the curse for him. It wasn't because Adolf was just lucky or possessed unique powers. Everything was because the curse doesn't affect him. Adolf still had his head down and didn't refute Capuchin's words. But he was clenching his fists so tightly that I could see the strength that he still had in his body dissipate, or despite being just submerged in toxins. His very state was evidence that what Capuchin said was true.
呪いで死なないという自覚があったということは、君、21歳というのは大嘘だね。実際に23年以上生きなければ確信できるはずがない。
だったらなんだって言うんだ。
Adolf finally admitted that Capuchin's accusations were true.
大方、我が身可愛さに彼女の正体を暴くことをためらっていたというところか。兄が聞いて呆れる。自分のすべてを犠牲に妹を生かしてきたリュカ君とは大違いだ。
And look what you did to Lucas. How did that work out for him? Not very well. Adolf's throat tensed up as he heard Capuchin's remark. Don't criticize Adolf. He's protected me as part of his family all my life. Dismissing those feelings is one thing I won't tolerate.
セレス。偽りの家族愛を語ったところで何になるというのだね。
This is coming from the guy who I think they said killed his family. You don't get to say anything about family, okay, Capuchin? Capuchin casually dismissed my anger.
しかし、呪いが効かない上、どういうわけかあの男の細胞への拒否反応もなかったとなると、これは使えそうだな。
Don't touch him.
使い捨てのつもりだったが予定変更だ。第二の漂流者と分かった以上、君には。私たちに先立って不老不死を実現させるための被験体になってもらおうか。 大将として人としての姿は失うかもしれないが、それはそれで一興だ。
Destroy everything you own, Capuchin. What? Capuchin slapped the handle of his cane into the palm of his hand, satisfied with his plan. In reaction to the noise, Adolf, who had been keeping quiet, slowly raised his head.
被験体ね。どうせ拒否権なんぞないんだろうが、その前にカプシーヌ、交渉をしないか。
ん？交渉？
I doubt you can trust him. I don't.
この先セレスが受ける予定の実験を可能な限り俺に回せ。この条件を飲むのなら逃げも抵抗もせず、すべての実験をおとなしく受け入れると約束する。
Adolf, what are you saying?
お前は黙ってろ。
Don't you shush me. Of course I won't. Your conditions are... Hearing me try to stop Adolf was deliberately misinterpreted by Capuchin.
いいだろう。しばらくはその時間稼ぎに付き合ってあげようじゃないか。普通の人間がいかなる生命なのか。どうか私が満足するまで付き合っておくれ。
Capuchin ordered his soldiers to take the princess back to her quarters once her blood has been drawn. Why can't we have Cardia's power? Then we can just boop, 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 boop. All done, all gone. Problem solved. At the very least, Capuchin deserves it. Can you tell I hate him? Adolf and I are going to be separated again. I came to my senses and spoke out against it. Wait, Adolf! Don't just go off on your own. I don't need you to...
いい、セレス。お前のために俺ができることはこれぐらいしかない。カプシーヌの言う通り、俺に今さら兄を名乗る資格なんてねえが、罪滅ぼしにこれぐらいはさせてくれ。
Don't need to apologize to me! Adolf! Before I could tell him anything, the armored soldiers grabbed me by the arm and forced me to stand. They dragged me to the entrance of the joint laboratory. As I was taken outside, the door shut right in front of me. Why? Why did he have to apologize? It was true that I was surprised. I was also a little upset that he didn't tell me such an important thing sooner. But I had never once thought that you betrayed me. From then on, I was forced to spend my days in a cell, not knowing what was happening to Adolf. Whenever I asked the guards about his situation, they never answered me. It was 3 days later when a new developments occurred in the quiet prison. I heard someone stumble into his cell beside mine. That voice. Adolf! I was bound by rope, but managed to drag my body toward the bars and call his name.
セレスか怪我はないか
I mean, I might have a little bit of rope burn on my wrist, but I'm pretty good other than that. I couldn't see his face, but I could clearly tell from his voice that his body and mind were both exhausted. Don't worry about me. What about you? It was so frustrating not to be able to reach out and tend to him.
俺のことなら心配すんな
I was sure his body was cut open. I could hear the sound of blood dripping from his body.
23歳で死ねないと分かった時から丈夫さだけを頼りに生きてきたんだ昔からそれだけは自信がある
Adolf, you really aren't from here. You're a normal human. The kind Nadia dreams of. Poor little Nadia.
それはマムだけが知ってる海岸に流れ着いた俺を拾って育てた張本人だからな俺が23になっても死なないと分かった時は心底驚いてたが正体を隠すのに協力してくれた
So, how old are you?
ガキの頃の記憶に違いがないなら25年
That's not much older than 23. That old? I felt how real Capuchin's assertion was after hearing that number. So you were much older than me all along, Adolf.
そうだだからお前が俺のことを心配する必要なんてない
Huh? I didn't know what he meant.
たとえここで実験体になり死んだとしても23で迎えるはずだった死が今になって訪れるだけの話だ
He sounded calm, but sad at the same time. I felt that he was criticizing himself.
これがきっと自分の正体を隠すためにお前につきまとう不幸を暴こうとしなかった俺への罰セレス俺はお前さえ無事ならそれで
How? I suddenly realized. How can you say that? My body started crying all on its own.
セレス
You stupid Adolf! All you did was protect yourself when you had no one else to rely on, right? I was only fixated on trying to protect my own mind. So I'm at fault too, not being able to notice your suffering. Why did you have to burden yourself alone with everything? I felt so lonely and frustrated. Am I that useless as part of your family?
違うそれは
I know I shouldn't have said that, but I couldn't stop my own rush of emotions. I hate this. I hate myself and how weak I am, having to rely on you even at a time like this. Instead of putting you through all this suffering, I should have just died back then. I suddenly found myself screaming, taken over by my emotions. It was just the worst. Even when Adolf was clearly the one in so much pain, I tried to ignore that suffering by thinking about myself. But I couldn't bear it anymore. Adolf keeps talking about himself like an outsider. But at a time like this, I just wanted him to say that he wanted both of us to be saved.
そんなにも兄一人が犠牲になるのが嫌だというのなら。
I know what he's gonna say.
君もその身を挺して大事な兄を守ってはどうかな。リコリスの君。
Capuchin! Accompanied by some guards, Capuchin stood in front of the cells and held me and Adolf. As Capuchin looked at me, I could sense Adolf's anger rise within him.
こいつに何の用だ。実験の続きならまた俺が。
いや何、結果が出るまでの間、君たちの様子を見に来てみれば。ずいぶんと微笑ましい兄弟喧嘩をしているじゃないか。つい聞き入ってしまったよ。
Go away! I don't like you. I don't want you here. He was definitely up to something. Seeing my wariness, Capuchin raised his brows with amusement.
思えば、アドルフ君と交渉した際、君の意見を聞いていなかった。それではあまりにも不公平。兄弟はひいきせずに、平等に扱わねばね。
約束が違うぞカプチーヌ。
そいつには手を出すんじゃねえ。
静かに。私は彼女に聞いている。
He told you you can't trust him. Capuchin made his offer, almost as if to test me.
さて、どうするセレス君。君さえ望むのなら、実験の負担を兄弟で平等にすることもできるが。
認めないに決まって。
I hate this. I don't want to agree to any of it. I want to break out of this cage, kick his ass, and leave. Live Adolf. That's what I want. Because we're family? Adolf, if you really think of me as family, please let me take on some of your burden.
セレス。
Brushing off Adolf's attempts to stop me, I turned to Capuchin. If you're going to call me the ruler of the Lycoris, their saints, then treat me accordingly. If Adolf dies from your experiments, I will do everything I can to kill you myself, before you can use my body.
ほう。器用なお嬢さんだと思っていたが、そんな顔もできたのか。いいだろう。その覚悟に免じ、兄弟平等に我が研究に協力してもらおうじゃないか。
I got the flower, but I don't feel like I won. And I don't like it. Capuchin gave an order to his guards and opened the door to my cell. Pulled by the rope that bound my hands, I was taken outside of the cell after so many days inside.
待て、やめろ、セレス。
Meanwhile, Adolf was still inside his cell, banging vigorously on the metal bars. I'm sorry, Adolf. I know you're just trying to be kind to me, but I don't want to have to be protected all the time, especially as death. I left him behind as he fell silent and walked forward on a path where nothing but destruction awaited me. Sorry, Adolf. Capuchin took Ceres away. I kept trying to stop her, but to no avail. I hit the metal bars over and over again. But after everyone had left, grasping the bars. I crumpled to the ground.
全部本当のことだった。今まで保身のためにあいつを見捨てていた罪滅ぼしとして守りきることができればと。
But those intentions made Ceres cry. She went off on a path of self-destruction, all on her own.
どうしてこんなことになったんだ。
The answer was obvious. It is?
でははっきり言わせてもらおう。彼女が人々の死を招くことに絶望していると知っていたくせに。守るだけの騎士役で満足し、現状を変えようともしない役立たずの男が。彼女の守護者を気取るとは、肩払いたい。
Everything Uncle had to say. He gave me that lecture, yet even now, I continue to try and protect her, never trying to walk alongside her. Capuchin was right. I was just a disappointment.
あいつはいつだって俺と一緒にありたいと願ってくれていたのに。
If the one Ceres stood beside had been Yves or Anko, they probably wouldn't have made any mistakes in their words or actions toward her. Not necessarily. Two days after that, Ceres still hadn't returned to her cell. No matter how much I begged to see her, no one bothered to listen. After my wounds from the experiments had somehow completely healed, the situation finally changed.
出ろ。カプシーヌ様が研究室でお待ちだ。
Unable to find any joy in being released, I exited the cell as commanded.
セレスに合わせろ。
I glared at the guard as threateningly as I could. But he wasn't intimidated at all, knowing I was limited in my ability to fight back at the moment.
そう睨まずともすぐに会える。貴様がおとなしくついてくればな。
My only option was to believe him and go with him obediently. I walked through the institutes, now eerily quiet. And arrived at the laboratory, which had remained unchanged in the past couple days. Ceres was nowhere to be seen. In her place was...
やあ、隊長はいかがかな。第二の漂流者殿。先日の実験では君に相当な負担を強いてしまったからね。 うっかり死んでいないか心配していた。
どの口がほざく。
Even in these moments, I had to suppress the urge to lunge at him.
セレスはどこだ。あいつの命に何かあったら
I'm just there on the floor in like a bloody puddle.
心配はいらない。命以前に肌に傷一つつけていないと思う。とはいえ、度重なる実験で疲れてしまったようでね。今は別室で休んでいる。
He turned me immortal. You suck.
今すぐ連れて行け。
君の実験が終わってからだ。言っただろ。兄弟平等に扱うと。
I had no choice but to endure this. My concern for Cerez went over my own safety. And I continued to endure the pain of my flesh being torn apart. It sounds painful. Let me spin things around a little bit. That way I can do this. Because my shoulders are cold. Yeah, that's a little better. I guess I had lost consciousness. Though I wasn't surprised. I woke up to my body feeling numb all over. The walls I saw were unfamiliar to me.
気を失っている間に別の部屋に連れてこられたのか。
I realized I was sitting in the corner of a room, likely tossed and left here. I tried lifting my arm, and blood started seeping heavily through the openings of my wounds. But still, the first thing that came to mind was her face.
セレス。
Enduring the pain, I pushed myself up as I spoke the name of the person I wanted to see most. As if responding to my frail, crackling voice, there was a movement on a bed in the room. I looked over to see glistening blonde hair in the white bed.
セレス。
What do I look like? I slowly dragged my aching body over to the bed. My worries just wouldn't stop. As my heart pounded in my chest, I slowly peered into the bed. And Cerez, who was sleeping there, opened her eyes. A dolphin? It's like Adolf? Yeah. In? Huh? Thank goodness you're alright. She desperately forced a smile that bloomed like a licorice. Yeah, man, he made the licorice bloom on my skin. I hate it when that happens. Adolf's face twisted violently when he saw my face. Even though I was sure he was glad to see that I was safe.
セレス、その姿はお前の身に何があった？
Oh. I guess he noticed. Pretty hard not to notice, but... I knew he'd be worried if he saw me like this. Enduring the pain that covered my entire body, I sat up and started explaining to him. In the future, I'll be buried with clones of myself as a new breed of licorice to fight against the toxins. And this is to prepare for that process. That's the order given to Capuchin by his supporter. Damn it, Donuts. And then there's Donut in that other one where the other, I think was it Wiki? It was Eves. Yeah, it was Eves. Where Donut was like, you know, Sign was like, you know, yeah, we need to experiment on her, but it'll take 5 months. And Donut's like, 5 months? That's too long! And then, like, forces a whole, like, freaking fire off on the city, and, like, it's just a mess. And then we had to force, like... It sucked. Oh, but he has the patience to, you know, take his time with now. I'm mad. It seems the markings on my skin are signs that the gene modification to strengthen my abilities is working. After the marks appear on my skin, I found it hard to breathe. Possibly because I had been absorbing so many toxins. I knew that my body was becoming a different organism, or a different organism.
そんな。
Yeah. Tell me why.
どうして我が身可愛さにお前を見捨ててきた俺なんかをそこまでして守ろうとする。俺にはそんな資格ありはしないのに。
You too. As he hugged me with regret, I hugged him back with the feeble strength that I had. Adolf, you're an important part of my family. And someone who's particularly special to me. For all the times you've protected me, I wanted to protect you this time. I could feel Adolf trembling. But I can't compensate for all the experiments intended for you. And so I don't think my struggle will be much help.
なことねえ。こうしてお前を抱きしめる力が残ってるのもお前が俺を守ろうとしてくれたからだ。お前の犠牲を決して嬉しいとは言えないが、それは揺るぎない事実だと俺は思ってる。
Thank you. We held each other in our arms for a quiet moment. When we last saw each other, I'm sorry for pushing you away.
気にするな。俺だってお前の意志を聞かず自己犠牲で満足しようとしてた。お前が望む通り、あの時俺は捕まっているアンクーも含めて3人で助かろうと言うべきだったのに。
I forget, where did Uncle go at this point in the story? In this direction it went. Yes. Pain spread from the parts of my body that Adolf touched. Even so, I wish you would keep holding me like this forever. I wanted to feel proof that he was alive. But that momentary bit of happiness.
いやあ、二人とも久しぶりの再会はいかがかな。
Was interrupted by the Institute's current owner.
強い意志は生命力につながるというからね。
The worst possible person.
今後の実験で迂闊に死なれないよう再会の場を用意したが。それもそろそろ終わりだ。これから兄弟揃って実験に参加してもらうとしよう。
Adolf stood in front of me. But it was pointless with the royal guard and Capuchin's followers brandishing weapons back at him. Adolf! If we were going to be killed for resisting, we should obey his orders for now. That was what I tried to communicate to Adolf with my eyes. Adolf relaxed and obeyed their directions. The royal guard wore heavy helmets, while the society's followers hid their face from behind cloth. They tied us with rope and took us into the laboratory.
最初はセレツ君の状態を確認し、必要に応じて能力を促進させるとしよう。
ただでさえ弱ってるこいつをさらに痛めつけるってのか。
Like, give me a day to rest.
これも必要な処置だ。私とてリコリスの君の命を削るのは心苦しいが。 不老不死を実現させる前に寿命で死んでは意味がない。彼女の実験は自然と君より優先される。
てめえ
The society follower in the royal guard quickly held down up Adolf as he was about to lunge forward.
お兄様が暴れないようしっかり拘束しているように。
はっ。離せセレス。
Adolf. As he was carried off by the royal guard. I'll be alright. Although speaking so weakly probably wasn't very convincing. After I was moved to the center of the laboratory, the membrane of the capsule enveloped me.
ではこれより3段階目の実験を。
待て、やめろ。
Capuchin operated a stone slate at his hand, about to force me to endure new levels of pain. Suddenly, Lucas, is that you? What are you doing here? I guess it's Barreau now. Lucas might not be in there. A light different from that of the system screens flooded my sights. That light was from the glint of a blade, ready to slice off its target's flesh. I fell from the destroyed capsule and was about to hit the ground. Or maybe it's Yves. It could also be Yves. But before I could realize what was happening, someone caught me in their arms.
Oh! 貴様、一体何のつもりだ?
Those arms belonged to the young man, whose face was covered in cloth. He was likely the one who struck the capsule as well. Who are... Mathis? The young man gave a kind smile that only I could see.
Adolf!
No? Maybe that is Yves. And with a confident and elegant voice, called out the name of my brother. Adolf understood everything right in that moment. Adolf tackled the Royal Guard soldier, holding him back, forcing him to fall over. Using that opening, he ran as fast as he could to the follower who was carrying me. Yeah, I think it is. It's gotta be. The follower used his blade to cut through the rope that bound my wrists.
まさかこんな大胆な策を取ってくるとはな。けどまあ、お前らしいか。
The young man gave a smirk at Adolf's remark. That smile. Are you? Yes?
当たり。助けに来るのが遅れちゃってごめん。二人とも。
The voice I heard was that of my dear friend.
いつの間に研究所内に潜り込んだんだ。
Upon hearing his voice, Capuchin's expression changed from confident to shocked. However, he stayed calm, his hand reaching for the screen.
研究室に厳重なロックを外にさえ出さなければこんな小尺な策に意味はない。
この程度の責任奴の前では無意味なことだ。
I know that one. I know that voice. It's my husband. Just as Capuchin heard the confidence and brash voice that came from his hand, the entrance to the laboratory was torn open in an instant. Scream. Scream like a little bitch, Capuchin. And the one who jumped inside was Virche, Lucas.
リュカ、生きていたのか。私に逆らうとはどういうつもりだ。移動させたナディアがどうなっても。
覚悟があると言ったら。何？
I'm gonna guess Nadia's safe.
どんな選択をしてもナディアに危険が及ぶというのなら。
Oh, Nadia's probably still safe in the hospital. Well, you know, as safe as she can be.
私は少しでもあの子の未来ごと救い出せる可能性にかけます。あなたと違い、神を名乗るあの男はナディアを助けるとはっきりと言ってくれたから。
The other followers and royal guard members that had gathered fell back in fear at the appearance of the new overwhelming threats.
今のうちです。3人とも。
After Lucas saw I was safe, he pointed toward the exit that he made, as he kept the surrounding threat away from us.
わかりました。
Thank you, Lucas.
後で必ず合流しましょうね。
あんたの事情は後で聞かせてもらうからな。
It's like you got some explaining to do, mister. Yus was still carrying me as we exited the laboratory, with Adolf guarding us. As I expected, boisterous alarms were going off, signaling the presence of the infiltrators. However, we were able to get to the maze of the hallways before anyone could catch us.
よいしょっと。この服少し動きづらいね。
With the time we bought for ourselves, Yves took off the clothing he had used as a disguise and threw them in the hallway. He then picked me back up and was about to head further down the hallway, but... Wait, Yves! Hanko's still in the Institutes. In Cian's office. We have to save him. Yves reacted very clearly to the name. I managed to explain through burning lips my relationship with Anko and the escape plan Donut had left us. Donut's a liar. Even though he had met Anko only once.
わかった。任せて。アドルフ、君も怪我がひどいけど、彼女を頼める？
イブ、お前まさか。
Be careful, Yves.
俺一人で彼を迎えに行ってみるよ。
I forbid you to die. No dying.
二人は先に行って彼らとなんとか合流して。
Yves handed me to Adolf, then turned his back to us. Yves, wait! You can't go alone. It's too dangerous. Take this. I don't know what I'd give him, but
無茶はもともと危険は覚悟で潜入したから大丈夫。その肌を見る限り、君は一刻も早くシアンさんに見てもらった方がいい。
やっぱりあいつも生きてるのか。
Of course he is.
当たり前だ。この程度で死んでたまるか。
The voice I heard was one filled with confidence and vitality. After previously hearing of his death, I felt relief from the bottom of my heart that he was all right. I'm so glad you're safe, Cian. Is Mathis safe too?
はい。
Safe
ご心
too!
配をおかけし
So
ました。
happy!
なんとか生きてます。
All of my boys are safe! So right now, currently, at the current moment, I don't know if it's gonna be permanent, but you know, hopefully it is! Yes.
今から僕が迎えに行きますから、どうかそれまで無事でいてください。
Oh god, I'm not prepared to be in a car driven by you in this condition.
迎えにってどうするつもりだ。正門はこの衛兵や信徒たちが守りを固めてる状態だぞ。
He'll just run them over. Just vroom, 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 vroom.
俺も今まで気づかなかったが、研究所の遥か地下に国の各地に張り巡らされている通路が存在する。
Oh yeah, we could use that too.
そこを通れば、俺たちが今潜伏しているクロード家の悪趣味な研究室にたどり着けるはずだ。
Tell us not to touch. Cian, you need to tell us not to trust Donut, because we're probably gonna find him down there, and he's gonna lead us to his laboratory, and we're gonna go to the wrong laboratory, and then everything's gonna be like horrible.
わかった。だがイブ、お前本当に。
行くよ。彼、アンクーとは話したいことがたくさんあるから。
He gave me such a gentle smile that it was hard to believe we were being chased right at the moment.
必ず後で合流しよう。研究所を奪還するための作戦だって話し合わなきゃいけないしね。
He pushed his transmitter to Adolf and grabbed Donut's lock of hair from me before running off. Yves! After hesitating for a moment,
イブならきっと大丈夫だ。
better be.
下手に捕まってあいつの足手まといになる前に行くぞ、セレス。
Right. Adolf is right. As injured as we both were, all we could do now is run. Believing Yves would make it back, Adolf followed Cian's instructions, heading toward the tunnels underneath the institutes. Cian led us down to the quiet wing of the institute. We discovered a hidden entrance beneath the floor with a ladder leading deep below the institute. I went down the ladder, making sure we didn't slip and fall, and found that the air was damp and cold. This is such a weird tunnel. It makes me uncomfortable. We found ourselves in a narrow passage with strange colored water flowing at our feet. What the indeed? I never knew such an underground passage existed beneath Arpachel.
それはもともと緊急時の脱出用として数百年前に作られた城からの隠し通路だったそうだ。
I wonder if the lore of this tunnel will be explained in the whole Drifter story. Because this isn't your average normal tunnel. Our family spent decades rebuilding it.
空気の通りが悪い。時間をかけるとセレスの負担が増えそうだな。
Adolf seemed to feel some truth in Cian's explanation and picked me up again.
一気に駆け抜けるぞ。我慢できるか。
Yeah. To be honest, pain radiated through my entire body with each step he took. But I knew I couldn't complain right now. While everyone was trying to save us.
あと少しの辛抱だ。しっかり捕まってろ。
As we held onto each other tightly, Adolf continued running through the tunnel. Fighting the currents of water flowing against his feet, Adolf followed Cian's instructions through the canal. During that time, we exchanged all the information we had. Yu's mission, my innate abilities, and the source of the chorus being toxins that contaminated the soil. How Barreau was actually Lucas. The memory crash that occurred when someone experienced strong love. And Capuchin, and how he was the one who inspired the royal family to take action. their past crimes, and their current objective. And about Anko possessing the mysterious power of immortality. We also let everyone know that Adolf was actually the second person from the outside world.
すごい。なんだかおとぎ話を聞いているような気分になってきました。
Use this as inspiration for a story later on, sweetie. It'll be wonderful. I promise. Maybe if you ask nicely. I highly doubt it, because he has trauma from you. You know, actually, no, Anko does. Anko has trauma from you, but Adolf doesn't. So maybe Adolf will, you know, be okay with you taking a blood sample. But anything more, no, that's not happening. Not this time. I love you, but no, I'm not allowing that. Sometimes you need to ask nicely. As he clicked his tongue, Cian liberally shared with us the information that he had. How the headquarters of the true culprit behind all the recent events was at the end of this tunnel. And how we are hopefully not going there. That the place he was in right now was the illegal laboratories prepared by the one behind the missing prostitutes, Camille. Or rather, Jean. Or John. John? Gian. Yeah, Gian, I think it is. Or rather, John, who did it all in order to revive his lover. John was the one behind the missing people? The murderer who killed the prostitutes?
今さら嘘だという理由はねえな。その言葉を信じるとして、犯人であるあいつ自身は今どこにいるんだ？
それがわからないんです。
Mathis has to have a lot of conflicting feelings right now. Mathis continued the conversation, seemingly headed toward us.
僕たちは屋敷に逃げ込んだ後、この地下施設を見つけたことで、彼の虚構を知って。乗り込んできたブロー、リュカ先生と交渉した結果、協力することになったんですが、先生はジャン、兄さんを殺していないって断言してて。
Okay, so there is one thing that people here still don't know, and that's that Mathis is a homunculus. Which that's kind of an important piece of information for us to know, because he needs maintenance if he's gonna live. My baby needs maintenance.
例の支援者に用済みとして殺されたか、どこかに幽閉されたか。まあ奴のことはお前らに比べればさして重要じゃない。今は脱出を優先しろ。
It's a little harsh considering who's standing right next to you. Mathis must have had mixed feelings about Jean's crimes and his current whereabouts since he fell silent.
イブが死んだように見えたのはアンクーの返り血がかかってたからか。
Right. I'm so glad everyone's alright. Just as I was about to thank them both, I could sense the Lycoris blooming within me, and coughed violently into Adolf's arms. Okay, not
共
really.
有はここまでだ。貴重な検体が息絶える前にさっさと進め。
You could call me something else, but
言われなくても分かってる。あと少しだけ頑張れ。
alright. Desperately trying to stop myself from coughing up blood, I continued with Adolf through the tunnels, following Scene's instructions. I had no idea how many hours had passed since then, but I was in great pain. My throat was on fire. I wanted to stop breathing, just to have some relief from the pain. But I managed to hang on to the remaining reasoning I had left to stop myself from doing so. Through my blurred vision, I saw Adolf, still desperately running forward, his face in pain from the blood seeping from his body. I have to do my best. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm supposed to say. Adolf's trying so hard. I have to do something too. At the very least, I knew I couldn't die before seeing all those dear to me come out of this alive.
アドルフさん、こっちです。
Mathis! My sweet baby boy!
マティス。
Need water. The moment Mathis rushed over to us, Adolf collapsed to the ground, exhausted.
ご無事でよかったです。クロード家はもうすぐそこですから。
Mathis quickly held me up so that I wouldn't sink into the water. Thank goodness. Now, Adolf will be all right. I felt an overwhelming sensation of relief. The nerves of my mind had been frayed for so long that my consciousness started to fade. I'm just gonna take a little nap here, okay? Just 5 minutes, okay, Adolf? 5 minutes. Adolf's voice started to fade away as he desperately called out to me. I'll be fine. Please. You need to get help first. I wanted to speak so as to not worry him. I tried to, but no words would come out. Feeling a creeping sensation across my skin, My mind fell into complete darkness. Just sleeping, I think. I hope. I managed to avoid those who were pursuing us, and finally made it to Cian's laboratory. Following her instructions, I was able to easily open up the heavily locked door using Donut's hair.
お邪魔します、シアンさん。
I rushed into Cian's office, which was just as messy as always. Alright, look for a head, because if I remember correctly, Anko is a head at the current moment. He's just a head in a bottle. I hurriedly looked around the room to find anything out of place. There he is! Or a part of him. And saw him in a corner in the room. A head without a body.
生きてるよね。
I slowly approached him and saw that he was breathing. Small bubbles spilled out of his mouth, hinting that he wasn't dead. But the sight was shocking that I couldn't help but freeze for a moment.
体が再生するって言うなら、自分で走ってもらう方が早いかな。
Well, I mean, yeah, if you have to fight along the way. I quickly pulled out my sword after making my decision. And in a flash of light, an act of destruction that was difficult to achieve through bludgeoning was accomplished with a single swing of a sword's blade. In the same instant, a mass of flesh was ejected from the capsule. Beautiful, beautiful sights, beautiful description. As it broke apart, the upper half of Anko's body began to regenerate.
あ、びっくりした。
I pulled my hand away from the capsule right before its entire weight pushed down on my arm. That regeneration is quick. As he collapsed to the ground, Anko regained consciousness, his body fully regenerated.
よかった、アンク。無事ではなかったけど、結果的に無事になったね。
But you are now! Still not really understanding how his body worked, I looked him over to make sure he was alright. However, his mind still seemed to be hazy, and he covered his face with his hands.
Eve.
That's us! He spoke my name in a much different tone of voice than when we first met.
アンク?
When I spoke his name in return, he seemed to realize where he was.
リコリスの守護者か。どうやら眠り込んでいる間に面倒をかけてしまったようだね。
His demeanor returned to that of the Watchman of Death I was familiar with.
姫君、セレスは無事かい？
ごめん、無事とは言えない。でもなんとか命はつないでる。彼女も君を心配していたし、早く合流して励ましてあげてほしい。俺が必ず君を彼女のところまで送り届けるから。
I motioned to the door with my eyes as I spoke.
私のおぞましい姿を見ても、君はそう言ってくれるのか？わかった。不甲斐ない限りだが、今は君の導きに従おう。君と共にかけるのは、一体何百年ぶりだろうか。
You're getting a little too far ahead of him. Although if you're questioning, it's been, if I remember correctly, I saw the note I wrote like a few days ago. 582 years? Estimated? Maybe it was a 600. I don't know, it's been a while. I had no idea what it was he was talking about as we went down into the tunnels I used for my infiltration. Because I gave my transmitter to Adolf, I was unable to contact Cian, and simply had to rely on my gut instinct to get through.
狭い空間で道に迷った時は、風が吹いている方向にっていうのが決まりだよね。
Is that so?
警戒して進むとしよう。
Don't go into the wrong laboratory! After traveling for a short while, through the waterways, with only spare light to rely on, we found ourselves in a dark space with hardly any light at all. Did they find themselves in the wrong laboratory? I feel like they found themselves in the wrong laboratory. Damn it. With every breath she took, Ceres spit up more blood, growing weaker and weaker.
セレさん、しっかりしてください。
Be okay, sweetie. Maybe. As I held Ceres's hand as she lay on top of the examination table, I looked at Cyan, begging for his help.
シアン、どうすればいい？このままじゃこいつが。
黙っていろ。今解析してる。
Easily taking control of the system that wasn't his own, Cian looked over Ceres's body as best he could. His eyes opened wide at the results produced and nodded, seemingly understanding what they meant.
施された実験と目的は把握した。毒素を解決するために、こいつを新種のリコリスにしようとしたのか。苦しんでいるのは毒素を数十倍の速度で吸っているから。なかなかどうして悪くない発想だが。
It's not a bad plan, but it sucks. It sucks for our body.
さらに一手間加えてある。アレロパシー能力の
Of course he
発
did.
現を歪ませ、体内で別種の毒素に変換させているな。
別の毒素。
そんなこと、誰が何のために。
The sick piece of shit Capuchin would. That's who.
Mathis pleaded for an answer as he wiped Ceres's mouth.
こいつを経由して毒素を回収。それを解析して対抗策を取られないため、といったところか。要は時間稼ぎだ。おそらく支援者には呪いの解除以外に目的があるんだろう。それを達成する前にこの国の呪いを解かれたら困るといったところか。
目的。
その支援
Immortality.
者ってのは
They
カ
announced
プ
it out
シーヌ
loud,
か
right?
王族のことじゃないのか。
違う。間にもう一人別人支援者という一連を計画した首謀者がいるんだ。
And his name begins with a D.
すでに正体は暴いているが、この娘の処置には関係ないこと。
I mean, it'd still be nice to know for them to know. That way they know who not to trust.
希少な検体に死なれるのは困る。みすぼらしい機材しかないが、どうにか処置してみるか。
頼む。
He's like, thanks, I think. I wanted to object to his calling her a specimen, but I had no choice but to rely on him, given the circumstances. Scene's eyes reflected Ceres's state the whole time as he performed the necessary treatments on her. In the end, all I could see was that Ceres coughed less frequently. Afterward, we moved her to a small house at the outskirts of town, since the royal family and the supporter likely knew where we were. However, her other symptoms didn't improve at all, and the licorice stayed bloomed across her skin.
あの地下の環境では、
We
こ
need
の程度の
Anko's
処置が限界
antibodies,
だ。
I think.
完治を目指すならそれこそ研究所を奪還した上で、こいつに施された実験の詳細なデータが必要だ。
In other words, we had to go back.
このままだと助からないっていうことですか。
Yeah, that too.
ああ、放っておけば一日で死ぬ。
Oh shit, that's not a lot. That's not a lot of time.
まあ一時も目を離さず見れば2日程度持つだろうが。
That's better than one day.
でしたら。
死にたくなければその娘には近づくなよ。毒素を絶えず吸収し排出する。今のこいつに近づいて死なないのは第二の漂流者であるその男だけだ。
There was only cruelty and despair in the reality thrust upon us. Not only, I mean, there's hope. At least one of you can get near me to, you know, make me live more than one day. That's something.
セレスのことは俺が見る。他のことは任せてもいいか。
I hated myself for having to rely on others at a time like this.
言われずともそのつもりだ。別室でクルーンを待ちつつ今後の方針を話し合うぞ。クロードその2。
はい。
Scene left the room, dragging Mathis along with him. The only ones left were me and Ceres, still suffering from pain.
セレス。
I sat at Ceres's bedside and held her hand. I didn't expect her to answer back. In fact, I hoped she didn't, as it would just put more stress on her. Still, Adolf, we got away together, didn't we? Ceres opened her eyes and gave me a smile of joy brimming from the bottom of her heart.
そんなの、お前が助からなきゃ何の意味もない。
My voice was weaker than I had ever heard it.
どうしてお前はこんな状況で笑っていられるんだ。今お前を苦しめているその体は無力な俺をかばったせいなのに。
It was my choice. It's true that breathing and trying to stay awake hurts. But the pain is so much less than the joy I feel knowing that you're safe, Adolf. Another licorice bloomed across Ceresa's skin right before my eyes.
Ceres!
It's strange. I know your hand is holding mine, but I can't feel your warmth. I always loved the warmth I felt from you. I wonder if my symptoms are getting worse. If I won't be able to feel you touching me. She murmured how scary that would be. At this rate, Ceres would die. Because she had to protect this unreliable brother of hers.
そんなことには 絶対にさせねえ。俺がお前を絶対に助けてやる。
You will. My voice shook, making me sound far from confident. I wish I could have at least made her feel at ease at a time like this. As Therese heard me, her eyes narrowed into a smile, and while she broke into a cold sweat. Thanks. She refused to ask me to save her. I'm sorry, Adolf. Can I close my eyes for a moment? My eyes. They hurt. I feel like they'll bleed if I keep them open.
ああ、後のことは俺に任せておけ。
Okay, I'm just gonna take in a view for another minute. Just in case I don't see again. Just in case. Right. After smiling, Therese quietly closed her eyes. Terrified that she might have stopped breathing, I looked down over Therese's chest to make sure it was rising and falling with her breath.
死なせない。死なせてたまるか。あの時、俺は誓ったんだ。もう二度とお前を死神なんて罵るまいと。そして何を代償にしてもその命を守りきると。
My way of protecting her was wrong, just as Uncle pointed out to me. But I still won't stop feeling this way. It was well into the evening. However, no matter how many hours had passed, it still didn't seem like Yves would return. He went to the wrong place. And our child would be met by a tumultuous night.
Ceres のことは俺が見る。他のことは任せてもいいか。
言われずともそのつもりだ。別室でクルーンを待ちつつ今後の方針を話し合うぞ。クロードその2。
はい。セレス。
I could hear the whisper of a person so dear to me. But his voice was filled with so much sadness. Adolf? We got away together, didn't we? Wanting to make him feel a bit more at ease, I forced my stinging cheeks into a smile. But it seemed not to work.
そんなの
お前が助からなきゃ何の意味もない。
The sadness on Adolf's face simply grew.
どうしてお前はこんな状況で笑っていられるんだ。今お前を苦しめているその体は無力な俺をかばったせいなのに。
No, that wasn't true. I took the path that I thought would keep us both alive. It was true that I was in pain. I wouldn't hide that from him. It's true that breathing and trying to stay awake hurts. But the pain is so much less than the joy I feel knowing you're safe, Adolf. The moment I spoke, another flower bloomed painfully across my skin.
Ceres!
It's strange. I know your hand is holding mine, but I can't feel your warmth. I always loved the warmth I felt from you. I felt that as long as I could feel his warmth, I could withstand any sort of pain. I wonder if my symptoms get worse, if I won't even be able to feel that you're touching me. That's so scary. Far more than dying. What I felt was helplessly weak.
そんなことには絶対にさせねえ。俺がお前を絶対に助けてやる。
Adolf shouted out loud, swearing he would save me. But thanks. I couldn't ask him to do that. Because I knew more than anyone else that my body was transforming into something that wasn't human. If I asked him to save me when I was beyond saving, it would be dooming Adolf to absolute despair. I haven't given up. But I do want to reduce the possibility of hurting Adolf as much as possible. After exhaling a heavy breath, my vision turned a vivid red. Adolf disappeared from sight for a split moment. I'm sorry, Adolf. Can I close my eyes for a moment? My eyes, they hurt. I feel like they'll bleed if I keep them open. I couldn't show that happening to me.
ああ、後のことは俺に任せておけ。
Right. After using up the rest of my strength to give him an ambiguous smile, I quietly closed my eyes. Adolf, please don't blame yourself. I was just happy to travel along the same path in life as you. Despair or salvation. Regardless of which one awaited us, I wish to stay with you until the end. That future was one that I was sure would come true. From far away, I could hear the voice of a young king.
ごきげんよう、愛すべき国民諸君。私はクリスティーヌ女王が第一子リアム・レーブ・ポワール。このアルペシェールを治める本来の王位継承者として。
And here I am in bed, dying and missing all this.
私は私欲にて民を虐げる戦王に鉄槌を下しに戻ってきた。
As the night ended, the broadcast that swept across all of Virche.
今宵深夜0時になった瞬間、国中に仕組んだ爆弾を起動させ、お前たちを私手製の冥界のおでへと叩き落とす。
It's not a very good introduction for yourself as king.
これから再興する新たな国には、私が作り出した普通の人間だけがいればいい。だが一つだけ生き残る術を教えよう。研究所から逃げ出したリコリスの聖女を私のもとへと送り届けてくれれば、そのものだけは救いようのある人間として保護することを約束しよ
う。Seriously? You're just like the other royals, I swear. You think you're better than them, but you're doing the exact same thing they did. They do. I think I was supposed to read that. No. Or not. It was more than enough to throw the citizens into confusion and despair. The royal family would all be killed in its spots. I was sure Capuchin would have time to come after us in the chaos. By Lycra's saints, I'm sure he's referring to me. I didn't know how Donut was planning to use me, considering my condition, but at this rate, everyone is going to die. Mother, the children, everyone dear to me.
動くな、セレス。安静にしてろ。
Adolf stopped me as I tried to get up from the bed. Adolf. But at this rate... Adolf gave a frustrated look in response to my plea.
リアム・レーブ・ポワール。亡きクリスティーヌ女王の維持か。言ってることは真っ当だが、やろうとしてることは狂ってるな。
Adolf sighed as he looked outside.
さっきシアンたちと話し合ってきた。処刑を止めるために。いや、何よりもお前の体を蝕む変異した毒素を解除するためにも、俺はダハトと相対する。
His reasoning was that he was the only one who the toxins wouldn't affect.
殺し合いは避けられないだろう。だからお前はここでマティスと
Maybe I don't want to. Take me with you. It's probably a bad idea to take because you're just delivering me to him. I don't know if this is the right answer. Oh, here it is, okay. Please. Take me with you. If we've come this far, I want to be with you to the end.
なのダメに決まってるだろ。水路には毒素が充満してるんだぞ。今のお前が入ったら2日どころか半日すら。
連れて行くほかない。しらみつぶしに捜索されればこんな空き小屋すぐに見つかる。
Sun refuted Adolf's arguments as he entered the room.
それはそうだが、ダハトはこいつを狙ってるんだぞ。
その程度のリスクは承知しろ。
僕も一緒に行くのがいいと思います。ダハトを撃破したその場で治療すればセレスさんは助かりますから。本当なら僕たちも一緒に行きたいですけど、毒素へ対抗できる術がないので。
交代でもあれば話は別だがな。
Things would be different if we had Anko. Adolf must have at least been somewhat convinced, as he fell silent. But still not coming to an answer, he looked over at me as I breathed in pain.
地下に潜ればろくな看病ができない。きっと死ぬほど苦しい思いをすることになる。それでも俺と来るっていうのか。
He spoke as of challenging me, and I moved the aching muscles in my face. It's not a matter of pain. I'm going because I want to be with you.
そうか。この短い間にすっかり強くなったな。
Brushing my hand, after brushing his hand lightly against my cheek, Adolf stood up.
わかった。一緒に行こう。イブとアンクーもきっとお前を心配してる。
He's not worried about you. He lifted my body so carefully, as if everybody was a tread rock. Thank you. I desperately held on to Adolf with my remaining strength so as not to fall. Even if I treated him in time, I'm still with Kit. Can't reach it in time. Even if I can't be wasted in time, treated in time. My body as an embodiment to the Lycoris might still be helpful for some research. But I was sure not to tell that to Adolf. It's a lot of fish. The time was 11:21. As Liam River Power's mass extinction ticked closer and closer, Adolf and I jumped into the underground waterway. Ah! The moment we jumped in, the Lycoris covering my skin grew in number. Oops, sorry. Adolf looked as if he was about to stop, but I shook my head furiously. Alright. Keep going, Adolf.
わかった。辛かったら言えよ。
Oh no. As he moved forward, alarms signaling the entrance of intruders went off throughout the tunnels. Then, along with a storm of static,
私の城へようこそ。第二の漂流者、アドルフ。直接対面できないのが残念だが、この場をもって改めて君に名乗ろう。
The young king addressed us in a regal voice.
我が名はリアム・レーブポワール。
Yeah, my name is Liam. Yeah, I can't speak.
リコリスの聖女を使い、普通の性に焦がれた母、クリスティーヌを蘇らせる。
What would he do if he said she's alive? Anna's a reliver.
死者蘇生を成功させる。この国最後の王だ。
You're not supposed to bring the dead back. He spoke boldly, claiming that my abilities allowed me to absorb genes of the previous queen from the soil, and that he would use this to accomplish his goal of reviving her. Adolf's face twisted in anger at Donut's premature declaration of victory.
こいつを道具扱いするんじゃねえ。てめえの身勝手な支援や理想に付き合ってられるか。お前の目的も大義ももう関係ない。俺はただセレスを助けるためにここにいる。
doesn't seem to be able to hear us, as he laughed in response to Adolf's rebuttal.
そうか。それは残念だ。この際君とは普通について問答したいと思っていたが。だが、まあ、それもまた大切な人と共に生きる普通の人間らしい選択だ。
It is.
仕方ない。この戦争の決着は。
Salome, you need to come here and punish your child. He's trying to commit genocide and bring back the dead. He's not being a very good child. Oh.
先に到着した彼らとつけることにしよ
う。Wait. I felt as if I heard fighting just now. But I was unable to determine what it was because the transmission with Donut ended.
今はダハトの元に向かうことに集中するぞ。
I knew they went to the Ron laboratory. Right. Adolf shook off his nerves as well and continued to run down the tunnels. Following Scene's instructions over the transmitter, we continued along the path we came through the other day.
この先は左は研究所に向かう道だから奥に向かうには逆に右か。
He turned his feet toward the path to the right. But the moment he stepped inside... Damn it, it's one of the other Lucases. A man dressed in black jumped out from the path, swinging a blade at Adolf. The blade reached to tear into his torso, but Adolf dragged its rights at the last minute. Lucas!
の偽物だ。
Yep. The clones. The Clone Wars. While still holding me, Adolf continued to swing, dodge swing after swing. Adolf, at this rate, you're...
だからといって毒素まみれの水路にお前を放り出せるか。
Adolf's movements are slowed by the water at his feet, pushing him against the wall, worsening his ability to fight. And then, I saw the clock on the transmitter reach midnight. Adolf, the time! Adolf gritted his teeth, waiting for the country's collapse. Nothing's happening? The collapse of the ground above us didn't come leaving us in a breath of relief. But in that time, the clone readied his halberd again, this time determined to kill Adolf. Unable to do anything, Adolf's face twisted in frustration. Just then, there was a loud crash. From the sound, loud enough to mistake it as breaking of the ground that Donut was supposed to cause. It's the real Lucas! Also came the voice of my real teacher, who appeared from the broken ceiling above. Following his command, Adolf instantly crouched down, covering me with his body. After seeing him do so, Lucas took his halberd in hand, still in midair. Get him! And he ruthlessly cut down the clone, who was still frozen in reaction to the sudden intrusion. But our relief only lasted a minute, of course it did. Damn it, he's dying too. I'm dying, he's dying, Adolf's like, what am I supposed to do with this? I have two dying people here who really shouldn't be next to each other. When he landed in the water, the toxins washed over him, causing him to double over and cough up blood. Oh, Lucas! I rushed over with Adolf and was about to take a closer look at him, but
私のことは構わないで。それよりもこの先に囚われているナディアのことをお願いします。
Damn it! Lucas barely kept himself upright, not able to even wipe the blood from his mouth. Nadia's with Donut?
ええ。カプシーヌが潜伏できるあらゆる場所を探しても見つからなかった以上、あの子がいるのはこの国で今最も安全な王のいる場所しかありません。
Please save her. He pleaded at us to struggle to keep himself alive.
だが、今のあんたをこんな場所に放置したら。
あまたの命を奪ってきた殺人鬼を心配する必要はありませんよ。
There's more coming. He swiftly struck down a clone that had been sneaking up behind us, then smiled weakly.
梅雨払いは必要でしょう。
Thank you.
君たちに迫る脅威を私はこの場で命尽きるまで排除し続けます。
Try not to.
これが私の 教師としての最後の使命です。
Lucas was a terrible man. He had decided all on his own that he would die, and wouldn't give us any time to stop him. I could hear a number of footsteps coming after us. I knew that the clones, unable to feel the pain of the toxins that infected them, were coming to exterminate us. Adolf looked back and forth between the direction of the footsteps and Lucas.
あんたに言いたいことは山のようにある。だがセレスの理解者になってくれたことには心から感謝してる。生徒だった頃、あんたの授業について話すこいつは本当に楽しそうだった。
私にはもったいない言葉です。
Adolf took hold of me again, hurrying to get away from the footsteps before the footsteps arrived. As he moved deeper into the tunnel, I shouted over his shoulder, "Lucas! Thank you so much for everything you've done for us." I shouted as I burned the image of him into my mind, fighting against the burning pain. Please don't die. Naughty is waiting for you. I should have said that, and any number of other things instead. But in response to my farewell to him,
お礼を言うのはこちらです。私も君の先生になれて幸せだった。さようなら、私の大切な教え子。どうか幸せに。
he simply smiled with happiness deep in his heart. I could hear a clock ticking somewhere. Each tick signaled the approach of our patrol's end.
おそらくこの先にダハトがいるはずだ。あいつに戦力がいた場合、お前を安全な場所に隠してから戦うから。なるべく声を出さずにじっとしててくれ。
Okay. I had used up about half the strength I had left between the journey here and the shock of losing Lucas. It took everything in me just to respond, and as a cold sweat ran down my face,
あと少しだけ頑張ってくれ。
with both his arms preoccupied, Adolf gave me a gentle kiss on the forehead. A smile formed at my lips at this nostalgic sensation. Now you're treating me like a child?
バカ言うな。前にも言ったろ。俺の中でお前はとっくに子供なんかじゃなくなっていた。
I see. It was strange, Before I had felt a loneliness from Adolf, as he tried to become something other than my brother. But I couldn't help but wonder what else he was thinking about me. If we make it back alive, it would be so nice if Adolf tells me how he feels about me now. I knew he would tell me in all honesty.
行くぞ。必ず無事に帰ってマムを安心させるんだ。
I should probably save here. Turn this off. Hi. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna and stop.
You're streaming?
Yeah. You have to duck, Bo. There you go. He's like, how do I get through these wires?
Everybody out. Everybody out. Come on, Fritz, let's go eat. Oh my god, I'm on your stream.
It's okay. Just leave them let them be. Let me finish chewing. Right. I grabbed onto Adolf's chest with everything I had. After checking on me that I still had the will to live, he readied himself. And walked slowly into the tunnel, devoid of any lights at all. Anko, Eve, still be alive, please. That's not good. Oh, this isn't. A few moments after we entered, we came across Anko kneeling on the ground. I felt relieved to see that he was safe. But then we saw, damn it! A figure clad in black who looked similar to Lucas, though we knew with certainty that it wasn't. His sharp halberd pierced the body of our dear friend. Damn it! We stared in silence, as blood spewed from the cavity formed in Eve's body. Not a single thought came to me. The only thing that came to mind was the name of the one that had fallen. Yves?
Eve!
Damn it. You just had to go in the wrong direction, didn't you? Maybe he'll miraculously live. Anko, who was holding a strange weapon, shouted at the same time as Adolf. But Yves didn't respond to their shouts. He lay there motionless, in the middle of the growing red puddle, as if he was simply a corpse. It wasn't like before, when he was covered in blood of someone else. This time he was stained completely by the blood that erupted from his body. Moreau lifted the bloodied halberd, ready to continue reducing Yu's body into an indiscernible shape. But
やめろ。
the one who stopped him was the one in control of him.
見事。圧倒的な力を持つベルナール・プルーストの遺伝子人形を相手に。
I forgot he had him. I actually forgot this was like a thing. Damn it, donuts!
普通の人間が来るまで戦い抜いたその立ち回りと覚悟。この国の人間にしておくには惜しい。あなたも別の意味で特別な人間でしたよ、イブさん。
He doesn't even know he's a descendant of Drifter.
He spoke his final words to the motionless body before turning toward us.
ようやくのご到着か。ほんの少しだけ遅かったみたいですね、アドルフさん。あと数秒早くついていれば大事な親友を失うことはなかったのに。
Don't remind me. I was thinking that the whole time.
だとてめえ
Someone may come punish your son.
やめろアドルフ。
Enraged by the death of his friend, Adolf was about to lunge at Donut, but was stopped by Anko, who had lost the will to fight.
何のつもりだアンク。あいつはお前にとっても大切な契約者の血筋だったんだろう。
In response to Adolf's shout, in response to Adolf's shout, Anko bit his lips so hard, it was about to tear and bleed.
イブが稼いでくれた時間を無駄にするな。あいつはお前が来ると信じて、ここにたどり着いてからずっと戦い続けていたんだ。
He must have been fighting alongside Yves. Anko laminated as he stood there dripping in blood. Wait. Could it be that the execution didn't happen at midnight? Because he and Yves were fighting here? Adolf must have come to the same conclusion. Swallowing down any grief and pride he had, he took a deep breath to calm himself.
悪い、取り乱した。お前の言う通り、ここで感情的になれば、ダハトの思うツボだ。わかればいい。
Adolf gently put me down at Anko's side, who was still knelt down on the ground.
泣くな、セレス。泣くのは全部終わってからだ。
How's Nadia doing? Where's Nadia? I seemed to have been crying and didn't even notice it. Adolf wiped tears from my cheeks as I nodded.
お望み通り、俺が相手をしてやる。クソガキ。俺とセレスからあらゆるものを奪っておいて、生きてられると思うなよ。
He glared coldly at the young crazed kid.
わあ、怖い。そういう大口は勝利してから叩くものですよ、アドルフさん。この遺伝子人形を相手に果たして何秒持つことができるかな。
A single swing. That alone was all it took for the clone with enormous strength to destroy the center of the room. A chunk of flesh flew into the air. Adolf?
腕だけ。
As they closed in on him, blocking his view, the clone mistook them as Adolf himself, cutting them into pieces. In that moment,